Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second day of SASA's Virtual Conference 2024. The conference is about representations of the past in ancient and modern times. And I'd like to hand things over directly to Manmeet, who is our moderator for today.
Thank you, David. I would like to welcome all for our fourth session, which is on art and aesthetics. So from India to Iran to Toronto, our presenters in this panel will shed light on the ever-evolving, often recycled and repurposed art and aesthetics of cultures past and present. The identities of those bound up in the creation and representation of sculpture and architecture are always at play. So today, our first presenter with us today is Vartika Kushwaha. Vartika is a research scholar at the University of Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, India. She has a master's degree in ancient Indian history, culture, and archaeology from the University of Lucknow and has authored a research paper on importance of Purushartha and Ashrama system in ancient India during her master's. She is passionate about research and to bring change in society through her research. Her expertise include deciphering ancient scripts like Brahmi, analyzing artifacts, interpreting historical texts to reconstruct the past culture of ancient India, and GIS mapping. Apart from this, Vartika is a part of non-governmental organization named Umeed Foundation, which conducts cleaning drives, food distribution, plantation, etc. Beyond academic pursuits, she is actively involved in heritage conservation efforts and community engagement projects aimed at raising awareness about India's cultural legacy. She is also an avid traveler exploring archaeological sites and historical landmarks to deepen her understanding of ancient Indian civilizations. Driven by a quest for knowing and a commitment to preserving India's cultural heritage, she is dedicating to contributing scholarly research that sheds light on the vibrant tapestry of ancient Indian history. So today she will be presenting on Unveiling the Veiled, tracing the historical position of transgender individuals in ancient India. So I would like Vartika to turn on the camera and unmute herself.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction.
So now you can share your presentation.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Vartika, and it is my distinct honor to present my research paper titled Tracing the Historical Position of Transgender Individuals in Ancient India at the Save Ancient Studies Alliance Virtual Conference 2024. This year's theme, Representation of Past in Ancient and Modern Times, provides a perfect backdrop for our exploration of gender diversity in ancient Indian history. So, the representation and acknowledgement of transgender individuals have evolved considerably over centuries. Today, I aim to take you on a journey through ancient India, uncovering the rich and often overlooked history of transgender individuals. This research examines the roles, societal acceptance, and cultural nuances that shape the experiences of transgender individuals from Vedic period, that is 1500 BC to 1200 AD, by revisiting historical texts, inscriptions, and artistic depictions. we can gain insights into the lives and contributions of transgender individuals in ancient Indian society. It examines how shifts in power and ideology influence the acceptance or marginalization of this community, highlighting the resilience and adaptability of transgender individuals throughout history. The history of transgender individuals in ancient India is a testament to the fluidity and diversity of gender roles within the societal framework of the time. This research will contribute to a more comprehensive understanding of transgender history in India, shedding light on the acceptance and tolerance that characterized ancient society. It will challenge contemporary perceptions of gender roles by highlighting the fluidity and recognition of diverse gender identities in the past. The historical role and societal position of transgender individuals in ancient civilization often remain obscured or overlooked in mainstream narratives. By exploring ancient India, we shed light on a segment of history that is both fascinating and profoundly impactful on contemporary understanding. Okay, so transgender's origin terminology. So, the identity of an individual is defined on the basis of gender, religion, caste, class, race, and ethnicity. However, all humans do not fit in the male female binary. Those who do not fit into these two categories are referred to as transgender or third gender. Transgender community comprises of Hijras, eunuchs, Kothis, Aravanis, Kinnars, Jogappas, Shiv Shaktis, and etc. It is claimed that the third gender has a strong historical presence in Hindu mythology, and the concept of Tritiya Prakriti or Napumsak has been an integral part of ancient literature. It can be inferred that Vedic culture recognized three genders. Various texts suggest that third sex individuals were well known in pre modern India and included male bodied or female bodied people as well as intersexuals, and that they can often be recognized from childhood. A third sex is also discussed in ancient Hindu law, medicine, linguistics, and astrology. The Vedas describe individuals as belonging to one of three separate categories according to one's nature or prakriti. These are also spelled out in Kama Sutra as Pums Prakriti, that is male nature, Stri Prakriti, that is female nature, and Tritiya Prakriti, which is third nature. The foundational work of Hindu law, Manusmriti, explains the biological origins of the three sexes. A male child is produced by a greater quantity of a male seed and a female child by the prevalence of the female. And if both are equal, a third sex child or a boy and girl twins are produced. If either are weak or deficient in quantity, a failure of conception results. Uh, Indian linguistic Patanjali's work on Sanskrit grammar, the Mahabhashya, states that Sanskrit's three grammatical genders are derived from three natural genders. The earliest Tamil grammar, Tolka PM, also refers to the hermaphrodites as a third neuter gender in addition to a feminine category of unmasculine male. In Vedic astrology, the nine planets are each assigned to one of the three genders. The third gender, Tritiya Prakriti, is associated with Mercury, Saturn, and Ketu. In the Puranas, there are also references to three kinds of gods of music and dance. Apsaras are the female ones, Gandharvas are the male ones, and Kinnars are the neutral ones. According to Butler, gender is the ideology which shapes sex. She suggests that sex is culturally constructed as gender, and she concludes that if that is the case, then gender and sex are the same. The transgender includes varieties of gender, non conforming identities which are shaped by culture, race, caste, and class. The old school of modern belief that gender has only two poles or binaries, male or female, is definitely redundant. Gender fluidity is a concept of not rendering gender as a fixed point, but rather as fluid characteristics that can change at any time according to the individuals who are considered as neither man nor women by uh, themselves or by society fall in category of third gender or third sex. This third gender consists of hermaphrodites, women who do not menstruate, as well as passively homosexual and castrated men who all proclaim that they are neither men nor women. So now what the great Indian epics Ramayana and Mahabharata tells us about the history of transgender. Hindu mythology and religious narratives offer rich insights into the fluidity of gender roles. We have a story in Ramayana, which is a great chronicle of the Hijras, who are supposed to be a confused synthesis of male and female beings in one. The episode narrates that when Ram was sent into exile with his wife Sita at the behest of his father, he was followed to the banks of river by his devout subjects. On reaching the shore, he addressed his people, saying, "Men and women, please go back and perform your duties." But when he returned to Ayodhya 14 years later, after his victory over Ravan, Ram found a cluster of people still gathered at the same spot. On the query of Ram, they told him that since they were neither men nor women, they had felt themselves exempt from Rama's injunction. For such act of exemplary devotion, they were endowed with with the blessing of Ram. Now comes the story of Shiva's incarnation. In ancient myths, Shiva is the incarnation of creative asceticism, and therefore Shiva was once asked to create the world, but he took so long to do that. So the power of creation was given to another creator, Brahma. When Shiva understood his delay and came to learn that the world was already created by Brahma, he became so angry that he broke off his own phallus, saying there is no use for this, and threw it into earth. Paradoxically, on Earth, the phallus of Shiva proved to be the failure of individual fertility, but it became the source of universal fertility. Similarly, the Hijras are individually important, but culturally, they are the images of blessing to others. Next is the story of Aravan from Adi Parv of Mahabharata. Ravan was the son of Arjun and one of his wives, Ulupi, the Naga princess. For assuring the victory of Pandavas in a war with Kauravas, Kali Puja was to be done. In that puja, the sacrifice of human was necessary. Ravan agreed for being sacrificed. Lord Krishna was so much pleased with the Ravan's self-sacrifice that he granted him three boons. One of Ravan's wish was to marry before his death. uh, no woman agreed to marry Ravan due to his destined death in the near future. Krishna himself changed his form into Mohini and married him. It is from Aravan's lineage after his association with Krishna's female form that the transgenders are said to have been born. And that is why transgenders are also called Aravanis in Tamil. There are some cults in South India who worship Aravan. In Tamil Nadu, during an 18 days festival is celebrated commemorating his heroic death in Kurukshetra. The festival begins with ceremonial marriage and widowhood is celebrated after the scene of Ravan's sacrifice. Next is Brihannala and Shikhandi from Mahabharata. Devdatti Patnaik and Alan Daniel provides comprehensive analysis of these mythological figures, emphasizing the complexity of the gender roles in ancient narratives. Arjun, who assumes the identity of Brihannala, and Shikhandi, who defies traditional gender norms, exemplify the acceptance and integration of gender diversity in ancient Indian epics, challenge traditional norms, and highlight the complexity of gender roles in ancient narratives. Myths of Hijras eventually became so popular that even the epic hero Arjun in the fourth book of Mahabharata, entitled Virat Parv, took the guise of Vihanala for 1 year and participated in various types of celibacy and merrymaking. Next is Ardhanarishwar. Ardhanarishwar literally means God with half man and half woman form. The Ardhanarishwar is a combined form of Hindu deities Shiva and Parvati, representing a blend of masculine and feminine energies. Sankhya Karika explained that the Purush and Prakriti are two distinct eternal entities. Prakriti has three qualities: Sattva, purity or preservation; Rajas is creation; and Tamas is darkness or destruction. When the equilibrium between these qualities gets disrupted, the act of creation starts. Raja's quality leads to creation, therefore, Purush and Prakriti cannot exist independently. They must exist together and in harmony in order to create. They are complementary to each other. Let's move to the next, which is third gender in normative text. Here, I considered four most important normative text, which is first is Manusmriti, also known as Hindu law book, to be the most popular, prominent, and authoritative legal text among Dharma Shastra texts. Manusmriti mentions dividing his own body, the Lord became half male and half female. With that female, he produced Virat Purush, is created by Lord Brahma, who split into two male and female parts. The text tries to delve into the reason for birth of individuals with different sexes. A male child is produced by a greater quantity of male seed and a female child by the prevalence of the female. And if both are equal, a hermaphrodite, or a boy and a girl, if both are weak or deficient in quantity, a failure of conception results. Apart from a male female child can be born. The term Kunstkryo is used for such individuals. It is noteworthy that only the Kliba is mentioned as one who cannot partake of oblations to mains, even though being a Brahmin who is unproductive for the society cannot perform an action which is again aimed at fun or some result or reward. Elsewhere, also, Manu repeats the injunction. It is clear that being a eunuch is treated as being impure or polluting. Even their look is considered to be prohibited. Next, Narad Smriti has its own importance in the Dharma Shastra text. Narad Smriti is a documentation of judicial procedure, justice punishment system, and state roles and duties. Narad Smriti describes shampooing the private parts of body and rubbing the master's limb are considered to be works of Tritiya Prakriti in the Kama Sutra. In chapters 3 Purush, Yoga, many verses reflect the characteristics of Sri Purush and Kliba for the purpose of marriage. In marriage, brawn was a prime consideration. Narad Smriti states some important characteristics of masculinity. One who possesses those characteristics is a man, otherwise, he should be treated as impotent. The third gender notion is revolving around the functionality of fertility. The man who is not physically or mentally fit and not able to procreate is considered as impotent. Women is considered as field, whereas man's semen is considered to be the seed. Field should be given to those who had seed to sow. One who does not possess seed is supposed to be in the category of third gender. Narada Smriti has mentioned different types of impotence whose potency of reproduction is spatio-temporal. Narada Smriti clearly mentioned the characteristics of masculinity who does not own the quality of man is reckoned as impotent. Now, the Kautilya's Earth Shastra is an ancient treatise on statecraft, economic policy, and military strategy. Arthashastra and Manusmriti mentioned each other. Arthashastra has many verses which refer to third gender, such as the eunuchs were not to be given any share in the property. This was the same treatment as meted out to the disabled and outcasts. Unimportant, eldest son shall have only one third of the special share usually given to the eldest. And if the eldest son follows a condemnable occupation, or if he has given up the observance of religious duties, he shall have only one fourth of the special share. If he is unrestrained in his actions, he shall have nothing. Last but not least, Kama Sutra is generally regarded as the classical textbook for sex. It projected as a text that reflects the sensual life of ancient Indian society. Vatsyayan, writer of Kama Sutra, mentions third gender as Tritiya Prakriti in the lesson 9 of chapter 2. Tritiya Prakriti perhaps indicates the third sex in sense of sexual orientation and sexual behavior. Many scholars, including Burton, use the term eunuchs throughout translation of the text of Tritiya Prakriti. Eunuchs refer to the man who had been castrated. However, castration was not done in ancient India. There are two sorts of person of the third nature, in the form of a woman and in the form of a man. The one in the form of a woman imitates a women dress, chatter, grace, emotions, delicacy, timidity, innocence, frailty, and bashfulness. Kama Sutra, along with the other Vedic texts, post Vedic texts, and temple sculptures, is used as evidence of Hindu tradition of ancient India to argue that past practices have accepted and allowed the expression of homosexual or gay. Now come to the representation of transgender in Indian art and literature. The recognition of the third gender is recorded in Indian history as early as 8th century BC. The Rig Veda, for example, says that before creation of the world, let all distinctions, including those of sex and gender. Uh, Ancient poets often express the concept of third gender with androgynous or hermaphrodite images, such as male with a womb, male deity with breasts, etc. The earliest images of Ardhanarishwar dates back to Kushan period of 1st century AD. The iconography developed in the Gupta period. It is believed that the iconography is inspired by Vedic deities Yam and Yami. The common iconography shows the male half as epiphallic and with the female left having round breasts and holding a mirror. The fusion of Shiv and Shakti representing the male and female halves transcends the distinction between and limitations of male and female and takes the law to a level that is beyond gender. The depiction of Ardhanarishwar and other transgender figures in sculptures and inscriptions underscores the integration of transgender identities in religious and cultural contexts. These representations reflect a societal acceptance or reverence for gender diversity. This slide shows some sculptures and paintings from Khajuraho temples constructed by Chandelas, which shows rich history of transgender. Now, transgender in social framework. The presence of a third gender category in Vedic texts and Dharma Shastras indicate a social recognition of transgender individuals. Veda uncovers transgender individuals who were not merely passive spectators but active participants in religious rituals, royal courts, and other facets of society. It reveals the fluidity of gender roles and the recognition of a third gender category in ancient India, providing valuable insights into the acceptance and tolerance that characterized this period. The socio-political landscape of ancient India, characterized by changing dynasties and the religious movements, significantly influenced the acceptance or marginalization of transgender individuals. Transgender individuals demonstrated resilience and adaptability in navigating societal changes. No less interesting is the exploration of these intersex people about cultural participation in Indian society. Unlike Western society, where transgenders often keep their lifestyle secret, transgenders in India have an active and celebrated lifestyle. Hijras are unique because they have an active social organization that is both traditional and ritualistic. Hijras earn a living by performing a traditional ceremony which occurs either at marriage occasion or at the postnatal stage of a baby. Surprisingly, these in between sexed people transcend caste and kinship affiliation as they come from all cultures of our India, maybe Hindu, Muslim, Christian, or whatever. In last, I would like to conclude it by saying that third gender people had a better position in the society in pre-colonial India. The present study was an attempt to explore the notions of sex and gender in ancient India with respect to third gender and locate their position in the ancient Indian society. Transgender individuals in ancient India exhibited remarkable adaptability and resilience in response to societal changes. Historical accounts, such as those presented by Iravati Karve, illustrate how transgender communities navigated evolving norms, demonstrating their agency and versatility. The findings of this research have significant implications for contemporary discussions on gender identity and acceptance. By highlighting the historical acceptance and contributions of transgender individuals, the study advocates for a more inclusive and equitable approach to gender diversity in modern society. The exploration of the historical position of transgender individuals in ancient India reveals a rich and diverse tapestry of gender identities. Thus, the representation of transgenderism has become an inevitable part of our cultural studies. Its ethics and values should not only be preached in our four-walled classrooms or on online platform, but also be revered earnestly. These are some references I have mentioned here, which really helped me in this research. Um, Yeah, I hope this presentation has provided you with valuable insights into the historical position of transgender individuals in ancient India. Let us continue to honor and recognize the diversity of human experiences, both past and present, as we advocate for inclusivity and acceptance in our global community. Thank you for your attention. I am now opening the floor for questions and discussions.
Thank you so much, Vartika, for this amazing presentation. I guess we don't. There are no questions and few compliments about the wonderful presentation. Thank you, Vartika, for presenting this. So you can, yeah, thank you. So we have our next presenter. So now our next presenter is Pratishta Mukherjee. Hello, Pratishta. Am I audible to you?
Yes. Hi, Manmeet. Am I audible and visible to you?
Yes, you are. So we have Pratishta Mukherjee. So she is presently pursuing her PhD in archaeology and ancient history from MS University of Baroda. She has done her master's in archaeology and heritage management from Guru Gobind Singh Indra Prasad University, New Delhi. She has explored the sites of Hastinapur, Virana, Mathura, and participated at the excavation of Vijalka, which is Indus Valley local, Gujarat, then Purana Killa in New Delhi, and Nani Rayan at Kutch, Gujarat. She has also worked with governmental organizations such as National Museum and National Monuments Authority for various projects. She specialized in ancient art and architecture, iconographical studies, and early historical archaeology, and has published articles in the same. So today she will be presenting on Yaksha at Parkham and continuing the past to present. So now I would like Pratishtha to unmute yourself and show and share
Yeah,
your presentation.
Manmeet. Yeah, am I visible? Because
No, your video is not visible.
just give me a second. I'll just rejoin. Just give me a second, please. I'm so sorry. Just a second.
No, no problem. Sure. Mm. Pratishtha is just going to rejoin. Let's just wait for a minute for her to rejoin. Hello, Pratishtha.
Yeah, am I visible now?
Still you are not visible.
Okay, I think there is some problem on my camera.
So meanwhile, can you share your presentation?
Yep, I'll just share it. I need that. Just a minute. I hope I will be visible now.
Yeah, the presentation is visible.
Okay, is it okay if because my camera is actually on, but I don't know, there is some issue or something.
No problem. Please start meanwhile.
Okay. So, I'm sorry that my camera is not working today, but namaskar everyone. I am Pratishtha Mukherjee, and I will be talking about Yakshas at Parkham, Mathura, and I will be talking about how India is a land of cultural continuity because in the ancient texts and even the contemporary times, India is said to be the land of cultural continuity, and hence I'm going to depict the same through my presentation. So it is about the Yakshas in Parkham, and I'm going to talk about a bit about that. Who are the Yakshas? So these are semi-divine deities, and they are mostly the guarding deities, or they are in the personified versions of the nature. So these are some of the aspects of yakshas, and if you just look at the sculptures and like different sculptures during ancient India, and the sculptors of ancient India have utilized their ideas and thoughts and their artistic creations to create such sculptures. And these sculptures of yakshas were erected at important trade centers and important trade points. And even through my research, I have tried to prove that the yaksha worship is quite pre-evident even before coming of the larger pantheons that we see today. like Shiva worship or Vaishnava Vishnu worship or the goddess worship of Shakti. But who are the yakshas again? So these are divinities who are said to be like in the literature we say that these deities were present in the society and are personification of the nature, and they have an idea of guarding a geographical region or a territory and providing wealth and abundance to human beings. So these are some of the famous yaksha, and one of the earliest images of the yakshas in India, that is Parkham, Agnipani Yaksha, and Mudgarapani Yaksha. So when we talk about the earliest archaeological evidence of Yaksha in India, it has been found from the village Parkham, which is situated in district Mathura of Uttar Pradesh in India. And that is the reason I have taken Parkham as a case study to showcase the cultural continuity. Now, if you just look at the image of the Yaksha, it is a standing figure and it is around 2.7 meters tall image. And if you just see the image, you can just make out that this image was not only for only the view of the front of the deity, but it was to be viewed from all the sides. It was a 3D image so that anyone coming from any direction can witness this and can see this beautiful sculpture. And it was present at Mathura, which is an important ancient trade center and an ancient trade site. So there is an inscription which has been found in Mauryan Brahmi, and which talks about that the image of the Holy One was caused to be made by 8 brothers, members of the Manibhadra congregation, and it has been made by Gomitaka, the pupil of Konika. So this inscriptional evidence has been dated to 3rd century BC, and it has been translated and transliterated by Henrik Luders in 1961. So it showcases that how this deity must have hold an important center or important part of the society, that people, like the inscription talks about that the people of the Manibhadra congregation. Manibhadra is the name of the deity, and Yaksha, which showcases that how important it has been in the society, that people were making donations, people were going there, worshipping there and donating so much of. And it also depicts that how much importance this deity was holding, that an inscription has been assigned to this deity, because in ancient India or in the ancient world, the inscriptions are not always related to the someone who is not important or does not have any like the normal people of the society. We do not carry inscriptions with ourselves, but the people in the society who have much power, much dominance, such as the president or the prime minister or the ministers, they do have their own taglines. They have their names and nameplates outside their houses, and and even if you go around their houses, you will see a lot of security, lot of people are standing there, which showcases that they are having a certain type of importance, certain type of dominance in the society. So again, I'm trying to contemporize the earliest evidence and the contemporary world, what exactly is going around. Moving forward, so this is the map which showcases that where Parkham village exactly is situated. So if you could just look at it, this is a map of India. Then I have cropped out the map of Uttar Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh is one of the second largest state of India. And this state has produced many ancient Indian archaeological sites, archaeological findings have been reported from this place. Other than that, this is if you see this third image, this is a small map of the Parkham itself, that it is a small area, even though it has a lot of importance attached to it. Moving forward, so this is the present temple complex. If you just look at, so the ancient findings which were reported from in the previous excavations, and in 1800s when Sir Alexander Cunningham visited this site, he has mentioned about that there were no temples were reported, but only the sculpture has been revealed during the excavation. So this is the present temple complex. Even though Mathura has a stronghold of Krishna cult and Braj region, which is a very important Vaishnavite site, but in the pockets of Parkham, Yaksha is still worshipped, which showcases that even though other larger deities such as Shiva, Vishnu have come into existence, but there were different pockets which continued worshipping their original deities, or tutelary deities, or their deities of their families. So if we just look at, this is a simple, the temple complex. It is a very simple. It has no architectural meaning to it, but it is just a small area. And when I was interviewing the local priest and the locals, they said that the temple has been, again, the donations have been made by huge traders, wealthy travelers, and they have donated this temple. And if you just look at the second image, it showcases the tablet mentioning that Sri Yaksha Maharaj Ji, which is an adoration of the deity itself, and it again showcases the name of Parkham. The third image shows the deities housed in the sanctum. Again, it showcases the cultural continuity. If you just look at this image, again, it has some continuity here. But if you just look at the image, the larger images which are in the middle, I was not allowed to touch those images, and I was not able to understand its iconography. But the attendants in the either sides, I had a word with the priest. He said that you can take images and you can understand its iconography. So this is inside the sanctum sanctorum. The deities have been placed like this. So this is the comparison of the ancient and the modern depictions of Yaksha, and it showcases a cultural continuity. If you just look at the images, even though the ancient sculpture has, eroded with time and everything, but it has its own magnificence and its own dominance, which is absent in the present context. So looking at this iconography, if you just see that similar type of ornaments have been given to them, then this patti is there, again the patti is there, then they are wearing a nice dhoti type thing, a lower garment, again it is visible here. The Even though the ancient images hands are broken, was quite difficult to understand what were the attributes held by the Yaksha, Manibhadra Yaksha. But in the modern context, whenever Yaksha or a Yakshani, their female counterparts are depicted, they have been always showcased with holding a money bag, because in the later times, with the development of the society and development of the religious outcomes, the Yakshas were attached with being wealthy, having money attached to them, and their overlord was Kuber again, who is a Yaksha. So again, these and even Yakshas are mentioned multifariously in the Buddhist text and even in the Jain text, and the Brahminical texts also talk about them. Again, these larger pantheons have slowly amalgamated the available deities which were already in the society, because even before coming of such bigger pantheons, there were people, there were societies, and people were worshipping someone. So it is said that these deities or yakshas or yakshanis must have been the precursors of the present day deities and divinities. Even their iconography, if you just look at, even their iconography plays a very important role, because again it plays a precursor, because without a precursor a person cannot think of a deity like that, but someone must have imagined that okay, this deity is to be like this, and slowly it got developed with time. So this is a small comparison again showcasing the cultural continuity. Like in 300 BCE, we have the earliest Yaksha from Parkham, and the second image is it is in 2000. I clicked it in 2021, so it comes to around 2321 years, you can say approximately, that the culture has continued till today without any breakage. I am saying this because without any breakage, because the Yaksha traditions are quite familiar in the around of this Parkham, Mathura, and in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar and Bengal. It is with different names it is called, but the main crux of this Yaksha is quite similar. So I'm saying it because it is a cultural continuity because every year in month of February again fair takes place which is called the Jakhya Mela. Again, Jakhya is a local version of calling the Yaksha. Yaksha is actually a Sanskrit term, and with different dialects and with different languages the pronunciations changes, but the connotation and the meaning always remains same. For instance, in the Buddhist text, it is called Yakka, and again the Jain call it Yaksha. Other than that, we have in the places of Bihar and Bengal, it is called Joko, Jakia. Again, different names are there, but Beed, Brahma, such names are there, but the meaning and the worshipping methods remain the same. So coming back to Jakhia Mela, Jakhia, and this every year a fair takes place in February, and for 10 to 15 days, what happens? The people of the village they create rudimentary images of the deity which is kept inside the sanctum. Even though the images, if you just look at it, is a very simple, very rudimentary style. There is no iconographic features, but if you look at its hands, it is in a boon giving posture. It is Varad Mudra, it shows. And it is like again a protector type of thing. And these images are kept all over the boundary of the village, and the village takes place, fair takes place. People do rituals for them. Rituals are very simple, which includes watering, providing flowers, and giving sweets and fruits to the deity, and a very simple mela takes place. And these people think and they always pray that, yeah, Jakhya Baba hamari raksha karna, which translates to that, Jakhya Devta or Jakhya deity, kindly protect me from all the evils, make me successful, whatever the things, whatever we ask from God today also, it is quite similar. But again, the cultural continuity is there with the context. And we do not know if there was any fair in the ancient context, even though the literature speaks about it. But in the context of archaeological data, we only find such sculptures, and no rudimentary sculptures have been reported. It is also understood that the sculptures or small miniature forms have been created by the people, but again, they must have been made of some perishable material, and hence they did not survive time. So again, the cultural continuity of the Yaksha traditions. So coming to the concluding remarks, so this project was a part of my PhD, and I undertook this study in December 2021, and depicting the cultural continuation, and I also took up an ethnographic study to understand its continuous of the Yaksha worship and what were the changes over the time. Even though after exploring the site, after interviewing people, it was noticed that there was very less changes in the tradition, and only the even the iconography has remained same, but the material of execution, the facial expressions have changed to some extent, and their inscriptions are also not there. And the temple which is there, it stands in a very diminutive temple, and it is a very simple, I would say it's not even a temple, it represents a room. because a temple is a different thing, and it is a very small structure. When you enter, you directly enter to the sanctum sanctorum. And the villagers have said that they call him as Jakhia Baba, Jakho Baba, and other Bir Baba, Brahma Baba, with their own things they identify the god. They have their own dialects for calling them. And it was also observed by, even when I was having a word with the priest, the Pandit, he said that even though Mathura is the stronghold of the Krishna cult, it is a Vaishnavite stronghold is there. Yaksha stands alone in this, and it has its own dominance. So therefore, these are my some concluding remarks. And this is the representation of how the ancient has survived to the modern without a break in its cultural continuity. So therefore, thank you, and questions and discussions can be mailed to me. And if we have time, we can even discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pratishta, for the amazing presentation. So we are open for questions.
Okay, I'm visible now.
Yeah, you are, you are.
Yeah.
So till now we have no questions.
No issues.
So, okay. Thank you for being with us, Pratishta.
Thank you so much.
So,
Okay, thank you.
so we have our next presenter with us, Rahali. Are we audible to you? Rahali, right?
Rahile.
Rahile, sorry, Rahile.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So we have Rahile Keradmut from Tehran, which is in Iran, and is an archaeologist with a profound interest in the ancient world. Rahil obtained bachelor's degree in English literature in Irshad-e-Damawand University before delving into the intricacies of ancient Iranian languages and culture during their master's studies and at Shahid Beheshti University in Tehran. The academic journey continued with a second master's degree in Islamic archaeology at Mazandaram, followed by a PhD in historical archaeology at Tarbiyat Madras University. Sorali has a keen passion for research, particularly in the realm of Minchim studies, ancient Iranian culture studies, and historical archaeology. So today, Ralil would be presenting on the continuity of ancient Iranian culture in the poetry designs of the 3rd to 5th century. So you can unmute yourself and
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to share the screen. I hope I have the screen. Is it shared?
no, not yet.
I hope you can have my, I don't know if you have my screen or not.
No, we are not able to see you either, not the screen.
Oh,
We can see you now.
yes. And do you have, you don't have my,
You need to share your presentation.
Yes, I try to share it, but I don't know if you have it or not.
I'm able to see it. I'm seeing it shared.
Oh,
Neat. I see it.
you see,
Really,
I'm not able
I'll,
to see.
I can see it. Please just put it into slideshow mode and begin.
sorry?
You put it into slideshow mode so it's full screen?
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, I see it, but it would be best if it was in slideshow. Perfect.
On a slideshow.
Thank you.
Good. Good. So, shall I start?
Yeah, sure, please.
So, Thank you very much for having me in this very interesting conference. And as you said before, today I'm going to talk about the continuity of ancient Iranian culture in the pottery designs of the 3rd to 5th century AH. And as you know, during the Islamic era, due to the prohibition of against using gold and silver utensil for eating and drinking, pottery became a common substitute, and Muslim craftsmen tried to refine their art by adopting popular motifs from earlier metal utensils for their pottery decorations. My research is based on a theory which is called the cultural memory theory. And before I go to the discussing the motifs, I like to talk a little bit about the cultural memory theory. If I want to say the definition of cultural memory theory in a very easy way, I can say that cultural memory is a framework within the fields of cultural studies, history, and sociology that examines how societies remember and construct and transmit their shared past. Cultural memory suggests that our understanding of the past is somehow shaped by the cultural context in which we live, and the stories we tell about history are constructed and mediated by cultural institutions, practices, and discourses. Cultural memory posits that collective memory is not just a mere recollection of historical facts, but a socially constructed phenomenon shaped by cultural practices, rituals, and narratives. If I want to talk about the cultural memory content, we can point to this point that it is the mythical history of origins, events in an absolute past, and it's not just remembering the historical experiences or the individual biographies. The form of cultural memory is the organized, extremely formal ceremonial communications and festivals. And also the media in cultural memory, which are very important, are fixed objectifications, traditional symbolic classifications, and staging through words, pictures, dances, and every other archaeological finding. The time structure in cultural memory is very important because it's not limited to just some 3 or 4 generations. It has a vaster time at this absolute past of the mythical primeval ages, which can cover more than 3,000 years in the mind of the cultural memory. The very important point of cultural memory is the cultural memory careers that are very important, and they help that the memory remain a dynamic and influential force in shaping identities, guiding social behaviors, and fostering a sense of continuity within the society. So based on this, we can categorize them into 2 parts, the human agents and cultural artifacts. Human agents are like individuals in communities, social and cultural elites, educators, and scholars, that all of them can be known as teachers, shamans, or poets, writers, even the rulers of the society all can be counted as human agents. And cultural artifacts, which are very important in our work, are texts and literature, monuments and memorials, rituals and traditions, which are so crucial in this field, and artifacts and archaeological findings. Now I go to talk about the motifs that are decorated the pottery of the 3rd to 5th centuries after Hijra, but we should remember that the motifs and patterns depicted in Islamic pottery from the 3rd to 5th century are varied, reflecting the ancient culture and indicating the influence and continuity of Persian culture during the Islamic ages. We can divide these motifs into 2 groups, like natural motifs, such as the shapes of birds, like roosters, peacocks, or the animals such as lions, horses, fish, or plants, and also abstract motifs such as mythical creatures and geometric patterns. The very first motif that I am going to talk about is dog. The depiction of dogs on pottery from the 3rd to 5th century is notable. In Islamic culture, dogs are generally considered unclean, and despite this, the image of dogs appeared on Islamic pottery, raising the question of how a creature that deemed impure by Muslims was depicted on utensil-like pottery plates during the Islamic era, and it can reflect the status of dogs among ancient Iranian culture. For Iranians, dogs were sacred and linked to Anahita, the goddess of water, and it is believed that it can join her at the source of water after death and help the soul of dead people to be guided into heavens. In Sasanian art, dogs were depicted alongside Anahita on metal vessels, as you can see here. Here, a dog is depicted next to Anahita, the goddess of water, on this vessel. Also, in Avesta, dogs are considered as important as humans and are deemed sacred. In Bondahesh, one of the holy texts for Zoroastrians, the creation of dog is mentioned in a very high place of the heavens. We call it half setare or 7 star, and also, it is said that the name of dog in Persian, which is called sag, is given to dogs because a third of its creation is like human, so they are resembled to human a lot. Dogs also are important in ancient Iranian culture in the rituals, and they can be present near the clergymen in the ceremonies of the Zoroastrians, such as Barshno, which is one of the funeral ceremonies of the Zoroastrians, and the dog is next to the clergyman, and the clergyman, as they touching the left ear of a dog with his left hand, reciting some words, and they repeated it 3 times. Also, in another funeral ceremony of the Zoroastrians called Sagdid, a special dog is present there, and the body is shown to that dog, so the dog could confirm that if the person is dead or not. Despite this negative view of dogs in Islamic culture, we can see that the motif of dog remained common in pottery and decorations, and the motif of a dog with exaggerated ear among floral designs are in the pottery is the copy of what we have in the Sasanian metalworks. As you can see here, the ears of the dogs are exaggerated, and the way they are portrayed are the same. And we can see that comparing the Sasanian metalwork, showcasing the influential of Sasanian art. And here dogs are depicted following the Sasanian style of depicting dogs in metalworks without considering the concept and meaning behind it. Muslim artisans copied the dog pattern without regard for the negative views about them in Muslim viewpoints, attempting to recreate a new concept for this motif while keeping the same form. Another pattern that we can talk about is the pattern of peacock, which is one of the common motifs on Neyshabur potteries, especially in Iran. We should say that although the ancient Iranian texts rarely mention about the peacocks, but surviving artifacts indicate that peacocks were considered sacred and surrounded by aura of divine glory in ancient Iranian culture. In Sasanian culture, peacock was associated again with goddess Anahita, the goddess of water, and depicted on metal wares alongside her. As you can see here in this vessel and in this plate, peacock, and here is the peacock is here, are depicted next to goddess Anahita and stayed the same as dog with her, considered with her. Also, we can see that the peacocks also somehow depicted on the textile of the Sasanian time, as you can see here. It's a piece of Sasanian textile, and they are depicted in a very holy form, and it shows the sacredness of the, let's say, peacocks. In ancient Greek and Roman culture, we can see that the peacock symbolized Persia. Aristotle, in his History of Animals, referred to peacock and rooster as Persian birds, Persicus ornis, and also in an ancient drama play, The Birds, written by Aristophanes, we can see that peacocks are mentioned as the creatures who ruled Persia a long time before the Achaemenid time and Darius. This form also transferred into Persian culture, although we can see that in the Persian culture, peacock has both positive and negative connotations. Among the Shia Muslims, we can see that peacock is the symbol of the Imam Mahdi, the 12th Imam of Shia Muslims, and he is known as the peacock of the paradise. While on the other hand, in the Islamic tradition, peacock is seen as a creature who was deceived by Satan and helped him enter paradise, leading to the temptation of Adam and Eve. Despite this negative connotation among Muslims, the frequent use of this motif on pottery of the 3rd to 5th centuries likely reflects the pre-Islamic Iranian influence of the usage of peacock. We can see that even during the time of, let's say, Islamic era, in some of the Zoroastrian temples, there was a place that they kept peacocks. So this culture, this concept of sacredness of peacock is transferred to Islamic time, and you can see its reflection on the pottery. As you see here, we have the let's say picture of the peacocks in these two potteries here. The decorations of peacocks on the potteries of, especially the Neyshabur potteries, are often featuring the Sasanian tall leaf designs, especially for the tail of the peacock. As you see here, we have a triangular shape for the tail of the peacock that it reminds some of the Sasanian potteries. And also here in this form, we can see again 5 peacocks, one in middle, 4 around, depicted here. And exactly again here we have the triangular tail with some exaggerated ugly fit that reminds that 2 aspects of positive and negative connotation of peacock in Islamic culture. Another motif that we are going to talk about is the motif of horse and hunters. Horse are depicted on the Islamic pottery in different forms, sometimes alone, sometimes with a hunter or a rider over them, or sometimes in the form of the mythical creatures. However, we can see that again, we have the continuity of the ancient Iranian culture in this depiction. The importance of horses in ancient Iranian culture is evident in the names derived from the Persian word for horse. This is asp. In Persian, the horse was called asp or aspa, and we can find them in the names of some of the Median princes and royalties, like Aspabar, who was a Median prince, or Aspasianos, who was a Median king. Also in some of the names which are still common from the Sasanian time until now, like Lohrasp, Jamasp, Ushtasp. A part of these names are the word asp, and the interesting point is that these names are for the heroes and not simple people. Also, some of the Zoroastrian deities appear in the form of horses, such as Tishtar, the god of rain, who appears as a white horse in his battle with Apush, the demon of drought. And also Bahram, the god of war, sometimes appears as a white horse with yellow ears. Along with the other important animals, horses are counted as sacred, and it is said in Holy Book of Avesta that the horses should be buried like humans and cows after death. And also, we see in the holy texts like Aban Yasht that the horses are somehow worthy to sacrifice for gods and goddesses, and heroes, and even some villains such as Zahak and Afrasiab offers horses to Anahita as a sacrifice to help them overcome their enemies. As you can see here, we have two motifs of the potteries that horses are somehow depicted as the mythical creatures. Here is a black horse with somehow plant motifs depicted here. And also in this part, we see a horse with a tail looking like plant, which reminds the importance of horse as the life and creation. Also in Pahlavi texts, we can see that horses are mentioned as good things for the heroes. Also in Farvardin Yasht, we see that the best fish for a holy person, a Mazda worshipper, the person who worships God, is that he is blessed with a swift horse and a strong chariot. The other motif that we can discuss is the motif of the hunters or the riders. We can see that in ancient Iranian culture, riding was a heroic trait, and Iranian kings were known for their skills in hunting while mounted on a horseback. And this is depicted on the Sasanian metalware a lot, as you can see here. We have the king riding horse at the same time hunting two lions, which is a very difficult activity. And we see that the king are depicted as a noble person, a fearless warrior, wearing luxurious clothing, hats, or royal crowns, and riding noble and powerful horses. This also transferred to Islamic culture, and we can see that in the Islamic pottery, the horsemen are also depicted like what we have in Sasanian art as the hunters, and they are some noblemen from the upper classes of the society with luxurious clothes and hairstyles and breads, sometimes carrying daggers or axes, or in some cases, they're carrying a bird like falcon on their left hand. But here we have some changes. So the form is not completely transferred to Islamic art, but the artisans made some changes, as we can see that in Islamic potteries, most of the hunters are not portrayed actively hunting like in Sasanian metalware, but rather posing as a hunter. We have this motif not only on the potteries, but also on the wall paintings too. This is a wall paintings on the left from the Neyshabur, that we can see a huntsman or the person riding a horse in the posing of the hunters at the back of the horse, and the person is exactly a noble one. Another difference is that the riders on the Islamic pottery usually face left, while on the Sasanian metalware they face right. So we see that here we have some changes, and we see that the Muslim artisans did not merely imitate and copy the Sassanid motifs, but rather try to update them to reflect contemporary artists and cultural trends, while still conveying the same cultural concepts. However, as you see, in some cases, we observe the repetition of the same style with huntsman motifs copied from the Sasanian works. Overall, in conclusion, we can say that despite the Islamic prohibition against the luxury and the use of precious metals for everyday utensil, the cultural memory of Sasanian artistry and pre-Islamic religious symbolism persisted. The frequent appearance of motifs such as peacocks, dogs, and horses on Islamic era pottery indicates a deliberate continuation and adaptation of ancient Iranian visual and symbolic traditions. This continuity highlights the resilience of cultural memory in maintaining a sense of identity and continuity across significant religious and social changes. The blending of ancient Iranian motifs with Islamic artists' conventions resulted in a unique cultural synthesis that enriched the visual and symbolic landscape of early Islamic art in Iran. Overall, we can say that the persistence of pre-Islamic Iranian motifs in the pottery of the 3rd to 5th centuries after Hijrah underscored the enduring power of cultural memory. It illustrates how cultural identity is preserved and transmitted through artistic expressions, even in the face of profound transformation. This study contributed to a deeper understanding of the dynamics of cultural memory and the ways in which ancient cultural elements are perpetuated and reimagined in new historical and cultural contexts. I hope you guys enjoy what I say, and if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you so much for this wonderful talk. So we do have a question. It's like if any ancient Assyrian elements came through via the ancient Acadian art into the Sasanian pottery art.
Yes, this continuity we have is very clear and specific. For example, the presence of the lion in the Achaemenid art is exactly what we see in the Parthian and also Sasanian art. They are performed and depicted, and also we see this continuity into the Islamic. The point is that in ancient Iranian culture, the depiction of the holy creatures is not very common, but we have the icons. As I said, in Achaemenid era, for example, Anahita is mentioned in the text by the kings and the tablets found in Susa or the Persepolis, written by the kings, that they say that the Anahita next to Ahura Mazda helped them to make this building. And this somehow mythical concept is depicted during the Sasanian era and then referred to the Islamic part.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I guess there are no further questions. Thank you so much for presenting today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me with you. It was my pleasure.
Okay. So you can unmute yourself. We can move further to our next presenter. So Ala, are we audible to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So our next presenter is Ala Abedne. So Ala is dedicated to the preservation and the conservation of cultural heritage sites with a background in civil engineering and an MA in conservation and management of cultural resources. Ala brings a deep perspective on technology and archaeology. Ala's research experience, including fieldwork at acquires archaeological sites, and research at Yarmouk University has further strengthened commitments to unraveling Jordan's heritage and fostering cooperation between cultures. As a PhD student in classical archaeology, Ala actively engages in research projects focused on museums and archaeological collections, staying updated on current trends and practices through conferences and workshops. Ala groundbreaking research in AI, robotics, and laser scanning technology for surveying cultural heritage sites, particularly those with Roman origins, has contributed to the advancement of cultural heritage preservations and promoted gender equity and inclusivity in the field of archaeology in Jordan. So, the title of the presentation is Preserving the Past by Exploring the Repurposing and Cycling of Monumental Art. So, Ala, now you can share your presentation, unmute yourself, and your video too.
Okay. I can share my presentation.
You're not visible to me yet.
Okay.
Yeah. You can put your presentation on the slideshow mode.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
In my presentation, I will talk about reusing and adapting for cultural heritage or in
so,
our world.
just,
Okay.
Ala, sorry for interrupting, but your video is not visible.
Now,
No, not yet.
I have some problem, I think.
Okay. Maybe. Please start with the presentation then.
I have a problem, I think.
Okay, no problem. Please start with the presentation.
Okay. Okay.
Can you put it on the slideshow mode?
Is it clear?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. 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 My presentation is about preserving the past through repurposing and recycling monument arts. I'm Ala Ababina, and I'm a PhD student and researcher about cultural heritage, digital heritage, and monuments. Okay. In my introduction, I will discuss about reorganizing the cultural value and reusing the editing monuments and elements from earlier civilizations. Repurposing and recycling essential for preserving the past and reflecting social change and values over time. Repurposing and recycling monument art by adapting existing structural material elements for new purpose, extending the lifespan of artwork and maintaining tangible connection to historical roots and understanding the evaluation of artistic and architectural style through repurposing. Significance of repurposing and recycling to insight cultural and social dynamics shape of adapting our culture. Adapting reuse is part of circular economy and donut economics. Recycling is not just for reuse the monuments, but also it's a part of let's say save the monument, save the culture also. Hybrid style that blend artists, traditionals and artificial use in the sites and studying to repurpose architecture and elements to gain a deeper understanding of our culture here. My case study is the Anqis archaeological sites in Jordan. It's a Roman archaeological site in Jordan and have a variety of type of monuments and some part tunnels, and also a very huge number of monuments. Some of these monuments reused by using to as a restaurant for tourism. These ancient ruins and historical importance reused to regenerate of these monuments and focus on case focus of museum and restaurant. What are your thoughts? Okay. Amkas archaeological site museum is the integration of architecture and heritage purpose materials, capturing the scans of the archaeological sites and offering imaging from past to future, bridging ancient and modern for deeper understanding of historical significance. Also, about Amkes restaurant, it's a new functional and reuse of monument art, incorporation of repurposed artificial and materials, and creating unique dining experience that celebrate local culture heritage. In conclusion, I will discuss about valuable insights from Amkes case study and participate application of preserving the past through repurposing monuments, arts, and celebrating the cultural heritage through effective purpose of these monuments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this quick presentation.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate it. Let's just wait
Thank
for if
you.
there are any question answers. Give me a minute to just see. Okay, we don't have any further questions. So thank you, Ala, for presenting with us today.
Thank you.
So the next presenter, we will be moving towards the next presenter. Let's just wait for them to join in a minute or two. Please stay with us for a minute. Oh,
I'm on meet.
oh,
So I think I'm
yeah.
going to spend some time talking about SASA. And so can you stop your screen share and I'll share mine.
Yeah.
And let me help our audience learn some more about SASA, Save Ancient Studies
Yeah.
Alliance.
So you can share it now.
Okay, I will. So we're going to be waiting about another 25 minutes until our keynote speaker, Dr. Marion Feldman. In the meanwhile, let me show you some of the wonderful resources that SASA has to offer. Okay. So this is a SASA website. This is our homepage. And I'd like to go through the different projects that we have and the resources that we have available. First, I'm going to go to one of our main projects, the Archo Gaming Education website. Archo Gaming Education Project. Archo Gaming itself is a relatively new discipline that looks at video games, usually commercial video games, that are for entertainment purposes, that are somehow historically connected, that have a historical setting. And it tries to understand these in terms of, and criticize them in terms of how they're representing different ancient pasts or more recent pasts. And at the same time, there's an educational component. So what SASA has done is we've taken this concept of using commercial video games that so many people are fascinated with, usually console video games, either on PlayStation or on Xbox. And we've started developing modules for educational settings. To date, we have developed 6 modules for middle school classrooms on a variety of different topics, and we're in the process of working on 2 more. So you can see this screen right here. There's a screenshot from our video that we have on YouTube, which you can go to understand how SASA's Archo Gaming education modules work. They contain a whole set of things for teachers to use. Let me restart this video so you'll be able to see things better. Actually, why don't I just play the video right now for you? See if I can share the sound as well. I'm going to stop the share for a second. Then I'm going to go back and I'll do my screen share together with sound so that you'll be able to really hear and understand what our, and let me tell you what I want. Okay, here we go.
Can you introduce video games into your classroom? The Save Ancient Studies Alliance is proud to introduce you to our Archo Gaming educational modules.
Nearly every teenager today plays video games in some form. According to the Pew Research Center, the number sits at around 90%. Usually, educators separate video games from education as purely entertainment. However, a great many studies support the idea that video games are a fantastic way to learn. Archo Gaming is a project that seeks to help teachers introduce historical topics to students of all ages through video games. Currently, there are 4 modules available to all teachers for free. Each of them focuses on a particular time period and subject. addition to short documentary videos, we provide helpful materials for planning and executing lessons in class, like student activities and teacher guidelines. Every module is narrated by a historical or mythical persona related to the time period of question. The AVLM modules have been made with the consultation and approval of various historical scholars, and all meet federal and state education requirements. Sign up for Archo Gaming modules on our webpage, and also be sure to check out our social media to stay updated.
Okay, so that gave you a good overview of our Archo Gaming education program. And in fact, we've just received a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities to start creating these modules in a revised, upgraded form for undergraduate classes, the project will begin in September and is slated to run for 2 years. Now, next on our projects, we have our annual virtual conference, where you've seen this one already. But in fact, we have 3 previous conferences, and you can go to this page and you can go see the past conferences and watch the cut-up clips from the past conferences. In fact, this year's conference will also get cut up, and the clips will be put up so that you can go see all of the presentations and just watch them. We also host online events quite regularly, as you've seen Lauren Kubash, who was on yesterday talking about this. We have book clubs online. These are all for free. Also, our Archo Gaming education modules are for free for teachers and anyone else who wants to check them out. We have SASA Archo Gaming live streams, and we have other events that go regularly. Please check out our events page that's over here on the website, and that gives you RSVP links to all of the upcoming classes and reading groups and other events that we have available. Next up, here's our reading groups and master classes, and you can actually go and look at past reading groups and master classes and look at their live syllabi to get information about those. We've recently started a continuing education program that focuses on supporting teachers in the United States and elsewhere. Teachers require annual or biannual recertification of their licenses, and a big piece of that is to show that they've done continuing education units, that they've continuing to learn about how to be good teachers and about different content. So for social studies teachers, whether in middle school or in high school, we've developed, we're in the process of developing, excuse me about that, sorry, we're in the process of developing a program that will engage, that will present events, and for teachers in particular, networking events and continuing education live events for credit, and also resources that they'll be able to watch online. Most continuing education goes in the form of live in-person classes or online in-person classes or in asynchronous classes, and you'll be able to do those as well. So actually we have running this summer, we have 6 reading groups of our annual summer and winter reading groups. Well, 6 for this summer that are running and are specifically aimed at teachers. You can also sign up here. These are links to the 6 groups on the continuing education page, and there's a sign up here to receive emails and updates about our growing continuing education program. Now, another project that we have is our Inspire campaign. This is a campaign that runs each summer in which we create new social media posts to help reach people wide and far with topics related to ancient studies in ways that are really interesting and fascinating. We have a series of What's That Artifact posts. We have a series of ancient fanfic posts, even some ancient kitchen videos. You can also check that out on our YouTube channel, where we've had people recording themselves cooking different ancient recipes. Really fascinating. Another project we have is our Sociology of Ancient Studies research. We're trying to understand what's going on with ancient studies, particularly within higher education in the United States and across the world, but also at other educational levels. And you can come here and you can watch certain videos that the research that we have produced, as well as learning about other topics that we've worked on. We have an advisory board of top scholars in ancient studies and in ancient studies education who help guide our work. And we're looking forward to publishing articles about this in the future. In relation to that, there's also the SASA research blog that the SASA research team creates different posts about how we could potentially improve ancient studies and how to navigate different issues in connection with ancient studies. So here's a recent article on the negatives of artificial intelligence in education that somebody from our team has created. Now, moving on to our resources, we have a wonderful database of online ancient studies websites. These are from all different areas, fields that connect within ancient studies. You can send feedback and submit your own website for us to vet. There are about 1,400 websites listed, and we give a sort of overview of what each site's about. So the Keynote, and you can scroll over and you learn about what a Keynote is about. It's about texts related to the ancient Achaemenid Persian Empire. While we have the China Biographical Database, which I'd never heard of before, and here it is sitting right here, a freely accessible relational database with biographical information on over 500,000 historical individuals, primarily in the 7th through 19th centuries in China. And here we have a great search tool that you can use. You can either do a basic search or you can search by category. So let's say I'm interested in ancient music. I click right here and I'll search for, let's say, if I'm interested in ancient Chinese music. That didn't work. We've only gotten Chinese things. Two really interesting websites. And of course, you click on any of these links, it'll take you straight to that website. Silk Road, Seattle, University of Washington. That sounds fascinating. The Silk Road is the trade and transport route overland between China and Iran through the deserts in Central Asia that operated in the first millennium BCE and in the first millennium CE and beyond. So this is a great resource here. We also have archaeological vocabulary guides that you can use if you're interested in fieldwork. These are translations of basic archaeological terms into a number of languages. We have intro guides, which are guides that help you start digging into different topics in the ancient world. They give you an overview of the topic and listings of the bibliography of the major works and tools, bibliographic tools and textual tools, grammars, vocabularies, dictionaries, things like that. So you can start doing self-study on your own. I really recommend you take a look at what we have here, and we're working on making more of those. We have our ancient fan fiction page, which consists of different stories that our wonderful interns and volunteers have written that relate. They're all fanfic, so they're historical fiction related to specific individuals or contexts in a whole host of different ancient cultures. They're really, really fascinating. I highly recommend some of them, the ones that I've read. Then we have Port Ancient. Port Ancient is our partner gallery, as Leon showed us yesterday. It's a listing of all of our partners. We have so many different partners. I'm just scrolling down through this now. I think we have over 60 partners of all different types. Some of them are YouTube channels. Some of them, By Jove, is a theater company that puts on ancient-related plays. The Asiatic Society for Social Science Research is a professional academic association in India. There are so many different people who are working on ancient studies in a whole host of ways, both in terms of outreach and in terms of scholarship. In the end, I think I would also like to, what else can we talk about here? I also want to point out the events page, as I said before, but just so that you know there are upcoming events that you can go right here, right now, and you can learn more about the RSVP. We still have some summer reading groups that are ongoing, so you can check those out here and learn more about what they might be and sign up. And then, of course, we have our donate page. Just a plug for donating to SASA. SASA is mainly a volunteer-run organization. We have dozens and dozens of individuals who put a lot of their time and effort into making SASA a wonderful organization that's been growing for the last 4 years. We really would appreciate your support. If you have the money available, and if you find any of our offerings useful, engaging, just like this virtual conference, please come and donate. In fact, during this virtual conference, all those who donate can have access to an interesting event afterwards. Donate to play. Let me scroll down here. Oh, here is our PayPal button. But it's at the bottom of this virtual conference page, and you can see what you can get for donating. Any amount will get you access to our Pictionary night that's upcoming, and $500 or more gets you a personal meeting with me. If anybody's interested in that, I'm certainly would enjoy meeting with any of you and discussing ancient studies. So before I hand this over to our next presenter, I just want to point out our mission. Our mission is to promote the study of the ancient world and engagement with our human deeper pasts by building a grassroots movement through outreach, collaboration, accessibility, and public scholarship. We work toward our goal of inspiring a wide, inclusive community of scholars, learners, and students. Thanks for listening, and I think I'm going to hand things back over to Manmeet so we can move on with our next presenter.
Thank you so much, David, for giving insight on SASA's page. So we have our next presenter with us. Thomas and Stephen, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So here we are with our last presenter for the session, Thomas Greener and Stephen Fickelor. So Thomas H. Greener is a PhD candidate in Ancient Near Eastern Studies at the University of Toronto, where he specializes in the cultural significance of lapis lazuli. In pre-dynastic and early dynastic Egypt, he teaches at Toronto Metropolitan University and blogs regularly for the Nile Scribes. And then Stephen Fickelor is a PhD candidate in Ancient Near Eastern Studies at the University of Toronto, where he specializes in ancient Egyptian wisdom texts of the early Middle Kingdom. He is a member of the National Board of the Society for the Study of Egyptian Antiques, as well as Vice President of the Toronto chapter. So today they will be presenting on ancient Egyptian influences across Toronto's architectural and cultural landscape. So over to you guys. Now you can share your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we start, a big thank you to Dr. Anne Nguyen and the rest of the SASA team in putting together, I think, this exciting conference. Let me just share my screen. I hope everyone can go see our screen now. Should show a nice image of a Sphinx arriving in the harbor of Toronto.
Yes, your presentation
Perfect.
is with.
Okay, well, thanks again, everyone, for being here and for organizing this conference, letting us share our research with you. My name is Thomas Greiner. I'll be doing the first part of the lecture, and about halfway through, I'll be handing it over to Stephen Ficalora to continue our journey. Our talk today will take us into the city of Toronto, Canada, where we'll explore the way Egypt is used in the city's architectural and cultural landscape. And there are a few examples already of how the city is connected to Egypt. You can see here a Sphinx arriving in the late 1980s in the harbor in Toronto to actually be part of the staging of the famous opera Aida that was staged in the late 1980s at Sky Dome, which is now Rogers Center in Toronto. You can see here just the Sphinx being set up. We also have the presence of many Egyptians across the city, and we'll touch on that in our conclusion. Here, the building of a large-scale Coptic cathedral in style after the one in Cairo, on the border between Markham and Toronto. And we also have Toronto influence going over to Alexandria and Egypt in the loading of some of the streetcars in the 1960s that made their way back to Egypt. And perhaps most well-known about ancient Egypt and Toronto is the collection of ancient Egyptian antiquities that is part of the Royal Ontario Museum. That was an important milestone with the museum's opening in 1914. And you can see here an image of the crystal since its construction over 15 years ago. This used to be the main entrance of the ROM until quite recently. And the history of the ROM goes back all the way to the early 20th century with the leading figure of Charles T. Kayleigh playing a leading role here. It was through his participation in fieldwork in Egypt and has close relationships with donors and several important fellows of the British Egyptological scene that brought many Egyptian antiquities to Toronto. And in many published works, the foundation of the ROM is really seen as the pivotal event in the influence of Egypt on Toronto's population. And in this talk, we're going to go take this little idea a bit apart, and we're going to be visiting 5 contexts around downtown Toronto. So I give you a map here of the city as it looks like, with our famous landmark, the CN Tower, close to the waterfront, the ROM to the top left of the picture. And our first context will take us to St. James Cemetery. We'll be visiting a wonderful mausoleum. Then we're going to go right near the ROM, just right across the museum, and visit a set of stained glass windows. Then continue our journey by talking about a mural with Egyptian motifs that are located at Meridian Hall, formerly known as the O'Keefe Center, before we'll take public transit and end up at Museum Station, where we'll encounter, surprisingly, some Egyptian motifs, and then finish our journey by talking about how ancient Egypt is used in a modern-day Egyptian restaurant. Now, the first context that we will explore takes us into St. James Cemetery, and you can probably note here already some Egyptian influence is present with the use of obelisks in several of these funerary monuments. As we make our way through the cemetery, we actually come to the edge of a ravine, and on the top there is just the roof of what appears to be a mausoleum. And here we have the name of an individual engraved on a plaque, and it's none other than Sir Casimir Stanislaus Chowsky, who was born on March 5th, 1813 in St. Petersburg in Russia to a Polish family with origins in Grodno in modern-day Belarus. Now, Chowsky would go on to join the Imperial Corps of Engineers at the age of 17, and during the studies also, they became involved with Polish resistance efforts in hopes of establishing an independent Poland. After failed attempts, he would find himself in a prison in Austria before making his way over to the United States in 1834, where he landed in New York back then. He would go on to study English and law, and eventually took up employment with work on the New York and Erie railways. And by 1841, through some familial connections, he ended up coming to Canada, where Chowsky would become a well-known engineer involved with projects such as the Grand Trunk Railway, the construction of Yonge Street in Toronto, as well as the International Railway Bridge across Niagara River at Fort Erie that you can see in the photo on the top left. Now, within his home in Toronto, which was colloquially known as the Hall, and eventually he hired on architect Frederick Cumberland to build this residence, the interior featured a variety of furniture, including several classical Greek-inspired statues you can see here just at the very back through the doorframe. Now, very late in life, Chowsky would go on to serve for about a year to be Ontario's lieutenant governor before passing away on August 24th, 1898. Now, knowing their life details, how did it affect the decoration of their mausoleums? Remember, we've just seen the roof before. And so in order to get to the front, you make your way down a staircase, so that would be to the right of the photo. And when we arrive at the front of the mausoleum, you can most likely already identify possibly some Egyptianizing motifs. We have here some Egyptianized columns that are heavily stylized, flanking the entrance, one on either side. And each column also features the motif of a sun disk with its rays emanating forth. Again, emphasis on it being heavily stylized. When we take a look above the columns, we notice a stylized sun disk with the outstretched wings of a vulture that sits in the center of the cornice and also occurs a few more times across the band just underneath the roof. And so it's a little bit troubling, as you've seen from the biography, short biography, that there's not really a clear indication as to why Chowsky would have Egyptian elements featuring in the family mausoleum. Is the question perhaps that, Chowsky catch the Egyptomania bug that was sweeping across Europe, the United States, and other parts of the world throughout the late 19th century? Biographers of Chowsky, Ludwig Gross-Rapcewicz, Zubowski, and William Greening, they note actually that several members of Chowsky's family have connections to Freemasons. They might have been members of that movement. And is this perhaps the explanation behind the use of the Egyptian motifs here? Within Freemasonry, we know of a surge in the construction of buildings and lodges adopting the use of Egyptian and neoclassical motifs in the late 19th to early centuries. And when we look in the funerary side of things, we also find Egyptianizing motifs being adopted in the construction of mausolea. So you can see here just a range of mausoleums that are making use of Egyptian elements, quite different, quite often, but these all come from the late 19th to the early 20th centuries. We've got a couple here at Pittsburgh at Allegheny Cemetery, the well-known Woolworth Mausoleum in New York, and as far west as Vancouver on the Pacific West Coast, we have the Woodward Mausoleum dating to 1924. So again, maybe it's in this tradition that we should see these elements. Now, this is probably, I would say, the first instance really in the city where we have the use of ancient Egypt documented, at least still surviving today. Another building that we will visit is the well-known Lillian Massey building. So for those of you who will ever make the way over to the Royal Ontario Museum, it's just right across the road. You wouldn't really know it from the outside. The outside, again, features heavily neoclassical elements. And Lillian Massey building is actually today part of the University of Toronto. And when it was completed in 1913, the building housed the Department of Household Sciences. When we take a look at the outside, you can see some neoclassical elements, including prominently placed Ionic columns. And this is from a photo of a postcard from the early 20th century. But it's on the interior where we find some ancient Egyptian artistic elements that are being used in a set of 3 stained glass windows. That when we look at first glance, the style situates them, I think, quite well within the Hellenistic world, but upon further examination, several ancient Egyptian elements are noticeable. This building goes back to the financial contributions by Lillian Massey Treble of Massey fame, who was a major financial backer of this new department and was also keen on the decoration behind the stained glass windows. Unfortunately, they would die before they're able to see the windows. Now, the artist who was behind the decoration coming up with the program was none other than Henry Holiday, who had a keen interest in antiquity, and some of their stained glass windows are even part of Westminster Abbey in England today. He was the one to push Egyptianizing motifs to be part of the stained glass window, also in close conjunction with Charles Drake Corelli that you've seen earlier in connection with the Royal Ontario Museum. But this inclusion of Egyptianizing motif might have been to the chagrin of Lillian Massey, who might have preferred non-Egyptian motifs to be used in the stained glass window. We have a letter that Holiday wrote to Corelli in 1913, where he really tries to make the case for the inclusion of Egyptianizing elements. He writes here, "You will, of course, well understand that the fact of a building being of a classical style does not necessarily involve the exclusion of all but Greek subjects. 2 considerations would lead me to suggest Egyptian domestic scenes. 1, if we are to go back to the past for picturesque and interesting presentment of domestic work, it would seem reasonable to go to the earliest civilized examples. 2, the Greeks were not in the habit of painting pictures of all their occupations as were the Egyptians, so that Egypt would supply us with far more abundant authority for our subjects. I might add a 3rd reason, that the realization of Egyptian scenes is far less common in Greek." Now, when we look at the stained glass windows, I've noted before, they are certainly located the theme within the Greco-Roman world and their sign, but upon closer inspection, we do find ancient influences. As Stephen Schubert notes, Holiday had access to and in turn drew inspiration from some of the gorgeous illustrations found in some well-known 19th century publications by, for example, Lepsius, Rossellini, and Brice d'Aven. Now, quick overview of some of the Egyptian decorative elements. So, for example, in the top left image right here, you can make out a keka frieze, which is kind of the stylized version of a bundle of reeds tied together that are often decorating the top parts of walls in several monuments. We also encounter again the sun disk with the outstretched wings and a whole number of plant motifs to make part of capitals of columns and whatnot. So we have here, for example, lodiform, papyriform, and lily-shaped columns. And when you look very closely on the bottom right image, you can actually make out that the hieroglyphs were installed the wrong way around. So we actually, in order to read this, we have to, kind of turn it around. Isn't technology nice where we can just, turn it around? In looking at the panels, we can also detect some influences from Old Kingdom Egypt, so from the 3rd millennium BC, where, for example, in this scene on the right here, you can make out several of these laborers with these very characteristic wigs. We have example right here from a wonderful statue of the individualist Medchechi that's in the Brooklyn Museum, where again, in one example, you can make out like the connections right here to the statue. The subject matter of many of the scenes also find inspiration in many of the daily life scenes of late Old Kingdom private tombs, which preserve agricultural scenes. We have jewelry and other craft productions, to name some. So, for example, in this one right here, where we can see two women kind of grinding grain, we have similar examples here from in the tomb of Mehu at Saqqara from the 6th dynasty, several women kind of threshing grain. And we even have funerary models, for example, the small limestone statuette of a woman grinding grain as well that comes to us from Giza from the 5th dynasty. Now, I will pass it over to Stephen to walk us through the next motifs.
Thank you, Thomas. So moving on to Toronto's east side is the O'Keefe Centre, today known as Meridian Hall. And this was built in 1960, and it served as, and still serves as, one of Toronto's premier centers of performing arts. It was built by architects Earl Morgan and Page in Steel, Toronto. And at the time of its construction, the city really lacked any modern performance spaces. And so Toronto Mayor Nathan Phillips at the time called for a new performing arts center to be built. Until 2006, Meridian Hall was the home to the National Ballet of Canada and the Canadian Opera Company. And today, visitors to Meridian Hall will still be greeted in the lobby by the mural, The Seven Lively Arts, by Toronto artist R. York Wilson. Wilson was a Toronto artist known for his large-scale murals during the 1950s. The mural measures 15 feet high by 100 feet long. And at the time of its creation, the mural was one of the largest painted in Canada and received some fame when Wilson had to fight a legal battle against the US-based Scenic Arts Union, the Brotherhood of Painters and Decorators, who didn't want the independent artist to paint his own mural. The union argued that the mural should be painted by union members, like in the United States. Wilson won the battle for the right to paint his mural without joining the union. The mural highlights 7 forms of art throughout history: painting, sculpture, architecture, music, literature, dance, and drama. Each section incorporates examples of each respective art form from what Wilson considered Western civilizations and cultures throughout history, including ancient Egypt. Within the mural's first section, paintings throughout history, are 2 stereotypical Egyptian figures on the viewer's far left, just below examples of cave art, implying that ancient Egypt was the originator of the art form. The male figure on the left wears a headdress reminiscent of the Nemes and holds what might be a lily or a papyrus stalk, and the female figure on his right wears a tripartite wig and has her hands raised in worship. Likewise, in the sculpture section, there features an Egyptian sphinx that appears to be inspired by those of Hatshepsut. Moving back towards the Royal Ontario Museum and access to the museum is Museum Station. The Toronto Transit Commission, or the TTC, was founded in 1921 and provides public transit to over 1.7 million people a day throughout its network of subways, light rail vehicles, streetcars, and buses throughout the city of Toronto. In 2008, the TTC unveiled a newly renovated museum subway stop, The station provides access to both the Royal Ontario Museum on the west side of Queen's Park and the Gardiner Museum of Ceramics on the east side. The $5 million restoration by Canadian architects Diamond and Schmidt features architectural elements inspired by and drawing upon the collections of both the Royal Ontario Museum and the Gardiner Museum. These were chosen by the architects in consultation with museum curators. And the main architectural elements of the station are sculpted load-bearing columns based on Toltec, First Nations, Chinese, Greek, and Egyptian themes. These columns draw passengers out of the train and give them a hint of what is expecting them in both museums above ground. The first hint of Egyptian elements passengers are greeted by are 4 pairs of columns flanking each side of the platform, taking the shape of Osiris. The front of the columns, oriented towards passengers exiting the subway cars, represent a generic and stereotypical Egyptian mummiform king wearing the Nemes headdress and holding the crook and flail. On the back and sides of the columns, there are decorations with hieroglyphic text in raised relief, and these are borrowed from a relief of Thutmose III from Deir el-Bahri, a reproduction of which is now in the Egyptian Gallery of the Royal Ontario Museum. The text is an offering formula to the god Amun and reads, an offering of the best fresh myrrh for Amun-Re, Lord of the throne to the 2 lands, Lord of heaven, so that he may make a giving of life, stability, dominion, health, and his joy like Re forever. Though spaced out along the platforms, the Osiris of the museum station recall the New Kingdom mortuary temples like those of Hatshepsut and Ramses II, greeting visitors with a deified Osiris king. A second architectural element inspired by ancient Egypt are the large signs spelling out museum along the station track walls. The large orange letters are decorated with portions of hieroglyphic inscriptions. The text is borrowed from a relief from the tomb of Mechechi on display in the Royal Ontario Museum, and the inscription describes the 5th dynasty nobleman's devotion to his parents in the standard Old Kingdom autobiographical form. The 2008 renovations aren't the first time that ancient Egyptian antiquities inspired design and architecture museum station. In 1975, the mummified body of an Egyptian named Nacht was on display in the station to highlight the 1974 autopsy and X-ray of the mummified body. Museum Station is currently undergoing another renovation that is set to be complete by the end of 2025, with the aims of adding better accessibility and structural rehabilitation. No design plans have been released, but we are hoping that more Egyptian-inspired elements will be included. Moving further to the west is Papyrus Restaurant, opened in 2018, and which serves traditional and classic Egyptian cuisine, incorporating ancient Egyptian design and motifs in the restaurant's decor. The central focus in the restaurant is on 3 wooden backlit panels. Incised into each of the panels is a list of words in 2 columns describing various aspects of life. The column on the left reads sister, family, humanity, generous, eat, union, life, sun, love, and beauty. On the right, it reads people, brother, kindness, pleasant, join, make, papyrus, border, peace, joy. And finalizing the list at the bottom is the classic Egyptian formula, life, prosperity, and health. The 3 panels are inspired by the Rosetta Stone, displaying the message in 3 unique scripts, English on the left, hieroglyphs in the center, and Arabic on the right. The panels designed with the help of Stacey Davidson were created to highlight Egypt's collective multicultural history and connections to the past. As of the 2016 census, there are nearly 34,000 individuals of Egyptian origin in Toronto. With the growing Egyptian population, Egyptian influences, both ancient and modern, can be seen across Toronto's architectural and cultural landscape. New Egyptian restaurants, ancient Egyptian-inspired architecture, and Egyptian newcomers continue to enrich Toronto's diverse and multicultural setting. Ancient Egyptian influence in Toronto can be seen across the decades and will no doubt continue into the future as proud Egyptians make Toronto their new home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So We are open for questions now. So we do have a question. There's one question. Am I audible, Stefan?
Yeah, you are.
So there's a question. Does the supposed need for a paternalistic view of the study of antique by the West over the East understanding of its own culture still?
I think it's a combination of both, definitely with the older examples that Thomas highlighted and that I highlighted with Museum Station and the O'Keeffe Center. It's definitely a Western view. We could see the stereotypical forms of Egyptian figures, like in the Lillian Massey windows, in the architectural forms of Museum Station and the mural representation of more stereotypical Egyptian figures. But then, with more immigration to Toronto by native Egyptians, I think we're seeing kind of a shift to more of a native view of the culture, where when we go to places like Papyrus Restaurant, there is an influence of both modern and ancient Egyptian motifs within the same space.
Okay. And there's another question. Are you aware of any studies that look at the public perception of these Egyptian themes in architecture?
Sorry, what was the last part of the question? I'm aware of.
Okay, I'll just repeat. Are you aware of any studies that look at the public reception of these Egyptian themes in architecture?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think there have been any studies done. I'm not sure if Thomas knows.
Of like Egyptian themes in architecture?
Of the
Yes.
themes.
Oh, I'm aware of, I think, some visitor studies that have been done like in connection with museum collections, but of studies of like Egyptians like living abroad and how their heritage is used, I'm not aware of that much either, to be quite honest. There might be like a little bit of work that's being done, and I think that's up and coming, like with a lot more assertions of Egyptians taking over their heritage and kind of, rightfully asserting their place, and that's something I can only commend and want to be part of. But like locally here, like in North America, I'm not that familiar with that. So there's been like some articles published on like these motifs, but mostly I think from like a Western perspective, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, then thank you. There are no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much, Stephen and Thomas.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
So here we are ending this session now. We are done with this session, and with this, now we will be proceeding to our keynote speaker, Dr. Marian Feldham. Hello, Dr. Mariam. Am I audible to you?
Hi, yes. Do you want me to put my video on now?
Yeah, sure. But let me just introduce you, and then we can move further. Yeah. So today we are going to have our third keynote speaker, Dr. Mariam Feldham. So Mariam Feldham holds a joint appointment in the Department of the History of Art and the Near Eastern Studies. She received her PhD in art history at Harvard University in ancient Near Eastern art and concentrates on the arts of the late 3rd, 2nd, and the 1st millennium BCE in the Near East and the Eastern Mediterranean. Her interests range from questions regarding the role of the arts in the cultural interactions and collective memory of issues of style, object agencies, materiality, and space. Professor Feldham has held fellowship at the Institution for Archaeological Research at the University of Freiburg, in the Internationalist Colleg Morphomate at the University of Cologne, and the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavior Science at Stanford University from 2008 to 2009. She was recently a co-PI on the project Material Entanglements in the Ancient Mediterranean and Beyond, funded by the Getty Foundation Connecting Art Histories initiative from 2017 to 2020. She was a Getty Foundation Connecting Art Histories visiting professor at Boğaziçi University, Istanbul, and a visiting professor at the University of Heidelberg. She taught in the History of Art and Near Eastern Studies departments at the University of California, Berkeley, before coming to Johns Hopkins in 2013. So today, for the session, she will be sharing her views on the display and the reception of Acadian period from circa 2350 to 2150 BCE, royal monuments in later Mesopotamian history. So, Dr. Stephen.
Okay, so I just need to share my screen. Do that. Okay. Is this all working?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And thank you all very much for the invitation to present this keynote lecture. I will launch into this. Let me just see, I always have to remember how to go forward. That's not how we go forward. Okay. The kings of the Acadian period, who ruled from around 2350 to 2150 BCE, were remembered for thousands of years by later people of Mesopotamia. Mostly this memory was passed down through the medium of literature, which preserved legends of the founder of the Acadian dynasty, Sargon, known in scholarship today as Sargon the Great, and his grandson Naram-Sin. But material remains of these rulers also persisted through the ages and were re-encountered by later people in a variety of different contexts. These material remains, stone statues in the round and carved stelae, continued to be displayed, studied, and even captured as war booty for almost 2,000 years before finally succumbing to abandonment and burial in the accumulated debris that comprises the modern archaeological mounds of today's Middle East. Material remains play a critical role in the formation and promulgation of memory, and large state-sponsored monuments made of durable materials contribute especially to memories held among groups of people, a so-called collective memory. In the 1980s, the social historian Paul Connerton explored the notion of collective memory and how it was conveyed and sustained through cultural production. He focused specifically on the period of the French Revolution in the 18th century of our era, but his conclusions are relevant for any time and place, and his scholarship has been especially important for studying the way the past has been encountered and remembered in the past. For Connerton, individuals form ties with larger groups through their participation in ceremonial activities involving human-object interactions. The material objects in their physical presence that transcends ephemeral interactions provide images of permanence and stability. Among these objects, Connerton distinguishes between what he calls inscribed versus incorporated practices. Inscribed practices entail highly self-conscious acts of identity expression, such as written text or visual representations. Incorporated practices belong more to the realm of habit and custom that make up muscle memory and felt bodily experiences. Material remains of inscribed practices tend to be quite evident and call attention to themselves through their text and/or visual features. Incorporated practices can be more difficult to identify in the archaeological remains. They depend on reconstructing a sense of engagement between human individuals and atmospheric environments comprised of material remains. By means of the Acadian monuments, it is possible for us to trace some of the inscribed practices that serve to sustain and shape the later memory of the Acadian period and its rulers. It is trickier to trace incorporated practices by which the Akkadian period is taken up into the habitual practices of later Mesopotamians, but echoes can be found in later artworks. Recently, Melissa Eppiheimer has pursued related questions regarding the legacy of Akkadian period royal arts through the course of Mesopotamian history, and this talk engages closely with her ideas, while also drawing on my own forthcoming book on the topic. The talk follows some of the royal monuments commissioned by Akkadian rulers as they move through time from the period immediately following the Akkadian dynasty at the end of the 3rd millennium BCE, down to the middle of the 1st millennium BCE. It sketches the context in which the monuments appear and considers the later period's reception of the older works. Some of these monuments have survived in the archaeological record. Others can be identified through textual evidence. Many of them follow complex biographical trajectories. The Akkadian state was established under the first ruler of its dynasty, Sargon, who around 2350 BCE, and I should say that our handle on precise dates is not very good for this early period, so I'm using just rough dates. So around 2350 BCE, Sargon claimed rulership of all of southern Mesopotamia. As far as we are aware, this was the first time that a king had successfully brought under single rule all the various independent city-states that made up the regions known as Sumer in the far south and Akkad to the north in central Mesopotamia. Sargon himself seems to have come out of the court of the king of Kish, and it appears that he built a newly founded capital called Agade. This capital remains unexcavated, and its precise location is debated. Sargon's dynasty, including his grandson Naram-Sin, who deifies himself during his lifetime, ruled for only around 150 years, but it lived on in the imagination of later Mesopotamians. Very few, if any, Akkadian royal sculptures have survived in their original setting. All of them have been moved and tampered with to some degree. A corpus of fragmentary statues in the round of the Akkadian ruler Manish-Tushu, one of Sargon's sons, offers a glimpse at the original context of Akkadian sculpture, as well as speaks to its multiple afterlives. Eppiheimer has assembled all the surviving statue fragments and proposes that they function during Manish-Tushu's reign as a means of binding together the different areas of the newly unified Akkadian state. The statues, though none are complete, and I'm showing you several fragments here on the screen, take the form of seated or standing representations of the king. Their fragments have been recovered from sites around Mesopotamia, including Sippar, Nippur, and Uruk, as well as outside of Mesopotamia in Elam, where they were taken to the city of Susa by a 12th century Elamite ruler after he conducted raids on several Mesopotamian cities. I'll come back to the Elamite looting in a moment, but what is noteworthy here is that the Elamite king added inscriptions to several fragments, which note the locations from which he took the pieces, including the still undiscovered Akkadian capital of Agade. Going back to the time of the Akkadian rulers, it appears that Manish-Tushu set these up throughout his newly unified realm, and as such, they served as a means of generating a collective memory of what it meant to be an Akkadian ruler, and especially the ambitions of a large territorial state. Of particular note is the high degree of standardization seen among these statues, which, as Eppiheimer's research has demonstrated, share numerous features such as material, which is this hard black stone, often identified as diorite, their dimensions, which are approximately life-sized, and stylistic details. In addition, Manish-Tushu had the statues inscribed with the same text that recounts their dedication. This standardization ensured that the general appearance of each statue, set up in temple cellas around Mesopotamia, would be experienced similarly by people throughout the territory of the new state, effectively creating a collective memory through the inscribed practices of the statue's production, dedication, and subsequent ritual context. The standardization also stood out in its distinctiveness from statuary of the preceding period, known as the early dynastic period, which tended to be much smaller in scale, made out of soft, pale gypsum stones, and represented individuals from a more diverse set of social statuses. And I'm showing you just a few of them here on the right. The end of the Acadian state, somewhere around 2150 BCE, is clouded in uncertainty. Later legends, especially the composition known as the Curse of Agade, attribute its collapse to a group of outsiders, the Gutians, who were able to destroy the capital city after the city's patron goddess, Ishtar, abandoned it. From the breakdown of the Acadian territorial state arose several smaller city-states, including that of Lagash. Following in the tradition of Manish-Tushu, the ruler of Lagash, Gudea, commissioned a series of seated and standing statues of himself, made out of hard black stone and inscribed with long dedicatory text. Also, like Manish-Tushu's statues, these were not discovered in their original locations. Rather, they had been collected by a much later official from the Hellenistic period. But it is clear from their lengthy inscriptions that they were erected in numerous temples throughout the city-state. While in certain fundamental ways they differ from the Akkadian precedents, most notably in the attire and hairstyle, you don't actually see the hairstyle in either of these images, which are missing their heads, they reveal the incorporated practices of large-scale, extremely durable statuary set up in sacred spaces. Without pointing directly to the Acadians, Gudea's statues subtly convey a sense of power, stability, and durability through the same qualities seen in Manish-Tushu's statues, a faint echo rather than an explicit statement. Lagash's independence was short-lived, and it was soon absorbed into an expanding territorial state ruled from the city of Ur, known today as the Third Dynasty of Ur, or Ur-3 for short. The founder of the dynasty, Ur-Nama, and his son Shulgi engaged in a massive building program throughout their new state. The most radical of their architectural interventions was the ziggurat, a series of stepped platforms on top of which sat the temple. At least 4 almost identical ziggurat complexes were constructed in Mesopotamia by Ur-Nama and Shulgi. The best known is the one dedicated to the moon god Nana at Ur, but examples were also constructed for the goddess Inanna at Uruk, the god Enki at Eridu, and the chief Sumerian deity Enlil at Nippur. These building programs radically changed the landscape of the cities in which they were erected, and at least at Nippur, we know that they destroyed an elaborate temple complex from the Akkadian period. Yet we know that during this period, shrines were established to worship the earlier Akkadian rulers, and many of the legends about them appear to have first been composed during this time. These legends, like the Curse of Agade, offer some of the clearest evidence for inscribed practices contributing to the collective Mesopotamian memory of the Akkadian Golden Age. We can also be pretty certain that Akkadian sculpture, which as we saw in the case of Manish-Tushu's was set up around Mesopotamia, was retained by the Ur-3 rulers, who apparently displayed them anew in their newly built ziggurat complexes. Again, we have limited evidence from actual in situ examples, although a small fragment of a larger stone monument bearing an inscription of the Akkadian king Naram-Sin has recently been excavated in an Ur-3 period temple courtyard at the site of Tulu al-Bakarat, thought to be the religious center of Kesh. However, the Ur-3 temple complexes, though built new at this time, remained in use for the next 1,500 years, and we have evidence that Akkadian royal statues continued to be displayed in their temple courtyards hundreds of years later, a point to which I will return momentarily. The inscribed nature of the statues, however, also participated in ceremonial and ritual activities carried out in the temple spaces. And I'm showing you this reconstruction just to give you a kind of speculative idea of what these kinds of ritual activities might look like. And these contribute to incorporated practices surrounding the new Ur-3 spaces of display, which in turn affected the memory of Akkad. In effect, we have a merging of inscribed and incorporated practices that will continue to shape the memory of the Akkadian state from then on. We cannot separate these from one another. As I just mentioned, evidence exists for a continued engagement with both the inscribed monuments of the Acadian kings, as well as the more incorporated aspects of their memory, as curated first by the Ur-3 rulers. This evidence takes the form of clay tablets on which collections of statue inscriptions were assembled by scribes during the early 2nd millennium BCE, something like 400 years after the Acadian period. The largest group of these tablets comes from Nippur, although there are also examples from Ur. In addition to collecting the inscriptions that were carved on the royal statues, several of them provide information about the location of the inscription on the monument and the location of the monument itself. For example, one collection specifies that they come from statues in the courtyard of the ziggurat complex at Nippur, known as the Ikor. Others indicate that the inscriptions were found on the base or on an arm. Giorgio Bucciolati has reconstructed one of these statues according to the inscriptions and with comparison to surviving statue fragments, such as those of Manish Tushu, and I'm showing you that on the left. It is important to keep in mind that these collections of inscriptions represent an intellectual engagement on the part of the scribes with these earlier monuments. In other words, a highly inscribed practice in almost every possible way. We have to imagine the scribes moving among the statues within the temple courtyards, looking closely at them and copying their inscriptions carefully. We know that they were precise in their work because their copies match actual Akkadian period sculptural fragments, such as the one found at Tulu al-Bakarat, which records a campaign that is also found on one of these tablet collections. This highly conscious engagement connected the scribes to the Akkadian past, which they in turn passed along for the future. At the same time, their bodily experiences, standing in the great open courtyards of the ziggurat complexes in which the statues now stood, reshaped their understanding of this past in ways that most likely escaped their notice. And still, the monuments continued to exist in these temple courtyards for several hundreds of years more. Our next glimpse comes from a corpus of sculpture excavated at the royal Elamite city of Susa in southwestern Iran. Already mentioned earlier in conjunction with inscribed fragments of Manish Tushu, these objects represent the military booty of an Elamite ruler, Shutruk-Nahunta, who around 1155 BCE conducted a series of raids on Babylonian cities. In several cases, it is possible to track the monuments back to their original location, according to either an Acadian period inscription or an inscription that Shutruk-Nahunta added. For example, Shutruk-Nahunta noted on the Manish Tushu fragments already discussed that they came from the cities of Agade and Eshnuna. He boasts, quote, "I conquered Agade. I took the statue of Manish Tushu and brought it to Elam," end quote. We can assume then that these statues stood in the temple courtyards of the Babylonian cities circa 1155 BCE. One monument in particular allows us to trace its wanderings, the so-called Victory Stele of Naram Sin. The nearly 7-foot-tall sandstone monument survives almost complete. Only the bottom portion is broken away. The irregularly shaped stone slab is carved on the front with a triumphant scene of Naram Sin trampling his enemy high on a mountaintop. His army climbs the steep slope behind him while the enemies tumble in defeat. Just above Naram Sin, who wears a horned headdress indicating his newly divinized status, a partially preserved inscription recounts his military success over people of the Zagros Mountains in western Iran. It reads, "The divine Naram Sin, the mighty," and then it breaks off, "the Highlanders of Lulibum assembled together," and another break, "and a battle," another break, and then he heaped up a burial mound over them and dedicated the stele to the god whose name is unfortunately broken. When Shutruk-Nahunta looted the stele, he added an inscription alongside the existing inscription and carved relief. It reads, I am Shutruk-Nahunta, son of Halitush in Shushanak, beloved servant of the god in Shushanak, king of Anshan and Susa, enlarger of my realm, protector of Elam, prince of Elam. At the command of the god in Shushanak, I struck down the city of Sippar. I took the stele of Naram-Sin in my hand, and I carried it off and brought it back to Elam. I set it up in dedication to my lord in Shushanak. Shutruk-Nahunta's inscription is revealing on a number of levels. First, it tells us that Naram-Sin's stele stood in Sippar in the 12th century and was accessible enough for it to be seized during a fairly quick military raid. Because of the 3 astral symbols on the top of the stele, which remain difficult to interpret but appear to be solar symbols, and because the main temple in Sippar is dedicated to the sun god Shamash, it seems likely that the stele was originally erected by Naram-Sin in Sippar over 1,000 years earlier. It is also likely that whatever temple context it originally adorned saw architectural changes, either renovations or complete rebuilds, as in the Ur-3 ziggurat complexes. In either case, the stele had been protected, preserved, and presumably still displayed for this long period of time. Second, it shows us that Naram-Sin and the Acadian past were still known and appreciated 1,000 years later. Shutruk-Nahunta makes a point of recording that the stele belonged to Naram-Sin. Moreover, he refrains from erasing Naram-Sin's name in the original inscription, nor does he deface the ruler's image, an occurrence we see in other instances in which intentional mutilation marks the successful conquest of one ruler over another. Last, the dedication of the monument in its new but still mostly intact state to the chief city of Elam in Shushanak indicates that the stele was considered a worthy item. Thus, we can track Shutruk-Nahunta's interest in and knowledge of the Acadians by means of his engagement with the monument. However, we might want to consider Naram-Sin's stele and the memory of the Acadian state from a slightly different perspective. Shutruk-Nahunta does not claim to be part of the Babylonian dynastic tradition to which the Acadian rulers belonged. He is the ruler of the land of Elam, which encompasses 2 major cities, Susa and Anshan, in what is today southwestern Iran, and Anshan falls off of this map to the east. This region, and especially the city of Susa, had a long history of its own, going back before the Acadian dynasty. Over thousands of years, Susa had complex interactions with southern Mesopotamia, at times working closely together and at other times in opposition. Shutruk-Nahunta's raid on several Mesopotamian cities highlights the more antagonistic nature of the relationship in the 12th century BCE. Indeed, during the Acadian period, Susa had come under Acadian rule as the kings expanded their territorial conquests beyond the boundaries of Babylonia proper. Moreover, the conquests celebrated on the monument took place nearby in the Zagros mountain range of western Iran. Thus, the appropriation of Naram-Sin's stele and its erection in the Elamite temple of Shushanak can be seen as a retort to the general political power of Babylonia 1,000 years later. This rebuke takes on clear material shape by means of the physical placement of Shutruk-Nahunta's inscription. The text appears to emanate out from the mouth of a pleading enemy. So while this figure, this pleading enemy, was originally intended to be viewed with pity at what was presumably an unsuccessful supplication for Naram-Sin's mercy, he has now been turned into a boast of the expropriation of the monument. Elam now is the victor who has carried off the plunder of Babylonia. Akkad itself dedicated large numbers of objects plundered during its conquest, including many mace heads said to have been looted from Elam. Intriguingly, Naram-Sin's memory, even within Mesopotamia, is not entirely rosy. While cults were established to worship him, and several later rulers chose to take his throne name, he is also remembered in the literary sphere as the cause of the Acadian state's demise. In the Curse of Agade, Naram-Sin is depicted as an impetuous upstart. He wants to build a temple for the goddess Inanna, who has shifted her patronage from an older city to the new capital of Agadir. However, for reasons that are not entirely clear from the preserved composition, Naram-Sin's petition to the chief god Enlil for permission to build the temple is denied. After waiting some time, Naram-Sin again seeks permission through the means of extispicy. But again, the omens are unfavorable. At this point, according to the legend, Naram-Sin defies the gods and attacks and plunders Enlil's temple in Nippur. In retaliation for this offense, Enlil sends the Gutians to attack Agadir. Ishtar abandons the city, and it is destroyed along with the Acadian dynasty. Scholars debate how to interpret the negative picture drawn of Naram-Sin in this literary text, which appears to have been first composed during the Ur-3 period that immediately followed the fall of the Acadian state. The tale is certainly not historically accurate, as we know that Naram-Sin was succeeded by his son Shar-Kali-Shari, who, though not remembered by later Mesopotamians, did continue several building projects begun by his father. Political imperatives probably conditioned the curation of the memory of the Acadian kings, at least at the level of state-sponsored arts and literature. The Curse of Agadir, however, is one of the most popular literary texts in the second millennium, and the negative opinion of Naram-Sin must have affected the memory of the Acadian past in some way that nevertheless was able to sit alongside more glorifying accounts. These literary legends and appropriations of ancient monuments are all highly inscribed practices. They call attention to themselves in their monumentality and their written references to specific rulers. But there also appears to have been a more incorporated aspect of the Acadian memory, one transmitted through more of a sense or feeling from the past. Such a vague notion is, of course, much harder to pin down and practically impossible to demonstrate. Yet, given the ongoing memories through clear inscribed instances, it seems likely to be there as well. This more nebulous sense seems to be linked generally with an authority conferred by a mytho-historical past, in which the Acadian rulers played a large but not exclusive part. The genre of object known as the cylinder seal offers a possible case for thinking about the incorporated memory of the Acadian period. Cylinder seals, small spool-shaped items carved in reverse intaglio in order to make a raised image when impressed, first appeared in Mesopotamia with the emergence of writing and large-scale bureaucratic practices at the end of the 4th millennium BCE. Seals were impressed on malleable surfaces such as clay and included sealings for jars, boxes, and even whole rooms, as well as written text. They continued to be used over the 3,000-year history of cuneiform writing on clay tablets, although specifics of size, material, style, imagery, and administrative function varied from period to period. During the Acadian period, under Naram-Sin and Shar-Kali-Shari, numerous institutional reforms were put into place, such as standardized weights and a uniform calendar. These were meant to facilitate administrative centralization and economic interactions across the growing Acadian state, and were marked by increasing standardization. Cylinder seals played a central role in the administration, as is seen in a group of seals that were commissioned by the king and given to his officials for their use in royal business. These seals are of the highest quality of carving and made of large exotic stones such as agate and green serpentine. One of the most common images features two pairs of standing contestants, usually heroic nude figure with 6 curls known as lakmu, who you see here. The upper left, you see him, and then on the bottom, he's fighting lions. The deeply carved stones create high relief impressions, and the fine execution translates into crisp detail. While the seals continue a tradition begun in the previous period of upright contest scenes, such as this one you see on the bottom, the Acadian seals are distinguished by pulling apart the formerly entwined contestants so that each one has its own space, in contrast to the patterning created in the earlier seal. Another group of Acadian seals depicts mythological scenes, a new addition to the repertoire of seal imagery. We can rarely identify specific myths, with a few exceptions, such as the myth of Etana, which tells the story of Etana, a legendary king of Kish, who flew on the back of an eagle up to heaven in search of a plant that would help his wife have a child, which you see on the bottom seal. These mythological seals have been associated with a unification of the divine world to parallel that of the earthly world under the Acadian dynasty. And they speak to an interest in narrating complex stories in visual, if not yet in written form. Cylinder seals continued to be used in Mesopotamia until the end of cuneiform writing in the first millennium BCE. The small stone objects moved around in unusual ways, sometimes as heirlooms, but also randomly encountered. It is possible that Acadian seals, distinctive in their depiction of physicality and complex narratives, entered into a tradition that found expression during other times of territorial conquest. For example, at the end of the second millennium BCE, in the 14th and 13th centuries, the city of Ashur began to expand through military force into neighboring areas. Its rulers assumed the title of Great King and King of the Four Quarters, a title echoing that of the Acadian rulers. And its administrative seals also echo those of the Acadian period. For one, they draw upon related forms of muscular corporality in their depiction of volumetric bodies. For another, they incorporate more complex storytelling on seals than had been the case since the Acadian period, such as scenes of animals traversing landscapes. Later, in the 8th century, an Assyrian king who appears to have come to the throne indirectly, similar to Sargon, takes the name Sargon upon his ascension. Sargon II moved the Assyrian capital to a small backwater locale known today as Khorsabad, which he named Dur-Shuriken, or Fortress of Sargon. The palace that he built there is larger and more elaborately decorated than his forefathers at the old capital of Nimrud, ornamented with massive carved stone reliefs depicting his military campaigns and large protective figures set up in doorways and along major courtyard facades. It is noteworthy that the stone sculptures that decorate Sargon's palace, while following in the tradition of his predecessors, include on a monumental scale the figure of the Lakhmu hero, and are executed in much higher relief, giving bodies a rounded corporality similar to Akkadian art. The Lakhmu figures that you see an example of here on your right are truly colossal, around 5 meters or 15 feet tall. They stand out from the background stone orthostat to such an extent that they appear almost three-dimensional. Eppheimer has not been able to trace any specific connection between the small Akkadian period seals with Lakhmu contest scenes and the Lakhmu guardians from nearly 1,500 years later, standing in monumental scale on the facade of Sargon II's palace. Instead, she sees notions of Akkadian kingship reaching Assyria through the mediation of earlier Babylonian filters. We might understand this to be an incorporation of Akkadianness that is not necessarily explicit in its legibility, that is, in its inscription, but that is nonetheless felt or sensed to be a heroic tradition. And we know from more explicitly inscribed objects that this heroic tradition is, in part, associated with the Acadian rulers. For example, the so-called Babylonian map of the world, a small clay tablet, depicts on one side an inscribed diagram of the cosmos, with Babylon marked in the center. The central landmass, which can be understood as the known world, is surrounded by a sea or ocean in the form of a concentric circle. Beyond the ocean are several incised triangles, labeled with the Akkadian term Nagu, or region. On the other side of the tablet, an inscription describes the Nagus as mythical locales. Paul Del Nero has recently proposed an understanding of the map as a dynamic itinerary that spirals around the different geographical entities, both inside and outside of the encircling water. However one reads the map, Its mytho-historical connections are clear in the juxtaposing of real geographical locations with the mythical Nagus. How does this relate to a discussion about the memory of the Akkadian rulers? On the front, above the inscribed map, is a fragmentary inscription that mentions various monsters and wild animals, along with mythological heroes. These heroes include Sargon of Agade, as well as figures such as Utnapishtim, known as the Babylonian Noah, who built a boat in order to survive a destructive flood. The tablet is thought to have come from the central Mesopotamian city of Sippar and has been dated to the 6th century BCE paleographically, but is said in the colophon to be a copy of an earlier tablet that may date back to the 9th century BCE. In this late tablet, we see a clear case of the inscribed memory of the Akkadian kings and their association with mytho-cosmological locations. By the time the Babylonian map of the world was copied in the 6th century BCE, the Assyrian Empire had fallen to an allied force of Babylonians in the south and Medians to the east. The two victorious powers divided the immense Assyrian Empire between them, Babylonia taking the western portion and the Medes the eastern. The kings of the Babylonian Empire were particularly interested in their historical past, especially Nabonidus, who reigned towards the end of the 6th century. And Irene Winter refers to these ancient kings as the first archaeologists. From Nabonidus's reign, we hear about excavations conducted to recover the foundations of earlier buildings, including inscribed foundation deposits that identify the past ruler. While these late Babylonian kings boasted of finding the remains of several of their predecessors, there is a marked interest in recovering those of the Akkadians. Nabonidus claims to have discovered the foundations of the Akkadian period temple to Ishtar built in Agade, as well as those built by Naram-Sin for the temple of the sun god Shamash at Sippar. At Sippar, Nabonidus says he followed the Akkadian temple plan exactly, not a finger width off from the original, and that in addition to recovering the foundation deposit inscribed by Naram-Sin, he also discovered a broken statue of Sargon, which he repaired and set up in the new Shamash temple. 19th century excavations at Sippar did not discover the statue of Sargon, but they did uncover a fascinating instance of the ongoing memory of the Akkadian dynasty. Within Nabonidus's temple to Shamash, a unique stone object in the form of a square cross was discovered. And I should mention that David Danzig's talk yesterday touches upon this same temple and Nabonidus's work, but looked at a different object, the sun god tablet. This object, which has been dubbed the cruciform monument, the dark stone is entirely covered in an inscription belonging to the Akkadian king Manish-Tushu. And the piece was originally dated by scholars to this period. However, subsequent philological analysis has shown that the inscription postdates the Akkadian period and most likely dates to the Neo-Babylonian period, perhaps even to the reign of Nabonidus, because it was found buried along with two inscribed clay cylinders of that king. In fact, it has now been proposed that the cruciform monument is an ingenious forgery made in order to tap into the legitimizing aura of the deep past. And just as authentic Akkadian sculptural inscriptions were copied and studied, 3 surviving clay tablets found at Sippar provide evidence that the cruciform monument also entered into the ancient scholarly corpus, despite it being a fake. The colophon of one of these tablets states, "That which is on the monument, written and checked according to an original, baked red copy, which is a copy from the city of Borsippa," suggesting a fairly wide dissemination of the text. What is especially notable is that it is the Akkadian dynasty that provides this legitimation for a Babylonian ruler over 1,500 years later. In another instance, however, we have a literal inscribed remnant from such expeditions. The impression on a clay tablet made by a slightly curved inscribed stone bearing a text of Shar-Kali Shari. On the other side, an inscription from the Neo-Babylonian period records the discovery of the object. It says, impression from a diorite slab of the display inscriptions, which Nabu-Zeru-Lishir, scribe, found in the Hall of Inscriptions of Naram-Sin, the king, in Agade. The impression is in mirror reverse, and it is too big to be from a cylinder seal, tablets around 4 by 6 centimeters, indicating that it must have originally been part of a display inscription on a piece of sculpture or other dedicatory object. The name Nabu-Zeru-Lishir is known to belong to a scribe from the reign of Nabonidus, and it is likely that this is the individual who impressed the Akkadian text and added his own annotation. The tablet itself, unfortunately, was purchased and does not have a secure excavation find spot, although it is likely that it was from Nippur, despite mentioning the Akkadian capital of Agade as its source. The memory of the Akkadian dynasty continued beyond the Babylonian Empire period, although with the conquest of Babylonia by the Persians in 539 BCE, the interest in connecting oneself to the early Mesopotamian royal lineage appears to wane, and the echoes become fainter through the Persian and Hellenistic periods until they fade away entirely. Thus, over a period of 2,000 years, the memory of the Akkadian dynasty continued through both inscribed and incorporated practices. The clearest of the inscribed practices are the scribal copies of inscriptions from surviving Akkadian statuary, as well as examples of these very same statues found in disparate locales. With the literal inscription of copied text, the memory of the Akkadian kings was perpetuated through time and space. However, as Connerton points out in his book, these repetitions of inscribed practices can never exactly duplicate the past. Rather, the past is continually rewritten with each iteration, including even the eventual forging of an ancient monumental inscription, as seen on the cruciform monument. Incorporated practices, such as ceremonial or ritual activities that take place in spaces filled with Akkadian statues, are harder to discern in the archaeological record, but emerge in the echoes of Akkadian stylistic practices seen in the Middle Assyrian seals or the carved stone reliefs of Sargon II's palace at Khorsabad. Unlike inscribed practices, incorporated practices display more obviously their distance from the original source, again signaling the ongoing revision of history as its memory is passed forward. The memory of the Akkadian dynasty, however, continues today, and we should not neglect to consider how recent engagements with Akkadian material contribute to our own writing of its history. The Akkadian monuments taken to Elam by Shutruk-Nahunta, such as the Victory Stele of Naram-Sin, re-emerged after their millennia-long burial when French archaeologists working in the Middle East excavated the ancient mound of Susa in the late 19th century. At the time, the Middle East as a whole was a desired region for European powers such as England, Germany, and France, who jostled amongst one another for influence with the Ottoman Empire. The acquisition of ancient objects brought back to European capitals for display in newly opened encyclopedic museums like the British Museum and the Musée du Louvre served as a visible proxy for national power and influence. Like Shutruk-Nahunta, the French hauled the Akkadian sculptures, including the Stele of Naram-Sin, back to their capital city. A popular illustrated journal of the time recounted, quote, "At the moment, the lucky can see the excavators in one of the lower rooms of the Louvre, unpacking with infinite care their precious booty. They come and go among the artworks that they have conquered, of which the Stele of King Naram-Sin is one of the most beautiful." And you see it in the background of that photograph from 1902. Indeed, Naram-Sin Stele has been celebrated since its excavation in 1898. The excavator, Jacques de Morgan, wrote in 1900 that it was, without dispute, the most remarkable artistic masterpiece from the area. He says, "This relief is incomparable above all for the unity of its composition, though the execution of its details surpasses all that we know about Asiatic sculpture." As one of the earliest discovered representations of an Akkadian ruler, the apparent naturalism of its depiction appeared to perfectly fit a vision of imperial success that the French too were in search of. You may have noticed that throughout this talk, I have referred to the Acadian dynasty and the Acadian territorial state, but I have not mentioned an Acadian empire. There is, in fact, much debate among scholars regarding whether the Acadian state was a true empire, with good reasons for rejecting that designation. However, the image of Naram Sin standing triumphant on the bodies of dead enemy, his perfect physiognomy and toned musculature, resonated with 19th and early 20th century ideas of what imperialism should look like, contributing to the ongoing legend of the Acadian Empire today. In conclusion, by tracing the inscribed and incorporated practices of the reception of the Acadian rulers, we can see how the Acadian past developed anew in each subsequent period, building upon and reshaping the responses that came before. The secretion of response to and recounting about the Acadian period complicates our own ability to write a history of the Acadian period, especially as very little survives from original Acadian context. Moreover, these accretions continue even today, as Acadian monuments have been excavated and displayed in museums, highlighting the ongoing recursiveness of ancient material culture in later times and shining a spotlight on the way ancient objects contribute to shifting narratives about the past. Thank you. I stop sharing.
Hi, Dr. Feldman. That was really nice. It was a wonderful presentation of the Acadian Empire through time and how it kept pushing forward. I have a few questions myself, and we have some questions in the chat also.
Sure.
What other types of media? You were referred to steles and monuments, as well as cylinder seals. What other types of media do you think there were that served as vehicles for transmission of old Acadian ideas, artistic ideas, concepts, and that helped consolidate collective memory of the old Acadian period in the future?
Yeah, well, monuments is a very nice broad term, so it can encompass a lot. But one type of monument I didn't really talk about because it's not particularly sort of aesthetically exciting, but are these door sockets that were sort of buried in the ground and used for the pivots of door hinges, and that are often inscribed, and that would be found and reused. And so that I think is one more kind of monument. And these foundation deposits, you actually talked about foundation deposits yesterday, where we have figurines and tablets and other precious stones and materials that are buried in the foundations of buildings, and that would then be encountered by the later, generally the later rulers who are renovating the buildings. I think those are other important ways. But then the literary corpus, and one imagines that there was a large oral tradition that attended this, of which we have just bits and pieces that ended up in the scholarly curriculum.
Right. What do you think about the landscape in terms of cities and buildings in cities that might have still been recognizable, but also in terms of place names, toponyms that might have felt very old?
Yeah, that's a great question. And in fact, my forthcoming book deals in some part with that question of architecture, because very little Acadian architecture survives today, particularly in the South. And my contention is that there was a fairly systematic removal of that architecture by the Or-III period rulers. But things like the toponyms, I think, do, like the name Agade continues. And even though its actual location is still very debated, and I conjecture that maybe there's a reason why we can't find it, because it was sort of obliterated. It's sort of periodically rediscovered and refound by much later kings, and how valid those are is a little bit hard to judge. So yeah, I think those were really important mechanisms too.
What about in the north? I know that at Tel Elan there was a big old Acadian building that I think stood longer, if I'm not correct.
Yeah, in the north, there's much more of a lengthy preservation of the Acadian period. I mean, at Brock we have material from the Acadian period, and more stuff is starting to come up with excavations now in Iraqi Kurdistan, in Basetki, ancient Mardaman. So I think there was more of a lasting mark in the north, and it's interesting that in many ways, in the later periods of Mesopotamian history, that is sort of from the middle of the second millennium on, middle Assyrian period on, it's really these rulers from much further north that identify from Assyria and sort of that area of sort of the northern Mesopotamia that identify and want to connect themselves to these Akkadian kings.
Mm-hmm. I had one other question in connection with my presentation. Thank you for watching yesterday. What you think the future intentionality might have been of the Akkadian kings from their perspective in creating these monuments, in creating them in a, as you said, in a pretty uniform fashion, and what their goals were in doing that.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I liked your idea of sort of thinking about that futuricity, I think you said. I mean, I think that it's hard for us to get at what actually, you know, the Akkadian period, it's so many layers and accretions and sort of refractions and very little actual material from the Akkadian period. But I think that where one could get at that question is in the durability of the stone. They spend a lot of time talking about getting this hard stone from far away, probably from Oman, and how this is stone that will, you know, kind of last forever. And so I think there you could start to think about, you know, they really want this sort of physical presence of their bodies. These are, you know, colossal statues of them, to continue. So I think there you could think about that.
That's a great idea. Maybe I will think about that. We have some questions in the chat. Do we have any evidence of aesthetic-based collection practices in the ancient period as opposed to historical or power-based collection practices? Meaning, were people looking to group things based on their appearances? Right.
Ooh, that's a really good question. Wow. It's really hard to know, especially because aesthetics is such a complicated concept, and to the best of our ability to tease this out, and of course Irene Winter has done the most work on this, the aesthetics for the Mesopotamians were so intimately bound up with power and authority and the acquisition of precious materials, and, you know, that sort of polychromatic, multimedia types of things that I'm not sure it would be that easy for us to pull aesthetics apart from these other collecting practices. But that's a great question. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody asked that they noticed that there appear to be two suns in the Noramstin victory stele. Do we know what they symbolize?
Yeah, there's actually a third one too that's only very partially preserved. So it's occasioned a lot of discussion because people say, well, how can there be more than one sun? So if it's a sun, like it should only be, so are they supposed to be stars? That motif is almost exclusively used to indicate sun. And so there has been debate. And you know, one possibility is that it's sort of meant to be the sun at various different points during the day, so that you're kind of getting a kind of sense of time. But it's still a question mark. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wish I had a pat answer for it, but
We have another new question of what was the interaction of kings with Scrabble culture? That's a very broad question. But I guess in light of this Acadian transmission of cultural memory and history.
Right. Well, it seems to be pretty close. That, in other words, that these scribes are working in the courts of the kings, and so, or they're being sort of sponsored. They're sort of dependents on the palace, and so they're not kind of independent agents, but kind of working on behalf of the kings.
Okay. And then we have another bigger background question about how to think about ways in which we can preserve the historical and cultural heritage of places like in Iraq and Syria, especially in places where the current regimes aren't that interested in them, or but the local heritage still sees them as an ongoing part of who they are.
Yeah, no, an excellent question. And there are a lot of organizations that are actively working today throughout the world, but the ones I know best are located in the Middle East, that are working to preserve the cultural heritage. There's the Monument Fund. I'm suddenly forgetting the exact configuration of their acronym. But they have done a lot of work in the Middle East, particularly at sites like Babylon, to try to preserve the heritage, to work with the local communities, to bring them in and to figure out what they want to see in the historical preservation. So I would say you could go online and find a lot of the World Monument Fund. That's what it is. A lot of activity going on. It's of course, sometimes a depressing and frustrating endeavor, but a lot of people are very committed to it.
Okay. Another question coming back to the main topic of the bodily statues. Why do ancient sculptures often have missing body parts, especially the head? At least when we have found them.
Yes. Well, I mentioned very briefly about intentional mutilation. And there was a lot of intentional mutilation that went on. The general consensus is that these statues, well, even today we see this happening, right? These statues are sort of embodiments of the people. And so when they are conquered or overthrown, their statues are attacked and heads are lopped off. So, for example, like those Gudea statues, it seems to be pretty clear that they were intentionally decapitated because they had very short neck and it was very, like it wouldn't just break falling over. And so it seems to have been almost every single Gudea statue that is clearly authentic is missing its head. And then there are heads that are found elsewhere. Sometimes they're just smashed, like those Manish Tushu fragments have been completely smashed. And so that seems to be just a kind of rage or annihilation type, as opposed to let's decapitate. I think the decapitation is very much meant to be like a decapitation. So yeah, there are very good reasons why so much of this statuary is in fragmentary form.
Thank you. And another question about the textual material that comes from the Acadian period. If you could give a more deeper understanding of what types of textual material there was that refers to the Acadian period, and if there's any of that's directly from the Old Acadian period that's then copied and transmitted, or if it was all later devised.
Yeah. Right. There's very little from the actual Acadian period. I mean, we do have some text, like we have tablets and like administrative text from the Acadian period. And there are some royal display inscriptions, like the fragmentary one on the Naram Sin Stele and on some of the Manish Tushu. and there's some Shar-Kali-Shari inscriptions that have survived. But there was, for quite a while, a lot of debate about whether these later collections of inscriptions by these later scribes, whether they were kind of making them up, because we didn't have any actual ones from the Acadian period that survived, with the exception of some of Manish Tushu's inscriptions. But there has been this recent find that I mentioned from what they think is the ancient Kesh, where there is actually a fragment now of one of these campaign descriptions. So something more than just I am, the king and whatever, but actually giving more of that, and it matches one of these inscriptions from it's a fragment from what we know from a larger inscription from one of these collections. So they do appear to be pretty accurate copies.
Okay, great. Somebody would like to know what the title of your forthcoming book is. So
it's
a plug.
It's very, very appropriately remembering and forgetting in ancient Mesopotamia or ancient Sumer. I can't remember which one I decided, but yeah, ziggurats, Acadian royal monuments, and ziggurat, something like that. Yeah, but remembering and forgetting in ancient Mesopotamia. So
Okay.
it's still got a little ways to go. It's due out late next year, late 2025.
Another question about temporality and periodicity. What did these the way you presented this is going through the history, starting from the old Acadian period and then moving through step by step and showing who understood things about the Acadian kings and what they took out of it. But do you think that they had some concept of periodicity? I know that they had some decent idea of time depth in at different times, at least in the Neo-Babylonian texts that I discussed. But did they feel like these old Acadian kings were different from them and for a different era, and that there were eras in between, or did they think that this was just a continuous history that was part of their own past?
Yeah. Well, that's a good question, and I think it varies a little bit from period to period. So obviously, those periods that are closer in time to the Acadian period, like the Ur-3 and the Old Babylonian period, that's still within hundreds of years memory, and so I think there was more of a sort of sense of the tangible reality that is less by the time you get to the end of the second millennium and into the first millennium, where there really is this it's a much bigger gulf in time. And so you get Nabonidus is saying that, and maybe David, you can even correct me, does he say that Naram-Sin reigned 3,800 years before him, something like that?
3,200 years, yeah.
3,200 years, which is 2x the amount of time. But
it's not crazy how in terms of it's the right scale. He's talking about these Kassite kings and other inscriptions, and he says 800 years, and he's pretty close.
Right. So I think there's definitely, they have a pretty good sense actually of time, and I think that in many ways the fact that they build out of mud brick that needs to be renewed sort of every generation or so, and that piles up over time, and they can dig down, they have a really very physical way of digging through time and having a sense of that being time. So I do think they had a sense of history in that way.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your talk today and for presenting at the conference. I think it was really great. And
well, thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. I think we're going to move on to our next session, and I'm going to ask Julie Levy to come moderate for us. Hi, Julie. I'll let you take it from here.
Thanks so much, David. And thanks, Marion. That was really wonderful to have you on. So Hello again. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Julie Levy. I am the managing director at Save Ancient Studies Alliance and also part of the Archo Gaming team. The Archo Gaming Live, that is. So if you're going to stick around for the special session later today, I'm going to be moderating that with a lot of my Archo Gaming colleagues, and it's going to be very exciting. Speaking of exciting, it is now time for our next session, which is recontextualizing ancient pottery. Ancient poetry. I apologize. So the poetry of the ancient Greeks has spurred a lot of reception and curiosity all through the ages since then. This particular panel, we're going to highlight some of the very different and disparate outcomes of that trend, everything from comic books to the great novels of our time to queer celebrations and pop music. So I think this is going to be very exciting for everyone, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing our presenters. To start us off, we will be having on our first paper from Epaminondas Kazalis, Ancient Greece in Comics, a study on a study of the adaptations of the comedies of Aristophanes in comic books. So Epa began his bachelor's studies as a student at the Department of History and Ethnology at Democritus University of Thrace, Komotini, in Greece. During his years as a bachelor's student, he developed his knowledge and love for ancient Greek history, especially the Hellenistic period, and wrote his thesis titled The Abandonment of Countryside in the Hellenistic Peloponnese. He also received his certificate of educational competence and taught contemporary Greek literature at the Intercultural General High School of Sapis during the spring semester of 2016-2017. After receiving his bachelor's in 2019, Epa moved to the Netherlands to pursue a research master's at the University of Groningen in classical, medieval, and early modern studies, specializing in ancient Greek history, particularly city foundation and immigration during the Hellenistic period, writing a thesis on the early Antigonid settlements. He participated in the research project Connected Contests, directed by Professor Onno van Neef and Dr. Christina Williamson, collecting the names of the Nemeonikai, my apologies on the pronunciation, Nemeonikai, and adding them to the project's online database. He also participated in the ongoing project Ancient Colonization, directed by Dr. Jeremiah Pellegrom, for which he collected the data on Ptolemaic colonies. He's also developed an interest in the reception of antiquity in the modern world, especially in pop media, like video games and comic books. He's worked as an archive intern at the War Museum of Athens, and since 2022, he has been a volunteer with SASA's Archo Gaming education team, which you'll hear about later. He's helping to work on new teaching activities and recordings for Archo Gaming education modules, and they'll be incorporated into custom free lesson plans that are available to middle school teachers. Oh, Epa, welcome. I hope you were able to hear that introduction. All of your lovely accomplishments, please do go ahead and come on. We are ready for you to begin.
Hello, Julie. I hope you can hear me just fine.
You're a little bit fuzzy. Is there a way you can get a mic?
Oh, let me check because I don't really have good mics right here.
Okay, well, enunciate your best. Thank you, Epa.
Thank you. And thank you for having me to this wonderful conference. Let me share my screen. If you would be... There we go. So as I was said, I will speak about ancient Greek comedy, particularly Aristophanes, and the adaptation that he received in the comic books. First, a little bit about humor, though. Now, humor is, I use the release theory of humor in my studies, which is the way humor is used through which humans find relief from pent-up emotions. With the relief theory, difficult topics become easier to approach, while the mundane turns interesting. My question is, can we trace differences in the use of similar humorous materials in different historical periods? And if so, how can we then use these materials to teach history and modern-day issues? As a case study, I use the comedies of Aristophanes and their 1980s comic book counterparts. I will mainly focus on the Acarnanians and the Knights during this presentation. Now, a little bit of Aristophanes and his time. We are in Athens in the second half of the 5th century BC. During this time, it is the period of the First Athenian League, with an alliance of Greek city-states under Athens. By 454, we speak more of an Athenian empire, since the Athenians moved the alliance treasury from Delos, in its original place, to the Acropolis. The Athenian expansionist policy led to the Peloponnesian War, the war between Athens and their allies and Sparta and their allies, which resulted in the defeat of Athens in 404 BC. War dominated every political and cultural and social aspect of life in the period, and that Aristophanes, which lived during this time, was heavily influenced by these events. Aristophanes was born sometime around the 450s, and he is our only representative of old comedy whose works survived to full till this day. His first play was directed by Callistratus, and it is called The Banqueteers. The Knights is the first play written and directed by Aristophanes himself. He has 11 surviving plays out of at least 40, and he managed to acquire at least 4 victories in major dramatic contests. His works are characterized by political satire. He usually attacked against demagogues and politicians, much like Lamachus and Cleon. He also attacked the social life of Athenians of the day. Their love for litigiousness is heavily satirized in Wasps, or the division of wealth in Athens is the theme of the comedy Plutus. The Acarnanians was produced in 425. In this play, a peace-loving farmer, Diciopolis, goes against the militaristic elite of Athens. He manages to acquire a peace treaty with the Spartans for 30 years only by himself, and convinces the Athenians to allow him to establish a free trade zone in the city, where both Athenians, their allies, but also Peloponnesians and their allies can come visit and trade freely without fear of persecution. In the play, the causes of the war become apparent. The main cause, as Aristophanes claims, is that Athenians stole 2 Megarian girls, and in retribution, the Megarians, which were allies of Sparta, stole an Athenian girl. In addition, another very highly point in the play are the public servants, which take a lot of money from the public treasury of Athens and spend their time abroad in safety, away from the perils of war, while Diciopolis and other Athenians have to serve in the banquets. Oh, I should be sharing the screen, yes. Hold on a second. Very weird. Is it in the right panel? It should be on the Athenians. All right, it's there right now. Great. I'll wait for the panel to reach the right place. I have sent it to the Athenians, but I do not know why it still shows the knights in the presentation.
Perhaps it's because you're sharing the full window and not the presenter mode. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, I just switched. I'm seeing the Acadians now.
All right. Good. So the theme of the Athenians is also the humanization of the enemy. During the play, enemies from Megara and Thebes, cities which belong to the Peloponnesian League, visit Athens to trade. We see that they also face similar problems because of the war. The Heliopolis becomes such an anti-hero. He goes against the social norms which want all the Athenians to fight for the glory and of their city. But secretly, at least according to Aristophanes, every Athenian desires for peace. The Athenians managed to win the first place at the Linnea Festival. Moving on to the knights, they were produced in 424 BC. Another political satire, which is mainly the caricature of Cleon, the political leader of Athens during the period of the Peloponnesian War. Cleon is presented as a Paphlagonian slave. Paphlagonians were considered by Athens to be quite bad orators, in the sense that they were quite vulgar in their speech. In the play, it is said that even a sausage seller, which is the main protagonist of the play, could be a better leader for Athens. The contest between Cleon and the sausage seller turns into a shameless and unscrupulous orator fight. This also managed to win the first prize at the Linnea Festival. Now let's move on to the comic books. We are now in the 1980s. The world is much like in ancient Greece. It's torn apart between the two superpowers of the day, the USA from the one hand and the Soviet Union from the other, during the period known as the Cold War. In Greece this time, which belongs to the west side, in Thessaloniki, Tassos Apostolidis and Yorgos Akoukalidis decided to adapt the comedies of Aristophanes in comic books. They managed to produce what was missing from the plays. We only had the text, and now we can finally have some images according to the imagination of the authors and the artists. They use the grotesque but realistic technique. They mix ancient and modern Greek traditions. And the target audience, in this case, is teenagers, not simply adults. The vulgar language of the Aristophanes comedies is now censored in a great length. And the comics have an educational function as well. In the beginning of each comic book, there is an abstract of the play and the situation, the historical situation around it. The Acadians The Acarnanians in this game are a satire against the Cold War. In the first edition of the comic book, we can see the caricature of several war leaders of the time, such as Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, and others. In later editions, these leaders were replaced by more generic figures. They also satirize local political debates, such as the color of the taxicabs, very mundane issues, while the world is literally almost engulfing into war. This time, the enemies from the original play are replaced by Greek rustic figures. The knights satirize the election process. During this period, the Greek politics were dominated by two main political parties, PASOK and the Nea Demokratia. PASOK were the socialistic party and more progressive, while Nea Demokratia is supposed to be the neoliberal party. Cleon, this time, which was hidden behind the Paphlagonian slave in the original play, is no longer behind the mask. However, both Cleon and Avoracritus, the tortured seller, are now the mask for the Greek politicians. We can see here in the page from the play how the Greek debates were taking place at the time, where graffitis were written all over the walls. Flyers were thrown all over the place, while figures who would call for a peaceful debate, showing respect to both sides, such as Euripides here, the tragic poet, are taken by nobody into account. In the meantime, opponents of different political parties fight each other in the background. The comic book has an educational character, as it tries to teach us about the social classes in ancient Athens. Now, how can we use those comic books as a teaching material? Studies such as the one by Sabrani and others have demonstrated the positive effects of humor in the educational environment. We can see several benefits by using comic books. They present the material in a form which can pique the student's interest. The events of the distant past become closer to our time, while the profanities of the original material are now avoided. The authors of the comic books have actually proposed a fun activity for students, where they will receive blank dialogue clouds and they will fill them out themselves. So that's right. With this way, knowledge does not come exclusively from the teacher or the handbook, but it is created both by the student and the teacher. There are, of course, several problems with the use of comic books, which should be taken into account. Humor is culturally specific, and what works in some cases doesn't necessarily work in others. Oversimplification can also be a problem, because several of these issues that are discussed in comic books are quite great, or social issues like gender politics. And we needed to be very careful on how we try to transmit those issues on others. Also, we need to be very careful for the reproduction of the myth that history repeats itself, something that doesn't happen, even though we might see some similarities between the past and current events. That is all about my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Epa. That was really interesting. Chat, please do feel free to add your comments and questions. We've got a cute little comment here. It says, Cleon only wears a mask when he's a superhero. So I guess let me ask you, do you think Cleon is a superhero?
Cleon, the original one, was definitely not a superhero. No, Aristophanes had to put a mask on him in his play at the time because, well, according to himself in the Acharnians, he was prosecuted by Cleon for a previous play, which presented the Athenians in a very bad fashion in front of foreigners. Now, the historicity of this event is to be questioned, of course, but still, Cleon was a very powerful figure of the day, and going against powerful politicians isn't always the best idea. He was known for having many informants and many sycophants in Athens in order to control the Athenians, thanks to their law for litigation.
So I wanted to ask you about the medium of comic books and how that fits in a larger picture of how we see comic books. You mentioned the educational aspects of it and the very, sort of intentional educational aspects of using a comic book that sort of has an express intended audience. And I don't know about Greece in the 80s, but certainly in the US in the 80s, that intended audience would have been children, right? Which is no longer necessarily the case. So I wanted to ask, for the context of this comic book, who was the expected audience in Greece?
Yes, the expected audience were teenagers and still mainly are teenagers. The author of the comic books was also a high school teacher himself, a mathematician actually, weirdly enough. And he was very interesting in trying to make the students of Greece at the time familiar with the works of Aristophanes. Of course, everyone can read those plays, and many jokes may pass over the head of teenagers, as they are not very familiar with political issues or some other social issues. So everyone can read those plays, those comic books. They are actually translated in the English, German, Turkish, I believe, as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they were also preparing a translation in Chinese.
That's fascinating. So there have actually been a lot of newer comic books focusing on ancient Greek poetry and ancient Greek stories. Have you looked into, for instance, the retelling of the Iliad in comics that I know is sort of ongoing, or any of those newer comic books in sort of comparing how these older educational materials from the 80s compare to what's happening now?
I definitely plan to do so, but unfortunately did not have the time to check the newer comic books so far. I really wanted to focus more on Greek-created comic books for the time because we do not have that big of a market nor that big of a comic book creating tradition in Greece. Definitely not the same as, let's say, in France and Belgium for Europe or the US.
Yeah,
But
classically
yes,
themed comics in France are a bit of a big deal.
but yeah, there are
Asterix is a familiar figure.
Asterix is a great figure. But yeah, there are some very fun. One that I actually read is a Japanese manga called Historian, I think is pronounced, which focuses on Menes of Cardia, which was a general of Alexander the Great.
Wow, I haven't heard of that one.
A very interesting
There are more
topic.
coming out all the time. I know about. I mean, my favorite that I've encountered recently. It's not new, but I've recently encountered Thermae Romae, and I just it's amazing.
I saw the Netflix
The
series.
anime.
Yes, it was so fun. Yes. And I can't believe that this would be the way a Roman person would react in modern day focus, especially the one episode which he needs to create a full bath for a rich Japanese person. That was so true.
Oh dear. So we do have a question from chat. How do we explain the need to integrate humor in exploring these plays in terms of like there's a huge push to use humor as a vehicle, but there's also a huge backlash, right, to treating these subjects like elections, like politicians' lives, like other things that Aristophanes talks about, like religion, and there's a huge pushback to treating these subjects lightly. So how do we talk about
Right.
the vehicle of humor?
Yes, there is always the danger of ridicule, right? This is a big word in the mouths of the backlash supporters. But in the end, we needed to make these topics approachable to newer generations. And just going, I personally believe that just going to school and say, kids, you should vote. It just doesn't make the trick.
Yes, because telling kids what to do always works.
Yes, exactly. It makes things more fun, more interesting to use humor, and much more engaging. Much like with the need to use video games to teach ancient history. It can make the students to actually pay much more attention, much closer attention than they would if it was just a textbook and the lecturer giving them a speech about a topic. It needs to be done with great care, of course, like not only to avoid ridiculing the topics, but also, for instance, in Aristophanes, the original material is so profane a language that you really cannot use it in a high school environment. For example, he ridicules homosexuals in Thesmophoriazice, or there is lots of bad-mouthing women, both again in Thesmophoriazice or Lysistrata, for example. And
Yeah,
this,
things which need to be adapted to a modern
exactly.
context.
Exactly. We need to recreate those works to match modern interests and modern needs.
Mm-hmm. So I have a question actually about choosing Aristophanes as a vehicle, right? Because Aristophanes was himself quite conservative in his own context. And so you mentioned in your talk that the two main parties in Greece when these came out were the neoliberals, who are, to modern Americans, that sounds like the left. It's not, but that's probably our our center.
They are the neoliberals in Greece are the conservative party.
And then there's a more left wing, a communist party. Socialist party.
Socialist is the right word. Is it in there in the name, actually?
My apologies.
No, it's fine.
So I guess I'm just interested in, given that my context is the US, where we don't have any kind of left party, coming in with a conservative, a deeply conservative author from ancient Greece to talk about modern elections, where the elections are much more left-wing, relatively speaking.
Yes, okay. Well, as we said before, we adapted the original material, right? We can adapt it to our modern day needs. And eventually, yes, Aristophanes is conservative only because he perceives politicians like Cleon to be extremely destructive for Athens. Cleon is characterized as an anti-intellectual, someone who simply tries to have small short-term gains for himself, basically, and his very close circle of friends. He basically what's the word? There was a chance during his generalship for a peace treaty between Sparta and Athens, and he sabotaged it because he wanted to continue the war. He thought that only by continuing the war, Athens would be safe. So Aristophanes wanted peace, and he thought that going back to a time where everyone was interested in politics and the proper men, the well-educated men, were the ones that were leading the people. Don't forget, we are speaking for immediate democracy there, not a representative democracy, which has a huge difference in practice. Those people like Aeschylus, who was Aristophanes' greatest idol in terms of poets, they would be the best suited to lead the city. So in terms, even if you consider him conservative, it's really a matter of understanding what the conservative of the time meant against what the conservative today means. It's very nuanced, like so.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Eppa. This was a really interesting talk. And it's so much more than comic books. I
yes.
really was very curious to see where you were going with this. So thank you so much. What a wonderful talk. And folks in chat have been applauding you. So just so you know, everybody check the chat. It's great.
Thank you.
And now I think it is time to move on to our next speaker.
Hi.
So, hi, this is Yentel Love, and let me just introduce her. As soon as my computer remembers how. My apologies. So, Yentel will be presenting on Queering the Gaps, Sappho's poetry as an instrument for change from Victorian to contemporary culture. Yentel Love is a doctoral student at the University of Potsdam, Germany, who is researching the Roman worship of Bacchus through the lens of queer theory. She has taught and presented on the intersections between queerness and the ancient world, particularly in the context of gender nonconformity in ancient religion and queer receptions of antiquity. Her current research is focused on exploring queer ecology and eco-criticism and the relationship between queerness and the liminal space. A researcher after my own heart, I must say. So thank you so much, Yentel. We are very happy to have you.
Okay, I will just share my screen with you all. Okay, so thank you all for being here. Thank you very much for that introduction. As was just said, my name is Yentel Love. I'm a PhD student from the University of Potsdam, Germany, and I'm really excited to be here with you all today to discuss the reception of Sappho. So this paper has come from a personal interest of mine in both the life, but particularly the reception of Sappho, and how we can see this in all different forms of political discourse where we might not expect to see her as an influence. I'm going to talk about this with you this afternoon, looking at how Sappho and her poetry has been used as an instrument of political change. And I'm going to do this through a process I'm going to call queering the gaps, or looking at how the blank spaces in her works have contributed to this use as an instrument. And then I will finish by just sharing some concluding thoughts with you all. So, to quickly introduce the historical figure of Sappho, for those of you who don't know, she was a poet writing in the 7th to 6th century BCE, and she's mainly known for her descriptions of kind of erotic love between women. She came from the Greek island of Lesbos, which is where we get our word lesbian from, as well as the word sapphic from Sappho. One of the key issues with Sappho's poetry and our modern understanding of her, however, is that most of her work has been lost. Out of an estimated 10,000 lines of poetry, only about 650 survive. And we also see very large gaps, or what's called lacunae, in the poems themselves, which I will focus on later in this presentation. And because of this, a lot of what is believed about Sappho's life comes from kind of educated guesses or inventions based on the scholarship, the culture, and the politics of the time in which people are writing about Sappho, leading a historian called Ellen Green to say that each generation invents its own Sappho. So, moving on to our discussion of the use of Sappho across time. In the Victorian era, we largely see this idea of Sappho as a schoolmistress, which has generally been considered a sort of homophobic response to the queerness of Sappho's work by reducing her poetry to a desexualized relationship between a teacher and a student. This arguably is quite a reductive interpretation of a far more complicated relationship between society, politics, and Sappho, particularly in the context of female poets of the Victorian era. And although the poems are often straightwashed, as we might call it, her poems are still used as a vehicle of change to disrupt the social and the political status quo. Throughout the Victorian period, Sappho was often identified as a fallen woman through her explicit depiction of sexual desire, deemed inappropriate for a woman even despite this straightwashing. A key example of this is in Mary Catherine Hume Rothery's 1862 poem entitled Sappho, in which she used the figure of Sappho as a commentary on the political kind of feminist movement around women's rights. She used this characterization of Sappho as a fallen woman, so a woman with kind of inappropriate sexuality, often connected to sex workers, to comment on the radical political discourse of the period in which middle-class women began to identify across class lines with women of the working class, recognizing that that circumstance was the largest driver of so-called kind of inappropriate sexuality. And Sappho then is used as a figurehead, representing the need for a cross-class feminism. We also see Sappho used to further advance social change in the works of self-proclaimed Victorian feminist Catherine Dawson, who actually called herself the Sappho of this age. And in Dawson's book, innovatively titled Sappho, she drew on the tradition of Sappho as a school teacher to portray the poet as a feminist educational activist, founding a school for women and combating the subjugation of women, revealing through her work the truth of women's academic abilities. And therefore, while the deliberate kind of historical erasure of any homoeroticism in Sappho's poetry may certainly still be condemned, it is important to note that Sappho's poetry still remains a vehicle for political change. Even while homoeroticism may be erased, Sappho's explicit discussion of sexual desire still resulted in this portrayal as a kind of deviant or a fallen woman, while her literary fame and alleged involvement in schooling characterized her as an academically capable figure of aspiration for many women. So even though we do see this straightwashing, Sappho remains a key figurehead for political change in the Victorian era, becoming a model for women's rights across kind of class boundaries. 100 years later, Sappho again emerges as a figure in the fight for women's rights, this time in the case of lesbian and queer women, who embraced Sappho as a collective ancestor. During the late 20th century, lesbian and queer rights activists sought to use Sappho as evidence for the long history of female same-sex attraction, and through this kind of validating their own identities. They compared this alleged school of Sapphos on Lesbos with the so-called lesbian ghettos, which emerged in Paris in their 19th and 20th centuries. This connection between Sappho and lesbian activism is similarly demonstrated in the queer female group Daughters of Bilitis, who modelled themselves after a fictional lover of Sappho. Alongside this suggestive name, the Daughters of Bilitis adopted Sappho as a legitimizer of female homoerotic desire, including her within the pages of their newsletter, The Ladder, as an honorary member of their community, a historical ancestor, and the figurehead of the column of their readers' own poetry. For a community that is used to erasure and denial alongside more typical kind of homophobic prejudice, Sappho became a tool with which to validate lesbian sexuality, acting as this exemplified model of queer female sexuality in history, with an additional benefit of being an accomplished and sort of respectable figure. And we can see the importance of Sappho as a tool with which to validate lesbian sexuality in books such as Sappho Was a Right-On Woman, which is a 1972 manifesto by self-identified feminist and lesbian authors Abbott and Love on the acceptance and the existence of lesbian and queer women across history. And while Sappho is actually only mentioned once in this book, the title shows how she really became a figurehead for lesbian and queer women to rally behind, providing a historic ancestor and a political tool for their own validation and the fight for equal rights. A further radical potential for the reception of Sappho emerges through the works of the African-American poet Harriet Mullen, who transformed Sappho into the character Sapphire, which was a popular kind of derogatory term for Black women at the time. Mullen brings together lyric poetry and the blues, using Sappho or Sapphire as a symbol of defiance against the misogynoir that sought to demean Black women, both in the literary and artistic community and in wider society. And we see this particularly in Mullen's poem Muse and Drudge, in which the voices of Sappho, the lyric poet, and Sapphire, the Black woman who refuses to be silenced, are brought together to justify and validate the poetic abilities of Mullen's Sapphire and the Black women that she represents. Even the styling of Mullen's poetry is designed to evoke Sappho, with the repeated personal pronouns acting as a representation of Sappho's own narrative style. So each I is intended to represent not just Mullen, but equally reflect Sappho herself. And through this, Mullen arguably grants her own poems the same status as that of this predominant celebrated white female voice of poetry, using an adaptation of Sappho and her poems to make a statement about the misogynoir targeted towards Black women in the contemporary literary and artistic community. A final aspect of the reimagination and manipulation of Sappho's image to evoke cultural change may be seen in the works of beatnik poet Ed Sanders, who employed the ghost of Sappho as a kind of countercultural figure throughout his long narrative poems, including the famous Sappho on East 7th. The Sappho in Sanders' poetic collection is seen to embody a countercultural reading, bringing this beatnik bohemian social agenda of prioritizing pleasure, art, and the feminine above repressive social structures, militarism, and the patriarchy. In Sappho on East 7th, the ghost of Sappho reveals herself to the narrator, teaching him how best to sexually satisfy women, in a reflection both of the contemporary approach to Sappho's sexuality and to the developing countercultural movement of free love in 1960s America. Sanders' modern Sappho is therefore used to convey this countercultural sexual revolution of the 1960s in which the invention of the pill and the celebration of sexual freedom ushered in a new age of female sexuality and pleasure, all of which Sanders Sappho represents. We also see a really radical interpretation of Sappho's use as a tool for political change in his Ode to Sappho, where Sanders makes use of specific aspects of Sappho's poetry to paint her as a model of the pacifist anti-imperialist movement. And you can see this here in this excerpt from Sanders' Ode to Sappho, where he talks about Sappho as a model for pacifism, saying that unlike other poets who are kind of fascinated with war and warlike aspects, Sappho rejects this. Instead, you find these themes of love, tenderness, family, partying, arousal, longing, sadness, and fun. And this particular interpretation is based on a fragment of Sappho's, fragment 16, where she writes that some say a force of horsemen, some say infantry, others say a fleet of ships is the loveliest thing on the dark earth, but I say it is the one you love. So prioritizing love and affection over this kind of army, military, naval kind of power. This idea of prioritizing love over militarism was a very attractive model for Sanders to build his own Sappho upon, using her as a countercultural figure advocating for pacifism over American militarism. And Sappho then becomes a tool with which to advance the politics of the beatnik movement, being a representative of free love and empowered sexuality, but also pacifist ideals. Now, I want to briefly compare this with some theory, beginning with the fictional novel The Pisces, which is written by Melissa Broder. In this novel, the central character is writing a thesis on the works of Sappho, hypothesizing that the lacunae, or the gaps, within her poetry should be considered a fundamental aspect of the poems themselves, rather than simply an absence of missing text. The unknown of these blank spaces, Broder's heroine suggests, is impossible for us to discover, and is arguably then more successfully viewed as a form of text themselves, imagining them instead as kind of an intentional inclusion by Sappho herself, instead of trying to fill the gaps with our own estimations. Through this, the character suggests, the reader may distance themselves from the idea of a first-person narrative, and thus knowing the author, which could remove speculation over the identity or indeed the sexuality of Sappho, instead considering the blank spaces and the missing parts as an intrinsic part of the author's identity. Sappho herself is the missing. This quote by Hedano, I think, really sums up the alternative option that Broder's heroine is so against. The fact that through our own reading, the fragmented nature of these texts unlocks a whole group of different meanings in which there are multiple unique readings which are all as valid as each other. When this approach to kind of fragmented poetic remains is combined with the first-person narrative style of much of Sappho's poetry, the reader's own assumptions of the gaps become naturally assumptions of Sappho. Thus, as one person reads their own queer experiences in the missing spaces of a fragment, so too for them does Sappho become queer. The idea of this reinvention and reimagination based on the missing spaces in Sappho's poetry may arguably be linked to the theory The Death of the Author, in which it is suggested that the meaning of the book is created by the reader, which kind of necessitates a metaphorical death of the author. And through this approach, a reader's own interpretation is prioritized rather than kind of privileging the author's intended meaning, resulting in countless valid interpretations of the same text. If we apply this to Sappho's text, each reader's own interpretation of Sappho's poetry is kind of equally valid, with the author herself removed from the equation. And the fragmentation of Sappho's poetry arguably develops this even further. The substantial gaps throughout the poems leave increased space for individual interpretation as readers find themselves attempting to fill in the blanks. And through the first-person narrative style of Sappho's poetry, these assumptions are further extended to the author herself, with little separation considered between the narrator and the author. And therefore, the blank spaces in Sappho's poetry directly impact our own reinvention of her. They enable a kind of deeper reimagination, and the death of Sappho, the author, occurs kind of in favor of the Sappho figure of our own poetic invention. To conclude, I would like to return to the Ellen Green quote from the start of this paper. Each generation invents its own Sappho. As we have seen, the blank spaces and the kind of missing aspects of the narrative poems written by the historic figure of Sappho have left spaces to fit in our own imaginings within the gaps. As Broder's heroine writes of Sapphic scholarship, readers have been keen to avoid this unknowing through inserting their own narratives and imaginations of Sappho's biography into the blank spaces in her work. And it's this ability to shape the first-person narrative of the poems throughout the missing fragments that has enabled Sappho to be used as an instrument for radical emancipation and social change. While the proposal of Broder's heroine to view the gaps as intentional is an unlikely approach that the character herself later rejects, what remains true is that the blank spaces have become intrinsic not only to our interpretation of Sappho's poetry, but to our imagining of the poetess herself. Arguably, it is the fragmentation and the poetic absences which have enabled the death of Sappho as author and historical figure, instead encouraging her use as this figurehead for varied political motivations. And because of this, through history, we see a queering of these gaps in both our knowledge of Sappho and of her poems, which transforms her into a vehicle for a varied political and historical reception through the lens of literary form. Each individual has brought what they themselves are seeking to the fragmented works of Sappho, whether a voice against imperialism and the Vietnam War, a proponent of female education and queer sexuality, or a foil against which to protest racism within the artistic community and society as a whole. Arguably, then, it is not that each generation invents its own Sappho, but rather each reader invents their own Sappho. The unknowing intrinsic to Sappho and her poetry has resulted in her her eternal reimagination, becoming the perpetual countercultural figure that each of us imagined she could be. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I look forward to any questions. And there is my email here on the slide if you want to get in contact with me after this. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was such a lovely presentation. We do have a question in chat to start with. So you brought up a couple of times the different sorts of countercultural movements that Sappho winds up being called on. Do you feel like there is any kind of sort of atomization where she gets taken out of context to be put into those different views, or is it a part of her initial countercultural feeling of that queerness that she exhibits already? Is that gender change, that sexuality difference that we perceive, always in a part of that movement?
I think it's really interesting because she is throughout all of these different kind of interpretations of Sappho, what remains the same is that she is generally kind of othered in a way. She's put on the sidelines, whether that's because she is a woman writing in a time that mostly men are writing, or because of the fact that she talks openly about sexuality and desire, or potentially this kind of homoeroticism that we now associate with her. Whatever the kind of defining aspect of her, she is always countercultural. She always appears kind of against the norm, which is a string that really kind of revolves around it. And so although you do see contradicting kind of uses of her, particularly in some of the Victorian poets that I mentioned, these female poets will talk about her as being quite kind of sexually open. They will refer to that as in relationships with men, which is a direct contrast to her use in like with the Daughters of Bilitis, where they very much kind of celebrate her as a queer ancestor. But what kind of draws them both together is that even though they're talking about sexuality in terms of attraction to men versus attraction to women, it's still what is considered an unacceptable female sexuality at the time. And it's that kind of draws them together. One of the ways, though, in which you do see quite a stark difference is in poets and authors like Harriet Mullen talked a lot about how Sappho was used and kind of reclaimed by the groups like the Daughters of Bilitis, and they celebrated her as this ancestor. But one of the reasons that they liked to use her was because she looked like the perfect lesbian that they wanted, and they encouraged their readers to kind of be like Sappho, to still wear feminine clothing, to not look too masculine, to not go against these norms. And their group was predominantly white. And so then we see a lot of people like how Harriet Mullen kind of changes Sappho into Sapphire, who then comment on this kind of erasure of African-American, Black and people of color in the LGBT community, and especially within the community of queer women, and kind of comment on the fact that they're celebrating Sappho, and when they're doing this, they are erasing the voices of people of color. So that's one aspect that I can think of in which we do see kind of a contrasting opinion that isn't as that doesn't have the similarities of like, oh, but you're still cross-cultural. That is a very much, we don't like how you're using this figure, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm especially interested in Sappho as a voice for counterculture in an adaptation into movements that would not have been relevant for her, right? Like within her time, certainly we have a lot of evidence for ancient Greek misogyny, but she's also known as the 10th muse, right? So a lot of these countercultural understandings of her, and particularly in ones that made no sense at the time, like certainly the ancient Greeks were aware of and had different things to say about colors of skin, but the idea of an African American wouldn't have made any sense. The idea of being inherently anti-war, as the beatniks and the free love movement turned out to be, would have made very little sense. So I'm interested in sort of that perspective. What do you think we can draw on from her use in those contexts?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's so fascinating, and especially because like you said, I don't think there would have been that direct parallel. The fragment that Ed Sanders is talking about, although people have said it does look like it's a contrast to Homer, and when Homer is talking about in his Iliad, all of these kind of war-like peoples coming together to fight, is not, as much of this is not a statement of pacifism, or that's what scholars tend to think. That isn't how it would have been recognized at all. But I think that part of the reason that Sappho is able to become all of these figures is because we know so little about her. All of her life really is kind of a mystery. We piece together some things. We think she might have been from, a relatively wealthy family. think she might have had a brother that was across the sea. You know, we get little bits and pieces of her story, but because of all of the gaps and because of the fact that, you know, like 95% of her work has been completely lost to us forever, we just don't really know anything about her other than the fact that she was incredibly talented and was seen, as you said, as this 10th muse, and the fact that she has we have these like little snippets that can very easily be employed as kind of metaphors and as like the center and the heart of political movements, which they might have been separated from, but because all of the context around them is lost, it's very easy to apply them to any particular situation. And so I think that is why we see Sappho emerging so much, because, you know, we know that she is brilliant. We know that her poems are beautiful. We know that they resonate with us as we read them, just like, you know, all good poetry does. We know it has that kind of personal resonance. And yet we don't know so much that we can use her wherever we want to, really.
Right. So when it comes to Sappho in the modern age, because you've talked a lot about sort of the very sort of momentous social change aspects that she's associated with, and she is, at least in English, intrinsically a part of the lesbian and sapphic. Those words are part of our lexicon. That's where they come from. That's what they derive from. So we cannot talk about women loving women or femmes loving femmes without discussing Sappho. So where do you see that showing up now?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely true. I mean, if you ever go on, you know, the queer spaces of Tumblr, particularly, you know, the lesbian spaces, you will see Sappho being talked about now. There's a very famous poem of Sappho's that says, "Sweet mother, I cannot weave, for Aphrodite has kind of struck me with longing for a girl." And people will be kind of reposting this, saying, you know, oh, I'm a useless lesbian, like Sappho started it. She's very much still seen in kind of the online young people as this kind of idealized figure of female desire. And I think that it's only really in the last sort of 5 years or so that we've seen kind of a revolution in terms of overt female queer representations on our screens, in our media, in our music. You know, I'm only 26, and this all wasn't around when I was young, let alone for people that are, you know, in their middle ages, in their old ages, you know. So this is a very new thing, the popularity of kind of, and the acceptability of all of these different queer female icons that we have now. And so I think Sappho has always been this person that people can look back to, and you can, yeah, the popularity of her within the online sphere, particularly in, you know, young girls, young femmes, young people that identify with the queer kind of umbrella and the sapphic umbrella. They see her and they see her poems and they see themselves in them in a very, very powerful way. And yeah, I think it's nice to, when you see yourself in history, you can then imagine your future. And so I think she is, yeah, has still become and still is this kind of ancestor that people see their own lives and their own experiences reflected in.
Well, thank you so much. This is a topic that I personally am very fond of. I was writing my dissertation on Sappho and her Proto-Indo-European and Semitic influences.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
Back when I was attempting to do that before the pandemic. So thank you very much for happening to choose this paper, because I absolutely adore this work. And thank you to our audience for your thoughtful questions. Yentl, what a lovely presentation, and it's
Thank you
been
so
such a
much.
nice time talking to you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker for today is Eden Riebling. We'll be presenting on the Green Mirror, Fatal Historicity in the Odyssey and the Great Gatsby. Eden is a teaching fellow at the Brick Church School in New York City. Her current work focuses on meta-ethics of intergroup empathy and pre-biblical Afro-Eurasian oral poetry and its implications for the reimagining of social justice. I am absolutely fascinated to hear this talk. Thank you so much for joining us. Eden, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Let me just share my screen. Hopefully, I think this is able to be seen. So today I'm going to talk about two narratives, one ancient and one modern, and how they construct the past. So the ancient one is the Homeric epic known as the Odyssey. The modern one is F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby. The Odyssey presents the dangers of historicity in the famous episode of the Sirens. The Great Gatsby echoes those same dangers by presenting its lead female character, Daisy Buchanan, as a Homeric siren herself. So my basic argument is this. These two works, 3,000 years apart, share a common construction of the past, and especially of its destructive lore. In both texts, narrator heroes must overcome the siren lore of the past to achieve a nostos, a return. So I'll speak first about the fatal past in the Odyssey and what it means to be human in the context of time. Women in the Western literary tradition are often presented as temptress monsters, and the sirens are an enduring form of that archetype. Half bird and half human, sirens are enchanting songstresses who live on an island and lure sailors to their deaths. Their siren song, as Margaret Atwood says, is something that nobody knows, but everyone wants to learn. And the reason no one knows the song is that no one survives hearing it. Well, almost no one. Crafty Odysseus lives to tell the tale in Homer's Odyssey. The Sirens episode can be summarized as follows. Odysseus and his crew arrive suddenly at the Sirens' Island. A mysterious calm ensues. The crew plug their ears with wax, tie Odysseus to the mast, and row the ship close to shore. The sirens sit in a meadow that hides the bones of their victims. They sing, "Come here, Odysseus, famed for your many riddling words. You great glory to the Achaean name. Stop your ship so that you may hear our voices. No man has ever yet sailed past us with his dark ship without staying to hear the sweet sound of the voices that come from our mouths. And he who listens will not only experience great pleasure before he goes back home, but will also be far more knowledgeable than before. For we know everything that happened at Troy, that expansive place, all the sufferings caused by the gods for the Argives and the Trojans, and know everything on earth, that nurture of so many mortals, everything that happens." Unable to resist the sirens' lure, Odysseus motions for his men to cut them free. But by prearrangement, his crew can only bind him tighter, and they sail safely past the Sirens' Isle. Scholars have wrestled with a long time with the questions about the sirens' allure. For example, is it their voices themselves which are enchanting, or does the enchantment come from what they sing about? Do they cater to each individual in what they promise to sing? How do sailors die on the Sirens' Island? Do they starve to death while listening, so enthralled that they forget to eat? Or do the sirens themselves perhaps eat their victims? Do the sirens, like muses, really know everything? Or is this a false promise, part of their deceptive lore? An influential approach to these questions is the 1979 analysis of Pietro Pucci, which has informed more recent readings by Gregory Nagy and others. To Pucci, the sirens are the evil twins of the muses. They speak with the diction of the Iliad, and they appeal to Odysseus' nostalgia for his glorious past deeds at Troy. As Nagy says, that is why their song would bring Odysseus out of his own epic, the Odyssey, to rot on their island. To get home, he must get past his past. The siren song is an invitation to live in the past, suggests Bernard Knox, and that is a kind of death. Where the lotus makes the traveler forget everything, the sirens promise to recall everything. In both cases, an unbalanced relationship to memory impedes return. The great danger is stasis. The stunting of movement and growth is represented by the dying winds near the Siren's Isle. Freud talks about neuroses as psychic troops we leave behind to fight battles which ended long ago. And that condition aptly describes Odysseus's compulsion to relive Troy. It's a condition common to many latter-day warriors trying to find their way home. The danger is universal. All men in Homer's glory-mad world, including Odysseus and his crew, are susceptible to false promises. The sirens will spellbind any man alive, whoever comes their way, and whoever draws too close. The sirens tempt the Homeric hero because they tap into his psyche. Nostalgia compels Odysseus to relive his exploits in a drinking party that spans 4 books of the Odyssey. When the Achaeans enter Achilles' tent in Iliad 9, they find him singing the tales of famous men. Homer's heroes are lived by what Jonas Grethlein calls epic plupasts. They are striving for immortality by becoming a sign or sema of something. Yet this quest for future glory based on past exploits can be a prison in the present. In the Iliad, King Priam cannot bury his beloved son Hector until he travels to the Achaean camp, passing the tomb of his grandfather Ilus. Likewise, Achilles, to resolve his wrath, must stop what Gregory Nagy calls mourning for ancestors by the way of Patroclus, whose name means he who has the glory, kleos, of the ancestors. A defining danger of Homeric heroism is the difficulty of moving beyond time, which has become a kind of place. In this sense, the Odyssey implicitly criticizes the idea of caring so much about the last war. Perhaps the Sirens episode is even a critique of the whole tradition of singing about war. Perhaps the Odyssey is a commentary on the Iliad. Most scholars say that the Iliad came first, implying that if the same poet wrote both, he composed the Iliad when younger and the Odyssey when older. This opens the possibility of competition between the 2 poems. Maybe a matured and domesticated poet is revising the warlike worldview of his earlier work. But if the epic past is presented as a danger, what does this tell us about how Homeric epic constructed the past? How does this construction plug and play with the past few decades of scholarship on the archaic Greek sense of history? In brief, I believe the Sirens episode can enrich our understanding of these questions by drawing our focus to 3 ideas. First, narcissism. The Sirens appeal to Odysseus' vanity. They flatter him as the great glory of the Achaeans and promise to sing of all he did at Troy. They don't promise to sing about someone else's past. We're interested in ourselves and we love to relive our lives, especially our moments of glory. So we succumb to this temptation, either because we're entranced by our own literal reflection or because we're reflecting on the past. It's a version of the myth of Narcissus. It's death by self-absorption. Siegfried Waschwitz calls the Sirens' appeal the lure of lyric self-enchantment. Second, nostalgia. The term derives from the Greek nostos, return, and algos, pain. Nostalgia is a melancholy caused by prolonged absence from one's home or country, a longing for the conditions of past age, a wistful memory of an earlier time. It's the pain we receive not just from thinking about the past, but from being unable to relive it. Homeric heroes are nostalgic in this sense. To them, the past is always greener on the other side. Third, Edenic semiotics. To the literary critic Roman Jacobson, aesthetic language is marked by ambiguity and a self-focusing character. To literary theorist Umberto Eco, these are the qualities of Edenic language. Self-focusing and ambiguity are also qualities of the Sirens, their song, and its effect. Like the tempter in the biblical Eden, the Sirens promise total godlike knowledge, and their meadow, like the Garden of Eden, implies the color green. In Robert Fitzgerald's translation of the Odyssey, the Sirens sing of the past as a green mirror. Strikingly, in The Great Gatsby, F. Scott Fitzgerald renders the lure of the past in nearly identical terms as a reflected green light. Fitzgerald claimed that he only read Homer while writing The Great Gatsby, but scholars have found few echoes of Homer's poetry in the book. Glenn Settle sees Daisy as a siren figure, but does not link her lore to Gatsby's fixation on the past. Other scholars see the novel as concerned with the past, but do not connect that theme to Daisy's siren lore. Yet, in fact, Fitzgerald adapts both the promise and the peril of the siren song, specifically through Jay Gatsby's fraught relationship to time. The Great Gatsby echoes the Odyssey's siren episode in uncanny ways. Daisy lives on a deceptive flowering island that is also a valley of ashes. She maneuvers men into her deadly proximity, sometimes with the aid of a wind that blows and dies. She tempts the unwary to dock on her shore through flattery and the promise of a wondrous moment. In the scene where we meet Daisy, we even get the wine-dark waters Odysseus sailed. Quote, "A wind from the window ripples over a wine-colored rug, making a shadow on it as wind does on the sea," unquote. The narrator hero Nick overcomes Daisy's enchanting vocalization in the same way that Odysseus defeats the sirens, and with the same result, by a situational immobility which allows him to complete his post-war nostos. The deepest connection between Homer's sirens and Gatsby, however, is the fatal lore of the past. Like Odysseus's lost generation of sailors after the fall of Troy, Gatsby's lost generation can't go home again after World War I. And where the sirens tempt Odysseus by immersion in the heroic past, Daisy Buchanan lures Jay Gatsby into death by nostalgia. Yet, Daisy is not just a Greek monster in a flapper's dress. By creating his own Homeric narrative of Gatsby returning from war as a sailor stuck in the past, Fitzgerald reworks the siren myth and makes it his own. As their song defines the sirens, so Daisy's voice defines her character and role. The word voice appears 58 times in the text, more than almost any other noun, and Nick notes her sonic effect in almost every scene in which she appears. He calls her voice compelling, airy, low, watering, murmuring, musical, attractive, singing, thrilling, throbbing, heart-tugging, enchanting, transfixing, promising, insincere, deathless, and full of money. In the opening scene, Daisy's voice causes Nick to move toward her physically. Her voice is so captivating that men could only focus on its sound, not its sense. On Gatsby especially, its sound has a physical effect. Quote, "As she said something low in his ear, he turned toward her with a rush of emotion. Her voice held him with its fluctuating, feverish warmth," unquote. With her voice, she even moves whole groups of men. When Gatsby and Daisy's husband, Tom, are unsure what to do in a tense moment, only her voice gets them to their feet. Daisy's voice defines not only her, but in effect, the men around her. Like the siren song, Daisy's voice is full of empty promises. She entices with the prospect of a bliss that never comes. Nick attributes her charm to an excitement in her voice, a singing compulsion, a whispered listen, a promise of exciting things hovering in the next hour. Gatsby succumbs to that promise because of his romantic nature. He is a hope addict. There was something gorgeous about him, Nick tells us, an extraordinary gift for hope, a romantic readiness. Gatsby's hope and Daisy's promise are a perfect and finally a fatal match. What Gatsby wants is a cosmic do-over, and Daisy ruins him by tempting him to live in a lost time. The word time appears 85 times in the text, even more than voice, and many of the characters stand in an uneasy relation to calendars and clocks. Gatsby first meets Daisy 5 years before the story starts. They fall in love, but he is sent overseas to fight in the war, and by the time he returns, she's married Tom Buchanan. When Gatsby pursues her anyway, Nick reminds him, "You can't repeat the past." "Can't repeat the past?" he cried incredulously. "Why, of course you can." He looked around him wildly, as if the past were lurking there in the shadow of his house, just out of reach of his hand. "I'm going to fix everything just the way it was before." That grasping back for the past, just out of reach, informs the series of failed gestures that is Gatsby's personality. Quote, "He stretched out his hand desperately as if to snatch only a wisp of air, to save a fragment of the spot that she had made lovely for him. But he knew that he had lost that part of it, the freshest and the best forever," unquote. When Gatsby first sees the green light at the end of Daisy's dock, his dream must have seemed so close that he could hardly fail to grasp it. He did not know that it was already behind him. As Nick says in the book's last line, Gatsby is a boat against the current, beating the wrong way back into the past. What Gatsby wants is beyond his reach because it already happened. In the closing paragraphs, Fitzgerald extends the siren motif to an entire culture and continent. Gatsby's unconquerable hope echoes the magical instant when Europeans first beheld North America. Nick describes the effect of that first Edenic vision as enchanting and compelling, which he also uses repeatedly to describe Daisy's voice. Long before Gatsby died on the old island, its streets had pandered in the siren-like whispers to the sailors who first saw the fresh, green breast of the New World. Daisy is for Gatsby what America was to the sailors who first saw it, and what the sirens were to Odysseus, the promise of an existence outside the normal rules of time. But just like a siren, Daisy leaves Gatsby a foolish, fallen sailor. The novel's marine imagery not only makes him a seafarer, but hints that he is symbolically drowned. America, too, ruins by inducing impossible hope. In America, hope is a lifestyle, a culture, a national character, almost a religion. Daisy's deathless song possesses a power above time, and that is the fatal lure of America, too, for old world Europeans like Gatsby's forebears. Gatsby uses his money to escape history, but other Americans escape history to make money. The green breast of the New World is also the color of cash, and so are the lawns that literally overcome time. Quote, "The lawn started at the beach and ran, jumping over sundials," unquote. A determination to defeat time has lured many voluntary immigrants to dive misplaced hope in what Nick calls the dark fields of the Republic. The fields are dark not just because they're in the past, but because they have doomed so many who dreamed the American dream to live on lawns of money beyond the bounds of time. Nick survives to tell us this cautionary tale because he's immobilized like Odysseus. Since Daisy is his cousin, he cannot really pursue her in a man-woman way because of the societal incest taboo. Besides, she's already taken twice over by Gatsby and Tom. Those realities have the effect of binding Nick to the mast, allowing him to experience the siren song without going overboard, and so he lives to tell us what she's saying. Like Odysseus, Nick is a storyteller returning from a voyage of initiation. Wiser for his woe, he can come back home. I'd like to make two concluding points. First, I don't want to suggest that I've exhausted all the analytical possibilities of the siren myth in either of these texts. Among other questions which I think remain open is this. If Fitzgerald borrowed the siren imagery from Homer, was he also inspired by a retelling of the Odyssey which we know he read before writing Gatsby, namely James Joyce's Ulysses? Second, I'd like to reflect on what the sirenic parallels between Gatsby and the Odyssey can tell us about the human condition. Tempted by sirens to relive their own pasts, Odysseus and Gatsby each invite comparison to Narcissus, who starved through enchantment with his own reflection. In both texts, the sirens sing a past that is enchanting but insincere. In both, the narrator heroes encounter siren figures on flowering islands, which are really wastelands of bones and ashes. Both Bronze Age Greeks and Jazz Age Americans construct their pasts in boastful performances at gatherings, mixing alcohol and music. They stage origin stories and war narratives as exempla of cosmic favor, betokened by wealth and fame, but unleavened by love. In both narratives, events are overdetermined by pasts that are close in time but distant in spirit. The past thereby becomes a distorting lens, representing not reality, but the wish to remake it in the image of individual hope. These parallels suggest to me that archaic and modern societies share a common construction of the past. The Edenic semiotics of the green mirror and the green light are telling. The past as paradise is just as compelling as what Milton called pastures new. Living in the past is a temptation we find impossible to realize, yet impossible to resist. In that sense, nostalgia symbolizes the human condition itself. We have bodies of beasts, but the dreams of gods. Our reach will always exceed our grasp. The siren song calls us to a godlike perspective that is tragically beyond our capacities to achieve, yet commensurate to our capacity for wonder. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. I'm going to stop sharing now. That way I can see everyone on the screen.
Thank you so much, Eden. What an interesting idea. There's a lot of enthusiasm for your comparison in the chat, if you're able to see that.
I can't see the chat, but the chat on the Zoom or on the web
on
page?
the stream.
Oh,
But
okay.
there's a lot of great enthusiasm
That's
there.
great to hear.
So, one moment. So we do have questions. You know, you've mentioned in your discussion of sort of the background, the building up of the siren figure, the literary tradition of the temptress monster and the sirens as an enduring form of that archetype. So what comes to mind as other outcomes of that archetype that you might compare it to?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, I'm not an expert in myth and folklore, but there are some archetypes in the Odyssey itself. Circe, the witch, is one of the witch lady. She's one of them that comes to mind, and Calypso, the seductress, isn't a monster per se, but she imprisons the hero with her charms. So, I mean, I'd say that's kind of close. But it's really the motif of the siren that I think is one of the most enduring forms, handed down from Homer to Virgil to Dante, and finally to Fitzgerald, which I think is really a present form of that. But yeah, I would say that definitely Circe and Calypso, they're definitely both presented as women who are deceptive, tempting, and at first they seem to mean well, but then they lure you in. And Calypso kept Odysseus captive on his island, on her island, for 7 years. So, I mean, I think these two are probably the best examples I could think of besides sirens.
We also have a question about the American dream and how that sort of fits into this whole narrative, right? So when you're talking about Nostos, you're talking about the return and the dream of the past in some way. But the American dream, which is something that Fitzgerald obviously wants to comment on as well,
Yeah.
is almost in some ways the opposite of that. It's the dream of the impossible future. So how do those sort of fit together?
Well, Fitzgerald making the comparison, I think he's making probably the points that first, I mean, the lore is seductive and deceptive. I mean, America promises one thing but delivers another. And it's a temporary feeling that's mistaken for a lasting possibility. Behind the fresh green breast of the new world is a valley of ashes in the Great Gatsby. And like Daisy, the siren call of America is more sound than sense. It's vulgar, kind of in a way, meretricious, and it's the sound of money. Similarly, I think. Secondly, Americans, like Gatsby, have a flawed relationship to time. They kind of problematize time and try to live beyond its rules. Living in the future instead of in the present is just as irrational as trying to live in the past. And the very American idea that you can change the past by reinventing yourself, like Gatsby tries to do, and be different than you were before, is kind of wrong, because I mean, you're still yourself even if you change your name from Gats to Gatsby and make up an origin story that you went to Oxford. So I think, just kind of to wrap up what I was saying, Americans might not be living in the past, but they're definitely lived by the past. Maybe, if only in the sense to desperately try to escape it. I mean, like Gatsby, Americans want a cosmic do-over. So I think that's how this ties into the American dream, at least as Fitzgerald conceived it 100 years ago.
So I'm very interested in what caught your attention to this green mirror. I find that very compelling as a reader of The Great Gatsby, and I had not really thought to compare it to the Nostos of Odysseus. So how did you come to that in your research, in your reading?
So I actually read The Great Gatsby in 10th grade English class, and we were reading it right after we read the Odyssey. So I kind of had the Odyssey in my mind a little bit. And so I think the first thing that caught my mind was the wine dark rug, that phrase, because my teacher always talked about Homeric epithets and the wine dark sea. We talked about that all the time. So when I saw wine dark, I immediately connected it to Homer. And then I was kind of on the lookout for things that related to what I saw in Homer. And just the way that sorry, not Gatsby, that Daisy, her voice was portrayed in one of the first scenes, actually, that caught my eye because I had actually written a poem on sirens. So I had done a little bit of studying them. We had done a little bit of a unit of that in class. So I immediately recognized from the way her voice was being described as, you know, compelling and airy, watering, and Nick moving towards her physically and her enchanting people around her, and that men could only focus on the sound of the voice and follow the rhythm up and down, not on the actual sense of the words she was saying. That just connected right away for me. And I kind of just saw that those two as a comparison, you know, Daisy as a siren. And then I researched a little bit into Fitzgerald. I was sure he probably read Homer, but, you know, I just wanted to make sure. And then I found out he was only reading Homer at the time he wrote The Great Gatsby, or so he claimed. So then I started trying to look for other things that, you know, related to Homer and The Great Gatsby. And from that, I kind of looked at Nick and Gatsby both as versions of Odysseus, but Nick as a version of Odysseus that is able to actually, you know, move past the Siren Island. He's bound to the mast and he actually doesn't drown. But then Gatsby is the version that's stuck in the past, the version of Odysseus that can't get past the Trojan War, who's so enthralled by it, and he is so tempted to hear about the secrets of Troy, and that's always something that's going to be in the back of his mind. And Nick as the version that, you know, he can move on and get past his past, whereas Gatsby tries to repeat the past. And as Nick says in the last line of the book, and as I mentioned, he is like a boat against the current, beating back ceaselessly into the past.
Yeah, very Odyssean sentiment, as you said.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your talk. That was really interesting and a great presentation.
Thank you.
So, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Now I would like to introduce our next presenter, Melody Woke. Melody is a fourth-year PhD student in classics at Columbia University. Her research interests include ethnicity, identity, and kinship in the Roman Empire. She's currently working on her dissertation, which explores various fictive kinships in the Greco-Roman world, including the relationships between foster parents and foster children, teachers and students, masters and apprentices, and wet nurses and nurslings. And so here we are going to discuss the mythical Greek family of Herodes Atticus. Melody, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you to everyone who's tuned in today, and thank you very much to the organizers for putting together this wonderful conference. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Right. My paper is about the mythical Greek family of Herodes Atticus, in which I will be exploring the representation of Herodes' family in a poem that he commissioned for his wife. Claiming descent from gods and distant mythical or historical figures was a common practice in the ancient world, frequently employed to assert continuity of a bloodline and to legitimize power. In classical Athens, belonging to a specific clan that alleged descent from a deity or culture hero could give one special claim to certain priesthoods. In Rome, distinguished families often traced their lineage back to particular gods, such as the gens Julia, which was said to be descended from Venus. In this paper, I will explore the use of mythology to construct an exaggeratedly divine and prestigious Greek genealogy for the family of Herodes Atticus, the immensely wealthy sophist of the 2nd century CE. I argue that these mythical connections, which appear in a poem Herodes commissioned for his wife's memorial, served as a way for him to advertise his Hellenicity and assert control over his family's narrative. I will first provide some brief background on Herodes Atticus and his life in order to contextualize the material I will be discussing. Herodes was born around the beginning of the 2nd century CE and died in 177, outliving his wife and almost all of his children. He was descended from a rich, if somewhat notorious family, whose influence spanned both Greece and Italy. While the family maintained connections to a variety of historically significant Greek cities, its men had also gradually gained access to the Roman political sphere. Around age 40, Herodes married Regilla, a woman who belonged to an aristocratic Roman family. Many of her relatives had been consuls, and she was related to the imperial family through kinship with Faustina the Elder. The couple soon moved to Greece, where Regilla spent the majority of her married life. Together, Herodes and Regilla, one of the most affluent couples of their time, demonstrated their power and prestige across Italy and Greece. Much of what we know about them and their family comes from the many benefactions they made throughout the Mediterranean. For example, if you've ever been to Athens, you've most likely seen some of Herodes' benefactions, such as this Odeon on the slope of the Acropolis, which he dedicated to Regilla. After Regilla died around 160 CE, Herodes famously mourned her by setting up several elaborate monuments in her name. While most of these were in Greece, Herodes also constructed a memorial for Regilla in Italy. This was part of the Triopion, Herodes' estate on the Via Appia, just outside of Rome, built on property from Regilla's dowry. Maud Gleason has called attention to several bicultural elements present at this site, such as the shrine to both the Greek goddess Demeter and the deified Roman Empress Faustina. Accordingly, Gleason views this property as a space in which Herodes attempted to demonstrate the mixed Greco-Roman nature of his family. While I agree that there are certainly many Roman features present at the Triopion, I wish to analyze in more detail one particular element here, which disproportionately showcases the family's Greek side: a funerary epigram which Herodes commissioned for the site. This 97-line poem, inscribed on 2 marble stelae, is written in Greek hexameter and ascribed to the poet Marcellus of Side. In brief, the text honors Regilla, acknowledges Herodes' lamentation, calls upon Athena to protect the tomb, and warns passersby not to disturb the land. Although not the official author, Herodes almost certainly oversaw the epigram's production and ensured that it aligned with his tastes. I aim to show how this poem uses myth to fabricate connections between Herodes' family and a legendary Greek past. My argument, which looks closely at the multiple references to Greek gods and heroes in the epigram, expands on Sarah Pomeroy's assertion that Herodes' choice to commemorate his Roman wife in Italy with a Greek poem was a deliberate act of sexual and public politics. In the excerpts which I will be discussing, an ancient mythic Greek past is interwoven into the stories of Herodes and his family members, eclipsing their Roman qualities. I will begin with the representation of Regilla in the poem. The first 5 lines introduce Regilla, naming her relations by blood and by marriage. Come here to this shrine surrounding the seated statue of Regilla, women of the Tiber, bringing sacred offerings. She was descended from the prosperous line of Aeneas, the renowned blood of Anchises and Idaean Aphrodite. She married into a family at Marathon. Because this memorial was located in Italy, the poem naturally addresses a Roman audience in its opening, the women of the Tiber. Next, the identification of Regilla as a descendant of Aeneas marks her as not merely Roman, but so purely Roman that she is able to trace her lineage back to the city's Trojan ancestors. However, this focus on her thoroughly Roman background is quickly balanced by line 5, which acknowledges her marriage to the Greek Herodes, who had ancestral connections to Marathon. Thus, Regilla the Roman, in an inscription standing just outside of Rome, receives a Greek commemoration describing her intimate connection to the Greek world. Greek and Roman elements are again mingled several lines later, when the poet equates the emperor to Zeus with respect to nature and wisdom. Once again, as with the temple to Demeter and Faustina at the same site, Herodes promotes a comparison between the imperial family and the Greek gods. Up to this point, the poem appears to give roughly equal attention and honor to Greek and Roman affairs. This equality is relatively short-lived. as even Regilla's own Roman heritage soon becomes rewritten. In lines 37 through 40, Regilla is again said to be descended from Aeneas, as in the first few lines. However, here the poem goes back even further in her family tree, connecting her to Ganymede, Tros, and finally Erycthonius, the autochthonous king of early Athens. In this way, the poem constructs a mythologically based Greek identity for Regilla. Beyond this, the poem acknowledges that while this memorial stands in Italy, both Regilla's body and soul are elsewhere. Her tomb is in Athens, and her soul serves the scepter of Rhadamanthus, a demigod Cretan king and one of the judges in the underworld. Furthermore, in the final lines of the first stele, Regilla is said to be leading the Elysian choirs with Alcmene and Semele, the mothers of Heracles and Dionysus. Therefore, even in death, Regilla is said to be associating with famous mythical Greeks far from her homeland. With these few excerpts from the poem, it is possible to see how the Roman placement and subject of the funerary poem are juxtaposed with, and indeed overshadowed by, the Greek medium and other Greek elements which appear throughout the text. Furthermore, despite this being a poem intended to honor Regilla, no attention is given to her deeds or accomplishments. On the other hand, elsewhere in the same poem, as I will discuss later, Herodes is praised for his public offices and skills as a speaker. This is in line with many monuments in Greece, which are ostensibly in the name of one of Herodes' family members, but give more attention to Herodes himself. The mythologizing of Herodes' family in this poem is not limited to descriptions of Regilla. This poem, although primarily centered around Regilla, also mentions the children she had with Herodes. Lines 23 through 29 detail an honor that the emperor gave to the couple's son, Bradua. Caesar, that is, Antoninus Pius, granted Herodes' son Bradua the privilege of wearing on his feet the sandals decorated with stars, which they say Hermes too wore when he led Aeneas from the war waged by the Achaeans through the dark night. Around his feet it was set, shining as a protecting savior, like the half-globe of the moon. The descendants of Aeneas once stitched this on the sandal to be a prerogative for the noble Ausonians. The shoes, or pedila, that the poet mentions refer to the calcei patricii, shoes worn by patricians, which featured an ivory crescent on the straps. I've unfortunately not been able to find any depictions of this moon-shaped strap, the lunula, but you can see the shoes on the screen here. Although the child is unnamed in the poem, in the Greek, these lines must be in reference to Bradua, as he would have been the couple's only surviving son at the time of this poem's composition. It is the description of these shoes, including their historical and cultural significance, which I wish to examine in greater detail. This poem presents a unique explanation for the design and origin of the crescent moon on patrician foot buckles. It claims that Hermes originally wore them as he guided the Trojans to safety, and that the Romans took this symbol from him. The more common etiology for these shoes is that the crescent moon resembles the letter C, standing for the number 100, in reference to the patricians being descended from the first 100 senators appointed by Romulus. However, by prefacing the explanation with which they say, ta legusi, the poet presents the tale about Hermes offered in this poem as a commonly repeated origin story. This mythological explanation connects a Roman tradition to a more ancient Greek past, a practice that this poem engages in elsewhere with the elaboration of Regilla's ancestry. That is, just as Regilla can trace her lineage back to the Trojans and even back to mythical Greek figures, so too can the Roman shoes which Bradua now wears on his feet be linked to an epic, illustrious past. Furthermore, this alternative story reshapes the history of this symbol such that it traveled from the Greek god Hermes to the Trojan Aeneas to the Italians descended from these Trojan refugees. In this way, the Roman patrician shoes are a product of mixed cultures, possessing a similar pedigree to Bradua's own. The lines following the description of these shoes offer an intriguing comment on the adoption of customs from one culture by another. Not begrudged to him, that is, Bradua, a descendant of Cecrops, is this old wonder of Tyrrhenian men on his ankle, born of Hermes and Herse, if truly Charax was ancestor of Herodes, descended from Theseus. More plainly put, the poem proposes the following family tree. Hermes and Herse, a daughter of Cecrops, gave birth to Charax, one of the earliest priests of Demeter at Eleusis. Charax is in turn a distant ancestor of Herodes, the father of Bradua. Herodes is also here separately identified as a descendant of the Athenian hero and ruler Theseus. This family history is important for the poem's explanation that it is permissible, that is, not begrudged, for Bradua to wear these shoes, a mark of the Roman patriciate, even though he is a Greek, that is, a descendant of Cecrops, the mythical first king of Athens. This assertion implies that some might believe that Bradua would in fact be an undeserving recipient of this honor because of his heritage. The concessive kai in kai Cecropidein per eonta, that is right, even though being a Greek, makes this point clear. Lines 32 to 33 explain that the reason that Bradua's Greek lineage does not cause conflict is because his Greek heritage can be traced back specifically to Hermes, whom this poem has just a few lines above identified as the original bearer of the crescent moon symbol. With this passage, the poem simultaneously acknowledges and dismisses a potential source of cultural conflict by linking the crescent symbol's mythical Greek origins to Bradua's own mythical Greek lineage via his paternal family. Malcolm Davies and Sarah Pomeroy indicate that this poem is the only reference to Herse being Charax's mother. More frequently, Charax is considered to be the daughter of Hermes and one of Herse's sisters. Therefore, in the span of about 10 lines, the poet has either contrived two mythological events, that is, Hermes rescuing the Naiads while wearing these shoes, and Herse and Hermes being the parents of Charax, or the poet has chosen to mention two obscure stories about Hermes. These Hermes-centric lines showcase Herodes' own link to Greek divinity, just as Regilla's divine connections were celebrated at the beginning of the poem. As with Regilla, no information about Bradua's character or accomplishments appear in this poem. Even the small portion which does mention him focuses more on his family history than anything else. Moreover, this honor which Bradua receives from the emperor is not presented as an award earned by merit, but as a consolation gift for Herodes as he mourns Regilla. It is curious that the poem does not legitimize Bradua's acceptance into the patrician class by means of his maternal connection to Regilla, a Roman woman from an elite family. Rather, the poem focuses on Bradua's Greek side and invents a Greek origin for a symbol and honor otherwise considered wholly and historically Roman. Bradua's Roman heritage seems of little importance in comparison. In addition, the name Bradua, which is taken from Regilla's own brother, is left out of the poem entirely. Thus, though Bradua is technically half Greek and half Roman, it is his Greek side which the poem highlights. This small section about Bradua sets up Herodes' debut in the poem. Up until line 33, Herodes, the dedicator, has remained nameless. Therefore, Bradua, as the child of both Regilla and Herodes, serves as a way for the poet to shift the focus from the former to the latter. Immediately following Herodes' introduction in line 33 come 4 lines which heap praise specifically on him. Therefore, Herodes is honored and gives his name to the year. He is included at the lordly senate in the front row of seats. In Greece, there is no family or reputation more royal than Herodes. They call him the voice of Athens. Here, Herodes emerges as an influential figure both within his family and in the larger community. The esteemed position of the family is attributed both to Herodes' rhetorical skills as well as to his royal lineage. While the poem resumes commemorating Regilla immediately after this interlude about Herodes serves as a reminder that the family's fame, and indeed the very poem itself, would not exist without him. Finally, the physical context of this poem, property near Rome, originally belonging to Regilla's family, deserves further consideration. It is somewhat counterintuitive to place such an erudite poem in archaizing Greek language at a site where it would most likely not be fully understood or appreciated by the average reader. Here, it seems Herodes was concerned primarily with catering to the tastes of the elite. Someone not well versed in Greek would still be able to marvel at the size of the monument and at least recognize its literary nature. On the other hand, those who ran in Herodes' circle, other highly educated men, would be able to comprehend and admire the content and style. This exclusion of the less educated may have even been a deliberate feature. If indeed Herodes had creative control over this poem, which I believe he did, then the content offers valuable insight into what he wanted others to believe about him and his family. The ultimate effect of the Greek-centric content in this poem is an image of a family whose ties to famous Greek gods, heroes, and places outshine any other distinguishing factors. However, why would Herodes put so much emphasis on his family's Greekness? The prioritization of his Hellenicity is likely in part influenced by the cultural landscape of the Second Sophistic, a movement in which Herodes was a prominent figure. This period was marked by, among other characteristics, nostalgia for an idealized Athenian classical past, archaism and purity of language, sophistic performance and contest and display, paideia and erudition, and anxieties over Hellenic self-definition and identity. This poem, with its classical motifs, obscure references, and the insistence on Herodes' Greek ancestry, contains many elements which coincide with these interests. Moreover, these multiple links to Hermes, in particular, may be due to the god's association with oratory and education. Furthermore, this inflated display of his family's Greek heritage within a bespoke literary work reflects contemporary elite attitudes about the core elements that contribute to one's Greekness. In Hellenicity, between ethnicity and culture, Jonathan Hall considers how the definition of Hellenicity has, at different times, been reliant on ethnic or cultural elements. Adam Kamezis developed this idea further by exploring Hellenic identity specifically in the Second Sophistic, arguing that Greeks in the 2nd century CE used different criteria to define themselves than those in the classical period. Specifically, he recognizes an emphasis on paideia, an elite literary activity, as key factors in defining Greekness among these men. However, Kamezis also notes that the ethnic dimension in considerations of Hellenicity still remained important in the imperial era. That is, elite Greek men in the 2nd Sophistic, such as Herodes Atticus, relied on notions of both descent and education to define their Greek identity. This poem, replete with highbrow references and nods to the enduring Greek lineage of Herodes' family, is an illustrative example of this interpretation of Hellenicity as a combination of Greek blood and participation in literary activity. I argue that Herodes used this poem to further his carefully curated image of himself as a wealthy, scholarly, rhetorically sophisticated Greek who could trace his ancestry back to the good old days of classical Athens and even to the age of gods and heroes. Furthermore, returning to Pomeroy's assertion that this was an act of sexual and public politics, we see how, as the patriarch of the family, most of whose members were already dead, Herodes had ultimate control over their collective representation, manipulating both the family tree and the physical space, such that they appear significantly more Greek than they really were. By highlighting or even inventing distant mythical Greek origins for his wife, his son, himself, and the Roman symbol of the patriciate, he paints an ultra-Hellenized and glorified version of his family, going so far as to obscure the Roman heritage and influence of his wife. Ultimately, just as many powerful men had done before him, Herodes relied on mythology as a tool to embellish and rewrite his family's past. While this claim of divine Greek ancestry did not guarantee him any tangible advantages, it nevertheless benefited him as a lasting monument to his believed ethnic and cultural superiority. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melody. What an interesting paper. I am unfamiliar with such late Greek, such sort of self-referential poetry in that style. It reminds me in a lot of ways of early Greek, like paid paeans, like you would get for Olympic victors and things. So this is really interesting to hear about. So one thing I was wondering as you were kind of going through all of these mythical figures that have been attached to this particular person is, you know, in a broader sense, how common Was it to get this kind of, self-lionization through the mythical history at this time period in Greece and Rome?
That's a good question. I can't speak exactly to how common it was. I think, from what I can tell, it's relatively accepted to say that you are descended, right, a long ways away from a hero or a god. You get into more trouble if you say you're a direct descendant, like the son of a god. That's a little iffy, but if you make it far enough away, then it's people are like, oh, that seems a little far-fetched, but okay, we'll allow it. But it's less okay, like Alexander the Great claiming to be directly from a god. That's into territory where people are going to start thinking that you are a little full of yourself.
Yeah, so there's a lot of very different pieces of myth tossed in there, especially on Regilla's side, where we have the Aeneas connection and the pre-Roman, proto-Roman foundational stuff there, but also very much, like you were saying, that Hellenizing instinct. So what does that do as a combination?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. There's a lot. I didn't have much time to go into the kind of fraught relationship between Herodes and his wife. She was murdered, which I didn't get to have a chance to say.
Wow.
It's kind of believed that Herodes was not the one directly to kill her, but essentially to get a hit out on her. And so a lot of people see these elaborate monuments that he made in her name as sort of him trying to avoid guilt, saying like, it wasn't me, look how sad I am that she's dead. So by playing up this mourning, maybe, and he's essentially turning her into a hero, a heroine, maybe shifting some of the attention away from his possible guilt and putting some glory on her. But I think it all, in the end, whether you believe him to be a murderer or not, it does have this goal of building up his family's reputation and kind of playing to these ideals of the second sophist, making his whole family, even the not so Greek side, seem ultra Greek, ultra learned, part of this kind of sophisticated, illustrious, and very literary sphere.
That's so interesting. I keep thinking of comparisons to Roman emperors, to Augustus with the claim of the lineage of Helios and all that, and to Nero with the murder of a woman of his family. But obviously here, unlike Nero, who was like, yeah, she deserved it. We have this sort of conciliatory tone, or maybe even sort of trying to wash off the guilt, to wash off the suspicion. So during for someone of Herodes' status during the Second Sophistic, what would have been the sort of the social consequences in that moment? Like would this have been normal at all? I guess
Right.
I want to know.
I mean, as it is today, if you are a man with a lot of wealth and a lot of power, you can get away with a lot of things, especially if you're a friend of some higher up people, such as the emperor, which he was. So this got brought to trial. Regilla's brother kind of brought this trial, but Herodes essentially got off free. So we have some ancient writings. Philostratus is the main person you want to read if you want to read about Herodes. And he talks about, yeah, some people really disliked him or were suspicious of Herodes, but in the end, nothing really mattered. When he died, people were really sad and mourning him and had this huge funeral for him in Athens. So even though there was he had some quarrels, to be sure, with some people, but the lasting monuments we still have today are of his wealth, all the great things that he did. Never mind his murderous possibilities.
Yeah. So we had a couple other papers in a panel yesterday about the sort of the nature of lineage and inheritance in sort of history building and in the view of personal pasts and and semi-literary pasts. So I wonder, like, do we see in the Second Sophistic a sort of a trend of these things happening, or is it really just this like outsized guys trying to spend all the money he can on it sort of thing?
So, a trend of what
A
exactly?
trend of mythologizing one's own past, of really making a big deal of the ancestry in particular. Like you mentioned Erichthonius, you know, who for anyone in the audience who's not familiar, which this is a weird detail if you don't study Athens, but in order for Athenians to say that they had been born on their own land, that they had always lived there, that they were indigenous to the soil, they had to have, you know, a mythological father figure. And of course, Athena being a virgin goddess couldn't be his mother directly. So he's technically born out of essentially her wiping something off into the earth. And so that very strong association with a claim of lineage and location in this context just makes me wonder is like how normalized is it for someone to say, oh yeah, I go way back, you know, like where in the scope of culture are we looking?
I can't say exactly how common it is with, you know, gods and these culture heroes, but there was this kind of anxiety at this time for Greeks in this period to want to prove this kind of enduring and unbroken lineage to Greeks and saying, yeah, my father and his father and his father, they all lived in Athens. So there was this desire to show that you were really purely Greek and you could, you know, be connected to like the 5th century, the great time. And so I think Herodes is doing that, but then just taking it one step further and doing something that is familiar to emperors and other kind of high-ranking people, saying, yeah, I can do that, but I'm also even kind of divine.
That was absolutely fascinating. I'm also really interested in the symbolism of the shoes in particular. Why is there such a focus on these shoes? Because aside from Hermes, I don't really think about the shoes that people are wearing in ancient Greece and Rome in the mythology. It doesn't come up a lot.
The shoes are interesting. I'm so upset I couldn't find an actual depiction of this kind of lunula. But yeah, they're weird. There's another passage from Philostratus where Herodes kind of makes fun of Regilla's brother, who's also named Bradua, kind of making fun of his shoes. So I don't know if Herodes is kind of trying to take away the Romanness of it and say, well, it's actually a Greek thing, so it's not even that impressive for you. Like, it comes from us. Yeah, it's such a strange rewriting of this history.
That's very funny. And honestly, I think I've seen that kind of trend of like, oh well, I have to get on top of all of these weird rumors that people say about me and my family in public poetry. So, which I believe today we call it the Streisand effect. All right. Well, I believe it is time to move on to our next presentation. Thank you so much, Melody, for that fascinating talk. There is some applause going on in the chat, and we really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we're going to take a brief break from session 5. We do have one more paper coming up, but we have a couple of SASA presentations for you first. I promise they are very interesting. You're going to want to hear about them. Next up will be our Archo Gaming education modules team, led by Paige Breivik. Paige has been leading this team for a couple of years now, and they have just made the most amazing products. We have, you know, free online educational resources, and we're very devoted to them. If you were here earlier for Epaminondas' paper, he's also part of this team. So I, with great pleasure, introduce to you Paige Breivik.
Thank you, Julie. All right. Let me know if you can see me and hear me. There we go.
Yes, there you are.
Oh, thank
Go
you
ahead
so
and
much.
share your screen.
Let me make sure I can get my window up here. All right, I might have to see if we can do presenter mode. Here we go. All right, can you see my screen okay?
Looks good.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for that introduction. I caught the end there of that last talk, looked really exciting and very cool about the shoes. That's something I think that you don't always see that unless you're walking through a museum. But I will say that we do make comments about shoes in one of our Archo Gaming modules. So I know there's been a couple talks already so far yesterday on Archo Gaming. And some of that has been very exploratory, talking about the live games and how we interact with the games kind of in that present moment. And so I'm going to share a little bit on the other side of it, which is more on the education side. So I'm really happy just to give a brief update today on what the program is for anybody who's new to SASA or just tuning in, and then kind of where we see ourselves going the next year or so. And I can share a little bit about our latest module. So, Archo Gaming, Ancient Studies in the K through 12 Classrooms. So something that was identified pretty early on by SASA was this need to really improve how ancient studies are incorporated and really explored in elementary and middle school classrooms. But I think we would probably also argue even beyond that into high school and even undergraduate classroom settings. So of course, there's been a lot of use of new tools, technology, and that kind of hands-on engagement in STEM area programs and courses that hasn't always been picked up in the humanities. And so something at SASA, we challenged ourselves to kind of ask, how can we address this? And how do we really make that ancient world come to life, make it accessible? And also, how can we make that easier for educators to do, to bring that ancient world to life, to make it more empathetic and also relevant? So one way that we have addressed this has been through the use of using materials and formats that students are actually already familiar with, and that would be video games. So video games are still kind of a new concept. They're definitely not used all the time in the classroom, but we really want to change that. Times are changing, and I think students and educators are trying to find new ways to make learning really fun. So what is Archo Gaming then? So this is really SASA's approach to this problem. The term itself is really still being defined. As we've seen even through other presentations, there are different ways to approach what Archo Gaming really is, and also I think what it really means for education and where that intersection is between gaming and gameplay, and then discovery, learning, and education. And I think that's actually what makes it very fun and very cool to be exploring Archo Gaming at SASA. So we take really an engaged learning approach. And this actually here is actually a screenshot from one of our modules. This is our urbanization module. And what we do is we have a team of archaeologists and writers, creative writers, and also student interns and volunteers who work together, and they've actually illustrated this character here who comes alive, Seshet, during our talk, and she narrates a script that we've written that walks you through these educational programs and topics that would be relevant to a middle school classroom. So the program overall is really designed essentially to be a really valuable resource-rich classroom program for teachers. So it's supposed to be flexible, it's asynchronous, so teachers here have full and free access to all the teaching resources. They're able to use the videos as well as all of the supporting materials as well, and I'll go through in a minute what those supporting materials are. And then all of these supportive materials are actually designed with modification in mind. So if you're an educator watching this talk, you're able to go through our curriculum that we give you and modify it and design it for your own classroom needs. So that's to meet you where your class is at, and also what your students are interested in and what they find the most exciting. The Archo Gaming education module program actually does not require any video game knowledge or use. So I'm not necessarily a gamer myself, although I'm getting pulled into the exciting world of video games through my role in Archo Gaming on the education side of things. But they actually don't require that you use a video game necessarily. In some of our future modules, we're hoping to have our own kind of video tours and walkthroughs where you would use that element of a game. but I don't want anyone to be intimidated. You don't need to own a gaming console to use the AEM program. Right now, our video games are also using video game footage that I think is probably pretty accessible and familiar to students. So we're mostly using Assassin's Creed, but we have other games as well that are that historical kind of graphic animation style. Our students here are doing a variety of activities. So that's crosswords, quizzes, even a board game. And then we also always try to include a creative arts project as well. And each AEM actually comes with a customized 15 to 20 page teacher's pack. So I would describe this kind of as like a specialized encyclopedia entry that's written by experts, but it's specifically matched to our curriculum and our AEM video module. And then just this last note here, our video modules and the curriculum that goes with them are actually created with state and federal learning standards in mind. And in the future, we're hoping to actually have kind of a guide booklet that matches each one of those state goals and benchmarks to align. So you can use that if you're sharing the curriculum with your administrators or going over kind of a class planning session. So what is actually in an Archo Gaming education module? So these materials include, of course, the Archo Gaming video itself, and then a PowerPoint filled with screenshots from the AEM. So you're able to drag and drop, use these in classes or curriculum that you're going to then modify and include. And then the teacher's packet. The teacher's packet then again includes lesson outcomes and objectives, kind of a general module overview, which you can use to share the course with your own administrators or for evaluation purposes. Contextual information, the activity answers. I don't know if I would call them necessarily answers, but kind of an activity guideline so that you're able to continue to harbor that really engaging discussion with your students. We also provide a copy of the script. There's a bio of every Archo Gaming scholar. So for every AEM that we create, we actually work with a specialized consultant or an expert in that field. And typically these people are very enthusiastic. They're happy to share contact information. Sometimes they might even answer questions with your classroom. It's similar to that Skype a Scientist program, and we're really happy to support that. And then each AEM also comes with kind of a further reading lists, and typically we'll have readings that are more academic for educators, and then we'll have age-appropriate books and websites and other programs that they might want to share with their students. The activities include kind of standard crosswords and word searches. We also have quizzes, both long form and multiple choice, and then discussion questions. And then we always include also creative and tactile activities so that there's different ways you can build your lesson program and kind of modify it for the needs of that particular class. So our module themes, these are two of our more recent themes here. Our UNC modules were actually on Viking diaspora and medieval medicine, and they explore big topics and themes that were really popular in middle school. So these are things that are explored typically in a social studies or a Western Civ class. And so I think it's important just to mention these as an example because we aren't just talking about the Vikings, right? We're also talking about ideas of migration and trade, seafaring, paganism, slavery in the early Viking diaspora, and then how diasporic communities are built and they spread. And then medieval medicine, we talk about this idea of exchanging ideas between the East and the West, also how that is represented cross-culturally and within the archaeology. Our kind of first community quarantines, magic and medicine and the church, and even the Black Plague in Europe, which is another benchmark that often comes up in the middle school setting. Just a little bit of a sneak peek on the inside of one of our slides here. So one thing that was mentioned when we were creating these discussion questions was to try to invite students to reflect on contemporary issues. So again, it's kind of bridging that ancient archaeological world up until the present, and how do we make those two things relatable? And so I think this is just a good example of a discussion question, which you can have with your students. And of course, you can see how this might be a great thing to put on a test for your students, or even just to discuss in a classroom setting, kind of free form. And I was just telling somebody else this in another lecture, but to always encourage your students and ask them the hard questions, because I think kids, especially middle schoolers, are really great at talking and engaging, and they always give you great answers. And I'm always surprised by my students. So continue to challenge your students in that way. And then I just wanted to share this briefly. 2 of our latest modules that we are working on. We do have very generous funding from the NEH right now to work on 2 more modules for middle schoolers. The one we are wrapping up right now is actually an AEM on Egyptian religion. Of course, this is our current module, and we're really excited because I actually have a consultant Egyptologist who worked with us from the University of Chicago, sharing all of his ideas for how to talk about ancient Egyptian religion and bringing in video games. So our current AEM talks about Egyptian religion and mythology, but also the creation myths. Of course, ancient Egypt has many different perspectives on how the world began, and then also how religion influences daily life, how we see that represented in the archaeology and the art, and then some of the animal associations with the gods. So, of course, we might know when ancient Egypt, we might think about the rich animals and the animal deities, and so that's a very fun thing we've been able to tackle from a video game perspective. And our upcoming module will actually be on medieval Japan. So we are working with the Ghost of Tsushima video game. We're going to talk about early samurai class and samurai culture at this time, agriculture in medieval Japan, rural temple practices and what that looked like in kind of the home setting, and then also women in medieval Japanese culture. So these are some big topics we're hoping to kind of bring to the classroom, hopefully coming up pretty soon here. And then overall, I just wanted to share some of our program goals here. We do want to continue to currently expand our AEM program to at least 16 modules, possibly beyond. And that's really to try to align ourselves with what that general middle school social studies world history curriculum currently is. We also want to keep expanding our AEM expert database, and this is just to continue to create really rich programs. So if you are really interested in video games and education, I would encourage you to reach out to SASA and perhaps join our expert database. And then I'm also happy to share that one of our goals for a long time has actually been to develop our current 6, soon to be 8 modules into undergraduate level sessions for 75-minute classes. So we are very excited. That's something we'll be working on in the fall to kind of upgrade some of the program that we've already done and make it accessible for the undergraduate level sessions in a more expanded way. So I'm very excited that the next time I do this talk, I'll be able to share where we're at with that goal. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Of course, I really value the opportunity just to share a little bit of the work that the Archo Gaming team is working on. Just a reminder that the Archo Gaming modules are completely free to download. They're available on the saveancientstudies.org website. And I hope if you have any questions, you'll reach out to me, reach out to SASA, and you'll definitely sign up for our soon-to-be released modules. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paige. Always great to hear where things are. So next we are talking about another SASA team that is very related, in that we are going to discuss the continuing education units program that we've just started to put out into the world. Our team lead, Kara Brown, has built this basically from the ground up, and we have just finished our first round of CEU classes. So I'm very excited to present to you Kara Brown.
Thank you, Julie. It's wonderful to be here and to share all the work that we've done over the past several months. So as Julie said, my name is Kara Brown. I'm in charge of the Continuing Education Units program here at SASA. It is something brand new, though obviously you've heard from Paige. Engaging in education is not something new for SASA, but we have now decided to take it even a step further. Just a little bit about our team, since I don't expect anyone here to be quite familiar with it. So as Julie mentioned, we're quite new. We've been here at SASA for a little under a year, but our goal is to create a rich and diverse offering of courses, workshops, live events, where educators can earn continuing education units. Now, earning continuing education units is often a requirement here in the United States to maintain teaching credentials, but this is also something we see abroad. However, many companies that provide these courses are often extremely expensive or lack courses that focus on the ancient world. So of course, aligned with our commitment to address the educational needs of humanities teachers, we wanted to expand our offerings to give free programs that offer dynamic learning experiences that foster professional development, community building, and of course, engagement. So these are a little different from the Archo Gaming modules you just learned about, though we're kind of working hand in hand with one another here. Just a little bit of more information about continuing education units, because I don't expect that everyone here knows exactly what those are. But it is basically a standardized way to track participation in professional development programs. These are often associated with professionals who need to maintain licenses or certifications, specifically in the medical field or in trade skills, but they are also vitally important for educators as well, not just in maintaining their licenses or their teaching credentials, but a lot of schools in the United States also use this as part of salary advancement considerations, as well as actually teacher reviews. So when they sit down and get told about how they have performed for the last year, continuing education or professional development is taken into account. One CEU kind of unit or hour is equivalent to about 10 hours of face-to-face instruction. And most states require anywhere from 30 all the way up to 120 hours of continuing education. So you can see that this can be quite a lot for teachers to have to maintain over a several-year period. But to complicate matters even more, each state and country can kind of have their own way of measuring this, and as far as what kind of programming they count, which does make it quite complicated, but overall rewarding for professionals, because continuing education is not just about content knowledge. It's about helping teachers with their teaching practice, their teaching toolbox, as well as learning new and exciting technologies. As Julie mentioned, we've already kind of started offering some of our programs. So we piloted our first sessions this June, so just about a month ago or a month and a half ago now. And we had offered 6 5-week reading groups, which focus on expanding knowledge and engaging and exploring the ancient world in much more depth. We were able to do this by a grant from the Gladys Greenwald-Demos Foundation. So we were actually able to pay for these lovely presenters to teach other educators. And we offered a wide range of topics. I've included just a few, or all of them here. So we had topics like Pakal's legacy, the boy king of Palenque and his mythical narratives, which looked at Mayan culture and at one specific individual's rule and how that impacted later successors, as well as how today we engage with that legacy. Imperial encounters, material culture under Roman rule in Egypt, in which the interactions between the Romans and the native Egyptians, as well as the Greeks, was looked at, and how that played out both physically as far as what we could see in the arts, as well as how that interaction resulted in social change. Decoding the Past, a guide to reading archaeological maps, looks at archaeological maps and not just discussing what they are and how they're useful to us, but also encourage participants to create their own and provided resources in which they could then use to create their very own archaeological map of the world around them. Teaching Ancient Egypt, which focuses, as it says, on teaching the Egyptian world and how to incorporate that into the classroom setting, focusing on different topics of the Egyptian world. And as I'm going to plug very nicely, led by our very own Paige Brevick here from Archo Gaming. We have Sexuality and Power in the Ancient World, which looks at queer theory and identity in the ancient world and how those interact. And then Disc Odyssey, an ancient voyage through modern sounds, which took a look at how modern music takes influence from the classical world and the intentions, or I guess unintentions, behind that. So covering a vast kind of world of the ancient world here. These reading groups were an expansion of our current text and translation reading groups, which if you were here yesterday, you heard a little bit about from Lauren. Those reading groups have existed in SASA since the very beginning and have been, I know, widely loved by everyone here. So we followed a very similar format where each group was led by an educational ambassador. This is a PhD student or current or recent graduate or expert in the field to then share their knowledge with the participants. All of these reading groups were designed for educators. So there was a focus on how to take this information and knowledge into the classroom. But of course, like all of our programming here at SASA, they are open for public use. So we had plenty of people who were not educators who decided to attend and play along with us, which was wonderful. Participants in these groups engaged with ancient sources and texts, but also were able to dive deeper with modern scholarship, online resources and tools, as well as multimedia resources. And I've included just a couple of examples here from actual groups and slides. At the bottom, we have a slide from Disc Odyssey where we looked at a music video and song by Ariana Grande and could see the classical allusions that were being drawn by her. Then, of course, at the top here, a wonderful discussion talking about Egyptian painting and how we could use some of the wildlife depicted there and identify, obviously, the world around the Egyptians, real life animals and flowers and whatnot, and how we could use those tools to then bring it into the classroom discussion about talking about a variety of topics. So just not about the art, but the association with deities, and as well as the natural world around them, just to give you a hint of what kind of discussions were happening here. These reading groups are hosted via Zoom. So every week for 5 weeks, our groups met for 1-hour sessions where they could discuss materials and readings that had been assigned to them by their ambassador. We also utilized Google Classroom, which was new to us, in order to host all the materials, presentations, as well as to share resources amongst these groups, because as we know, oftentimes, we read something, we hear it, and then we think about something much later on in which we could share it with a group. Google Classroom allowed us to be able to do that quite seamlessly and to provide the resources directly to our participants, and it often occurred. Overall, we saw that over these 6 groups, we had about 300 signups, which was just absolutely amazing to see for a brand new program. And overall, on average, we had about 14 participants appear per session. So really engaging discussions that occurred and lots of ideas to share, not just in the Google Classroom, but also in the discussion itself. Because these courses have come to an end, well, all except 2 of them at this point, we do have some general feedback that has occurred and already been coming in. We, of course, we're looking at overall satisfaction here, and as far as would these be beneficial to other individuals. And I do have some feedback to share. Don't worry, this was provided and they were well aware that this could be shared with other individuals. And I just wanted to share this to show you the kinds of individuals that were coming to these events and what they were gaining from it, whether they be an educator or just someone very interested in the topic. And the first set of feedback here from Manai West, she's actually an educator in the United Kingdom. So she did use these tools in the classroom and did share them during the discussions, but she clearly had a wonderful experience during Disc Odyssey, being inspired and challenged in order to make these connections and incorporate them into her teaching. And then we also had Martin Kessler here from Pakal's Legacy, who was just someone very interested in the Mayan world and in Mayan history, who enjoyed it and was able to connect with other people who were just as passionate about the topic as he was. So friendships were certainly made and connections were certainly made, regardless of where individuals came from and joined us from in these groups. The other thing, and this is the most important thing for any kind of continuing education, is to make sure that those who came did learn something from it. And again, just the feedback we received has been overwhelmingly positive. And as far as learning and keeping that teacher toolbox available to them, Miranda German here, who attended Sexuality and Power, though not a teacher herself, as she admits, will use this information in her classical studies research and perhaps hold on to it even further to use in any of her future teachings. So we're seeing all of these individuals who are really appreciating the information and have been able to take it and run with it regardless if they are a teacher or not, which is our whole goal here. We're spreading the word. As far as what comes next, because we are not just done with reading groups, we do plan on offering workshops, seminars, and courses in the future. So really expanding the variety of what we can offer. I will hint that there is probably a workshop series coming up eventually by the end of this year with Archo Gaming, just so that you guys can all get a little sneak peek at that, because we absolutely love Archo Gaming here. So that's on the horizon. Reading groups will return, and hopefully you will hear more from us as well. If continuing education is something you guys are interested in, of course, we have our own webpage here, saveancientstudies.org/continuing education programs, where we do post all of our materials, and we will post any upcoming events that do occur. You can also sign up there for our continuing education mailing list, where you will be informed of just our continuing education programming in the future. But we do hope to see you all there, regardless if you're an educator or just someone who enjoys the topic. So thank you very much, everyone, for letting me share continuing education with you. And I do hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference today.
Thank you so much, Kara, for that great presentation. And we do hope to offer, as she was saying, even more opportunities in the future to make learning and teaching about the ancient world much more available. Before we move on to our final speaker for the session 5 on the reception of ancient poetry, I did just want to talk a minute about you. So you, dear viewers, you, our audience, you, our members, you who may be seeing this for the first time, I wanted to thank you for being here, and not just for, clicking on the link, but also for being interested in the ancient world. If you do want to support us in all that we do, the donations that you can make are absolutely vital to running our organization. Every single one goes to helping us further the mission, garnering support for ancient studies, and making education free and available for everyone. So if you are so inclined, please take a moment to go to saveancientstudies.org/donate. If you do donate during the virtual conference, you will receive an invitation to our donor reward Pictionary night, which is, I'm told, going to be an absolute blast. Our team has been raving about this new Pictionary app that they found for a couple of weeks now. And if you happen to be feeling extra super generous and want to say in how SASA runs in the future, you might think about seeing how much you would like to talk to David Danzig directly. Our founder and executive director is offering a roundtable discussion if you donate $500 or more. So please do keep that in mind, and we'd love to have you in the future. Whatever you can give, whether that's shares, a couple of dollars, or a couple $100, we very much appreciate it. So on that note, thank you so much for listening to us talk about SASA and all of its ongoing projects. We have absolutely so much going on all the time, and we love to share it with anyone who is interested in the ancient world. We are going to turn back to our paper presentations. We are with perhaps appropriately after the discussion of Disc Odyssey and Ariana Grande, our final paper today will be presented by John Hayden, Magic, Madness, Heaven, Sin, Taylor Swift, Ancient Poetry, and the Allure of Amour. After 16 years as head of classical studies in English at 3 South Island secondary schools and being awarded a Wolf Fisher Fellowship in 2015 for striving to make classics relevant for the 21st century learner, John has now turned his attention towards customer service and writing, but nonetheless maintains an unhealthy obsession and with illusion, intertextuality, and classical reception. A music reviewer for the Otago Daily Times since November 2003, John has previously presented academic papers on classical illusion and pop music and the integration of hip-hop culture in Pacifica poetry. He has been published in the Journal of Classics Teaching and has recently contributed a chapter on the New Zealand education system to the soon-to-be-published volume Classics Teaching in Schools Worldwide. His journey to Swiftyhood began with the injustice of Blank Space losing the Grammy for Record of the Year in 2016. This quest has seen him aided and abetted by his daughter, of 11, who discovered his RSD exclusive crystal clear pink vinyl of 1989, and subsequently published her own review of the Eras Tour movie, where she declared Trouble a banger and wondered, who even is Kanye West? So with that on all of our minds, I do present John Hayden.
Kia ora, everybody. Welcome to the future down here in Otapoti, New Zealand on a Tuesday morning, wintry Tuesday morning, high of 4 degrees. I'm just going to set my screen up so we can get on with this one. So, Magic, Madness, Heaven, Sin, Taylor Swift, Ancient Poetry, and the Allure of Amour is what I'm here to talk about today. I have a feeling I might go slightly over time, so feel free to message with any questions at the conclusion of this, or maybe try and catch me at the happy hour. We'll just see how we get on. First of all, tēnā koutou katoa, ko kago te moanga, te awa waitaki, ko Hayden toko ingoa whānau, ko Hone ingoa, ko Maya toko tapahini, no Otapoti ahau, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for that introduction there, Julie. As I've said, as was said, I hosted the Disc Odyssey, all about pop music in classical, in the classical realm, and I've also written about music for a fair wee while. So this is just a big conglomeration of, I guess, my passions outside of my day job. My expertise is really in hip hop and rap. So pop music is a bit new for me. So I'm going to try my darndest here. What this will not be is a, hey, let's spot all the references in Taylor Swift's music, because we will be here for ages. This is just a, I guess, introduction to how she can be linked to the likes of Sappho and Catullus, and a lot of this is student-led as well. A lot of the discussion, particularly in this first part, has just come up apropos of what we talked about in classes. So here she is, Taylor Allison Swift. We all know who she is. She is her own economy, she's her own country, so she doesn't need really any more introduction than that. So we're going to deep dive into some of her career and some of her lyrics to see how she does link. One thing that gets missed is actually her interactions with the classics. Obviously, she references Shakespeare, she references Fitzgerald quite a lot, but she also has a little bit of a classical background. She studied Latin at high school, and that's some of her books there that sitting behind Travis there. And then a lot of the memes here are sort of showcasing the fact that she is classically trained. Can you tell the difference between Taylor Swift and Ovid? If you all behave, I might share that link to the BuzzFeed quiz with you all. And then here's a really embarrassing thing. Is Taylor Swift influenced by Catullus? That was just an offhand comment, and then it got turned into a advertisement. So thanks very much to Cara or whoever sorted that out. Like I've said, this here, it's going to look like we're just handpicking lyrics and talking about how they link, but that's not the case. This is actual discussion. This has come from actual students who have tried to wind me up about Taylor Swift throughout the years and how she potentially links to classical stuff. So the first one off the bat is 2012, her album Red. She has a song called State of Grace. She references fate. She references the Achilles heel. This idea of fate as well is coming to the fore a lot in her newer stuff. thinking about Folklore and Evermore, released during the pandemic. There's the song Invisible String, where she talks about, you're being tied to me, being her lover and all of this. And then there's a wee picture there of her in her video for Cardigan, the song off Folklore. And there's a golden string. So this idea of fate is something which is quite obvious in a lot of her lyrics. Another thing that she's co-opted is snake imagery, particularly in her Reputation era. So Reputation came out in 2017. It was a bit of a dumpster fire of an album, but it did have some key Taylor moments in it. This is one of them. Look What You Made Me Do, where she just goes scorched earth on all of her critics, and she employs a lot of the serpent imagery. So again, there's a deep classical sort of connection there with that imagery. In Folklore 2020, we have a lot of stuff again about fate. Not the fates, as previously seen, but here we have in the middle of the screen Aeneas escaping Troy. And that ties in to the idea of, I guess, what Taylor Swift was talking about when she came up with the idea for the Folklore album. We had a choice and we went this way. We could have gone that way. And so that's the choice that Aeneas is faced with in book 2. We also have the Last Great American Dynasty, which is a long storytelling song, but it's basically about, who knows, fate. If I hadn't have shown up and bought this house, who knows what would have happened. So once again, this is stuff that students have just come to me with. They know more about Tay-Tay than I ever will. We move on to this album, Midnights, 2022. A song called Labyrinth that speaks for itself pretty much. She talks about her mind being like a labyrinth, all the intricacies and the windy, turny paths and things. But then I'm falling in love. Oh no, I'm falling in love again. And somebody pointed out, oh, yep, that's like Icarus because he falls. And so I thought, yeah, I'll take that. You're engaging with this sort of stuff, so that's fine. But I also like the self-effacement here. I'm falling in love again. And that's a thing, I guess, that a lot of people miss about Taylor, is that she does have a little bit of a self-effacing sense of humor. And then down here in the video for Karma, off of that same album, here she is dressed as Nemesis. So she's talking about how Karma is a god, Karma is a bitch, Karma is my boyfriend, personifying all of this stuff, potentially as Nemesis, once again in her kind of Reputation era, trying to wreak vengeance on those who have wronged her. This one was really fun. Anti-hero. Must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. And apologies for my poor singing voice and shrill nasal tones. Somebody pointed out Achilles is an anti-hero because we kind of like him, but we kind of don't in a lot of what he does, particularly in book 22 with Hector is quite disgusting, and we don't like him. However, he is the model hero, he is the anti-hero. So this is another thing that Taylor Swift is bringing to the attention of the younger generations, the fact that we could be always rooting for the anti-hero. There's good and bad in these sorts of figures. Oh yes, and finally, the album released in April this year, the Tortured Poets Department. She has a song called Cassandra, and she's obviously referencing the classical figure there, and she's talking about it's burn the bitch, they're shrieking, but when the truth comes out, it's quiet. So that's just a dig at, I guess, the media, the dig at pop culture vultures who are sort of speaking out against Taylor Swift. I'll get to that point again very, very soon. She's chosen this figure of Cassandra, the prophetess who was never listened to. So this is something that Taylor is feeling like, quite obviously in her career. So that was just a really brief outline into how she's utilizing some of the classics. What I really wanted to focus on today, though, was how she links to the likes of Sappho. And so here we are. Here is just a wee opening screen which links Sappho's Girls Academy with Taylor and her squad. So the idea that you've got this kinship, female friendship going on, that's a really surface link between these two poets. And I will say poets because obviously Sappho was accompanied with instrumentation, and certainly some of Taylor's lyrics do have a poetic air about them. We go to Anne Carson, and her translation, If Not Winter, Fragments of Sappho. And fragment 1 is Dear Aphrodite. Sappho is asking Deathless Aphrodite, I beg you not to break with hard pains my heart. Obviously, anybody knows that some of Taylor's oeuvre talks about heartbreak, but that's not all that she talks about, and that's something that really annoys me, that she cops a lot of flack for just singing about her exes and lost loves and all that sort of thing. You write about what you know, and if that's what she knows, then that's okay. But I don't think a lot of it is autobiographical anyway. Talk about that more soon. Once again, fragment 1. Come to me now, loose me from hard care, and all my heart longs to accomplish you, Aphrodite, be my ally. We flash forward to 2024. A song called The Prophecy off the Tortured Poets Department. Taylor says, please, I've been on my knees, change the prophecy. Who do I have to speak to about if they can redo the prophecy? Okay, so that lovelorn kind of being overtaken by desire and those feelings associated with that. Freeman has a book called Searching for Sappho, and in it he tells us that Sappho in fragment 1 deliberately portrays herself as a woman with a crazy heart, consistently unlucky in love, rather like a character from a modern romantic comedy, or perhaps a multi-squillionaire pop singer. So I really like what Freeman's doing there, making that link for us. Talking about Sappho could quite easily fit in with the modern era. Song called Ivy, which is off again folklore. It's a fire, it's a goddamn blaze. She says, you started it, it's a war, it's the goddamn fight of my life, and you started it, is what Taylor says. And there's also a lot of this kind of fire imagery in some of her other work. Didn't have time to put every single reference to fire in there. Fragment 38 from Sappho is just simply, you burn me. So there's a link right there. We have this article by Kwok in 2021, Loving Who Has Read, The Dichotomy of Love and Desire, according to Sappho and Taylor Swift. Quite a good read, but this person's obviously a really mega Swiftie. But I recommend you check it out just as a starting point. She says, in these two poems, both poets are renouncing responsibility for their desire and talking about the pain that's caused and accusing somebody else of, starting it. So placing the burden on somebody else's shoulders. I just thought both of them tied together really well. And again, that's classic Taylor imagery. This one here, I've included off Reputation 2017, just because I think it is one of Taylor Swift's best songs in terms of the way that it's kind of R&B leaning, and it is quite a sensual, racy song compared with a lot of her other stuff. So we get this idea that she's kind of moving into this other sensual, sexual kind of direction. It's called Dress, really simple. Carve my name into your bedpost. I don't want you like a best friend. I only brought this dress so you could take it off. I only brought this dress so you could take it off. Really good image, and just, full of longing and desire and all that sort of stuff. We compare that with fragment 57 of Sappho. What country girl seduces your wits wearing a country dress, not knowing how to pull the cloth down to her ankles? So again, Sappho's treatment of that is kind of funny. Taylor's is, like I said, a bit more straight-laced and sensual, but Kwok comes in again, and I won't read this whole thing out to you, but it's just that idea that there's allure and there's desire, and down the bottom there, like Swift, third line from the bottom, Sappho depicts desire as a hunger that will overcome any obstacle, be it fabric or faux pas, to achieve satisfaction. And then I've just put up their reactions, Swiftie reactions to that song coming out. Dress is making the Twitterati jump out of their skin. And then this wee caption here, dress, 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 that made Taylor's mother walk out of the room. So that gives you an indication as to how sort of on point it is with regards to its kind of sexual overtones. Something a little bit different than what we might expect from, the crazy cat lady who can't keep boyfriends. Anyway, Lover, I forget the year that this was out, 2019, I think. The title track, quite lovely, kind of waltzy time. She swears to be overdramatic and true and always leave a plate at the table for my lover. Fragment 88, Sappho, I shall love as long as there's breath. I say I've been a strong lover. Obviously, you're sort of getting the point here. There's references. I don't think Taylor Swift is necessarily having copies of Sappho with her when she writes these songs, but it's just the idea that both of these poets, both of these artists are portraying love, in a similar way. It's full of everything. It's full of pain. It's full of longing. It's desire. And again, it's not just Taylor's got a broken heart. Speaking of, sweet mother, I cannot work the loom. I'm broken with longing for a boy by slender Aphrodite. So once again, Aphrodite's fault that Sappho's feeling like this. And now it's Eros, the melter of limbs, stirs me, sweet, bitter, unmanageable creature. So love is this force making Sappho feel a certain way. Obviously, it's making Tay feel a certain way. Here is just a quick search of her exes. This showed up, and I'm not attempting to malign her at all because I'm saying, write about what you know. And she is high profile. She's in the spotlight. A lot of people are interested in this stuff, but she's well known for these dalliances. And I just thought it kind of tied in. Sweet, bitter, unmanageable creature. And the melter of limbs has again stirred Swift. Speaking of, I'm not maligning her. I found it really interesting while I was preparing this talk that Sappho too suffered a little bit of ill talk. A lot of people talked about her in ways which are not very complimentary. We talk about Sappho, or Emily Wilson rather, in the article Lady of Lesbos, talks about Sappho being the first female author and, amazing, the 10th muse, that sort of thing. But a lot of people want to focus on her sexuality rather than the poetry, which, is okay, I guess. I'm not a gender or sexuality expert in terms of this, so I'm not really going to focus on this, but it's just interesting that a lot of the ancient writings focus on that as well as the modern ones. I like what Carson has to say in her introduction to her translation. Basically, Sappho may have written songs about women, and if she did, how about we just leave it there and focus on the poetry? Kind of difficult to just leave it there in this era, but the point that Carson's making is it's about the poetry. Down here, Wilson goes on to tell us that it wasn't so much the same-sex stuff that people looked down upon Sappho for. It was just her licentiousness. Seneca thought she was a prostitute. We've got here Aristotle talking about how she's honoured even though she's a woman. And then Tatian, who was a later Christian writer, says, quote, she was a sex-crazed whore who sings of her own wantonness, which I think is a bit uncharitable. So basically, Sappho is getting a lot of critical slack. Obviously, Taylor Swift is doing the same. She's suffering the same slings and arrows, so to speak. David Robinson has an article about this very thing, and there's the title of it up the top there. The key quote for me is down the bottom. Some of the knee-jerk responses to Swift's music might say more about our culture of misogyny than her talent. And that was just a quick survey of people talking out against her. The one that Nick Adams says is preposterous. Travis Kelce wins $70,000, playing on the winning team. Now you see why Taylor Swift is with him. It makes no sense whatsoever. I can't believe, actually, this is a thing too. It's shameful and sad that a hyper-promiscuous, childless woman aging in alone has become a heroine. I mean, yeah, misogyny. It's just rife and it's all around us. We've also got here Hallett talking about Sappho in her social context, feels that a lot of men's imitation or praise of Sappho could actually swing from a desire to want to control feminine desire, take over the woman's voice, which I thought was interesting, and there's probably a lot more on that than we have time to cover here. And then Taylor down the bottom, in an article for Time, I think it was, is talking about her songwriting gets trivialized while the media sort of paint her in this particular light, which again, terrible, but yeah, she's doing her best to sort of curtail that. And then just as we bring the Sappho part of this to a close here, she has a long-lasting presence in the Western imagination, because a lot of her poetry too is woman-centered, and obviously we don't have much of that. We don't have much of Sappho's fragments at all, but the fact that she's woman-centered is quite key. And then down here, Robinson wonders if when 2 millennia from now we're looking at Taylor Swift, we forget about all of the stuff and look at, oh my goodness, 2-minute warning. I'm going to run through this as quick as we can. Taylor Swift, personal life, and we've just left the poetry. That will be quite intriguing to see. Now we move swiftly on to Catullus, a few hundred years down the track, the Roman poet, of course, writing in about the, what would he be, 50s BC, just at the Republic. I hate and I love. If you ask me to explain the contradiction, I can't. The pain is crucifixion, he says. In Catullus 85, we'll come back to that very soon. A lot of Catullus's stuff involves the effects of love, progression of affair, and the poet's persona, because I don't believe necessarily that it is Catullus the man. I think it's Catullus the poet, just like it's Swift the poet, as opposed to Swift the woman. Catullus deals with not just the happiness of love, but also the side effects, if you like. Kobentonsky has got this really great article about how Latin can be brought to life with pop music, and she uses Swift as an example here. She's talking about this thing that I'm talking about too. It's construction, it's a persona, and it's something that students can sort of cling on to, being aware that this is a construction here. Taylor Swift down the bottom, a girl who's a serial dater, she's needy, she gets jilted, she writes a song about it all. The media are constructing this persona for her. We're a bit rude here, I apologize. Catullus too was being accused of all sorts of things. So he came back with his poem number 16, and he's basically like, my poetry isn't this bad, everybody, so just STFU, and there it is, you can read it for yourself. This is his version of Shake It Off, I guess, because there's Taylor saying that the haters are going to hate and the players are going to play. I'm just going to shake it off really, really quickly. Blank Space, classic song, easily her best in her catalogue, is the most Catullan thing that I can think of when I think Taylor Swift. I used to say that Catullus is like the Roman Taylor Swift in that he goes from 0 to 100 really, really fast. And this song is a really good example of that. Nice to meet you where you've been. I can show you incredible things. Magic, madness, heaven, sin. Love's a game. Do you want to play? So it all starts out kind of seductive, kind of rosy, that sort of thing. We wonder if it's going to be forever or if it's going to go down in flames. Later on, screaming, crying, perfect storm. Oh my God, who's she? I get drunk on jealousy. And then one of her best lines, darling, I'm a nightmare, dressed like a daydream. And there's just selected screenshots. The lovers are in love. They're carving their name in a tree. We're on a nice picnic down the bottom. But then it goes to smashing his car up with a golf club and Taylor with the mascara running down her face, obviously in a fit of rage. I hate and I love, once again, number 85. The original tortured poet, perhaps Catullus. And all of this is just saying his conflict that he has in number 85 changes. So he goes from passionate and loving, wounded, and then he gets really snarky and snooty and quite rude, calling Lesbia, his love, a prostitute, and suggesting she does all sorts of things around town with any number of men. What's the point of all this? You people are probably wondering, why on earth have we bothered to sit through somebody over in New Zealand talk about these links? Well, I'll tell you why. This is from when we organised a panel, Ancient World Modern Music 2, for the Classical Association meeting of the Midwest and South, which was held this year. I attended remotely. Music is an essential part of contemporary pop culture. If we can look at what's going on in people's headphones, it's going to be a valuable resource for making classics more engaging and accessible. And that's really the key driver here, particularly with SASA, but also, I guess, in our own practice, trying to make this stuff more accessible to everybody. And so this, to me, is the crux of it. This was what was suggested about my paper about hip-hop and the classics. So a lot of what you've heard here today is student-driven. It's just come up in conversation because that's the kind of environment that I guess we all want to have, where we can actually commune with these students and talk about them and talk about their interests. So we're talking about they have agency in what they're learning and what they're listening to, and they come back and tell us, and they make these links. So it can be, quote, incorporated into the classroom, and also pedagogical activities can encourage students to participate in generating knowledge and insights. They can use their passion for music as a foundation to construct their knowledge of antiquity, go off and research, and they themselves find something new and exciting. And I just think this behemoth that is Taylor Swift is a really good avenue to do that, for the reasons I've talked about here. I probably need to calm down. If anybody has any questions and they want to email me and get any bibliography or whatever, feel free to find me at this address. Thank you very much for your time. Ka kite anō, and all the very best, everybody.
Thank you so much, John. That was a lot of fun. So I noticed that you have quite a long list there of criticisms of Taylor Swift, and are ready with the sort of the defense for them. And I wondered, in your comparison with Sappho, if you had any thoughts about the necessity that being such a public female figure that it has for that defensiveness, that preemptive defensiveness. You know, we talked very briefly about the misogyny there, but I wonder if you can get into it a little.
So you're talking about in terms of how they're being defensive, the poets?
Just in terms of both Sappho and Taylor Swift have this sort of pop icon status, right? This is actually, when I teach Sappho frequently, how I talk about her as sort of a pop star. Her music is the popular music, right? And so, like, you mentioned a number of attacks on Sappho, and it displayed a number of those attacks on Taylor Swift as well. And I wonder if you could sort of elaborate on the way that is so different from how their male co-stars get treated.
It's just symptomatic, I guess, of society and how much we haven't changed. Because that's the most basic explanation sort of I can give. And it was really depressing, actually, to sort of read that both of them are under this sort of duress. And also, I might have said it in the talk, how easy it was to just Google Taylor Swift criticisms Twitter, and you get all of these pages. And I'll go back to that Robinson article. I think it's just our attitude, this misogynist idea. I mean, I'm not necessarily that au fait with the idea of misogyny in ancient Greek times. You know, it wasn't even a term or whatever, but obviously Sappho is being derided for just being bawdy and licentious and disgusting. But then you also have all this graffiti everywhere. You have, you know, in Pompeii, phalluses and things like that, and that's okay, you know. But Sappho, to talk about this sort of thing in the manner, it's not. So yeah, really good question. And I can't do much elaborating. It just shocks me, and it saddens me that we're still in that space, you know.
And one thing that struck me about it is that we have the worst criticisms of Sappho coming hundreds of years later, after the culture has become very different about, I mean, like you said, Tertullius is a Christian. So do you think that time and distance will change how we view Taylor as well?
I mean, if Sappho's anything to go by, maybe not. But yeah, I don't know. I think the further we go on, you strip away that kind of the artifice about her life and how she's living it. And if you just are left with the music and the poetry, then I think she's going to, get what she deserves in terms of the, credit for stuff. At the moment, I mean, she does fascinate me insofar as I don't actually understand why she's so big. I mean, there's really obvious poetic elements in her writing and stuff, but the fact that she's just whipped everybody up into this sort of frenzy, I don't understand that. And I guess you can sort of point to the fact, if you're being cynical, okay, well, her father is in marketing for a start, potentially. But then again, there was a slide in there which talked about how she was a discussion point in the Taiwanese election. And that would, how the heck does that actually happen? So I don't know if that edifice is going to be stripped away, because that's so kind of intertwined with her personality. But I'd like to think that she does get her proper due 2,000 years down the track. And hopefully we've evolved as a society. Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
There's one more thing that you touched on a couple of different ways that I wonder if we can just round this discussion off with, which is intentionality. So you mentioned that certainly Taylor has a background in the basics of classics. She took Latin. She had a presumably pretty darn good education overall, given how much money her family has. And that tends to correspond, unfortunately, with higher interest in the classics. We would like to see that broaden, obviously.
Yeah.
But, at the same time, we have a lot of those themes that where you were comparing her to Sappho, like the fires of love and all of that also seem very sort of general and more of a thematic resonance than an illusion. So how intentional do you think Taylor Swift is about incorporating classical elements into her poetry?
Classical elements, I'm not too sure. I certainly know that she is trying to copy F. Scott Fitzgerald. She's obsessed with The Great Gatsby, and basically she has a song on each album which kind of references that. Classically speaking, it is a really interesting question, and I'm obsessed with it because I don't know if it can be quantified. And I like what you said there, that it's more resonances than illusions. And I think that's what we're dealing with here. The fact that this kind of stuff, this kind of poeticism, the stories that have been handed down to us, it's just something that permeates us, as people. We are interested in these stories. We all know Achilles. We can all sort of make references to that sort of stuff. She might have read Sappho, very probably, when she's sitting there writing her songs as a 15, 16-year-old. I'm sure Sappho would have been on her radar. In terms of intentional sort of reference, I'm on the fence. I would probably lean towards not necessarily, but I still think it's more to do with that resonance. It's not like I said in the hip-hop version of what I presented for the Disc Odyssey, Jay-Z, for instance, his work, a lot of it references, believe it or not, Socrates and Plato, and he has read that sort of stuff. He said this in interviews, and it's a big concern of his. He's sat and read. He's come out and said this. Maybe we can get a hotline to Taylor and ask her. But who knows? I don't think it's intentional. I just think it's kind of part of this resonance that the classical world has. And I guess this is what we're trying to do, isn't it? Trying to point out to people that, hey, these people you're listening to know this stuff. They know of this stuff. And then encouraging students and learners to just make these links.
Well, thank you so much. That was such an interesting presentation. I would have loved to take your class, honestly. It sounds so cool. My personal pop classical illusion obsession is Bastille. So I'm right there with you.
Yeah, no, that's a good one.
So thank you so very much. Lovely to have you on.
Thank you very much, Julie, and you take care and all the best.
You as well.
Yes.
And thank you so much to our audience and chat for participating. We are now going to move on to our special session. So our special session on Archo Gaming and entering the past through gaming. We have here with us some wonderful experts in the field. I will ask them to introduce themselves shortly. And for those of you in the waiting room, of which there are many, just wait for Zoom to catch up with us. So yes, if you RSVP'd, welcome. Please keep your camera off and yourself muted for the time being while we go through some initial discussion with our panel of experts, and then we will open it up to general discussion. And I will be monitoring chat as well to bring in any questions that our audience have from there. Thank you so very much for joining us. Let's just start introducing ourselves in the order that I see you. Brianna, would you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, good evening. It's evening here. It's 11:30 p.m. Calling in from Egypt. And yeah, my name is Brianna Jackson. I'm an Egyptologist. I specialize in the Amarna period and international relations, but also Archo Gaming. And specifically, I look at the representation of urbanization and early state development and power systems in city builder games.
Andrew?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, great. My name is Andrew Reinhard, and I gave Archo Gaming its name. There are lots of people who are doing video game archaeology before I was, and I guess I was good at marketing or something and came up with Archo Gaming itself. If you haven't checked it out yet, you can read the introduction to Archo Gaming for 2018, and also there's a sequel that came out this year, Practical Archo Gaming, which speaks to thank you, which speaks to my interest in basically applying archaeological method and theory to understanding human occupation, modification, and abandonment of digital space, which also leads into the second book for 2024, which is Machine Created Culture. Not so much about Archo Gaming, but a lot about digital archaeology. And when I say digital archaeology, I mean archaeology of digital things and digital places. And you might also know me from the Atari excavation back in 2014.
Thank you. Adam?
Hi, everyone. My name's Adam Bierstead. I am a museum curator as my day job, but in terms of Archo Gaming stuff, I am a Twitch streamer. I go under the handle Ludo History on pretty much all platforms, and I try and play a huge variety of games. My background is medieval studies and specifically medieval Scandinavian studies. So Assassin's Creed Valhalla is kind of where I made a name for myself, question mark. But at this point, I have played pretty much all time periods. I'm also a little bit of an imposter in this session because I don't conceptualize myself as doing Archo Gaming per se. Sometimes I do, but for the most part, I tend to work within historical and museological frameworks in approaching games set in the past. So a little bit, I guess, of a counterpoint to some of the other perspectives we see going on here.
Thank you so much. Hamish?
Fingers crossed this is working.
Yes.
Good. Okay, I was getting an error message before and I was like, oh no. So hi everybody, I'm Hamish Cameron. I'm a senior lecturer in classics at Victoria University in Wellington down in New Zealand. So it was great to hear the end of the previous paper actually, and hear John talking about Taylor Swift. That was cool. I work on Roman, okay, so it's the morning. So my brain is still catching up. My coffee isn't quite here yet. I work on the Roman Near East, I work on Roman representations of imperialism, and I work on the representation of the ancient world in games. I also don't necessarily consider myself an archaeo gamer, but archaeo gaming, as anyone who's read Andrew's book will know, is an extremely broad tent, and I'm definitely in there. But I'm also coming at it from a more historical reception perspective rather than necessarily a kind of material perspective, but we can talk about that later.
And Kate?
Hi, I'm Kate Cook. I specialize in narratives about gender in the ancient world in two areas. One of them is Greek tragedy, so that's my kind of ancient side, and the other is in classical video games, as I'm going to insist on calling them for today, although that term is, I know, open for discussion. I would say, I mean, I also would not necessarily consider myself a kind of archaeo gaming person because I come at this very much from a sort of literary place. So I think we've got a nice range of all the different ways of thinking about this between us, and maybe that's something we can think about a bit more.
Yes, and I am Julie Levy. I am the managing director of SASA and your host for this lovely talk. I will be moderating, as I mentioned before. If you are not on our panel of experts, we're going to have a few discussions just among us, if you could leave your camera off for that time. And then I'm going to open up the discussion to everybody who is here. So thank you very much for your participation. As for me, I do consider myself an archaeo gamer. I have a YouTube channel where I talk about among other things, a lot of the sort of reception in video and board gaming. And I also have a Twitch channel, much like Adam, where I play video games and talk about their ancient studies content. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun. And the first question that I'd really like to start us off with, as everybody seems to be already there, is what is archaeo gaming? How are we going to define this for purposes of this conversation? And I think this is especially fun since we have Andrew here, the coiner of the term, as it were.
I guess I'll start. Very short definition. Archaeo gaming is the archaeological or the study of the archaeology in and of video games. Full stop. So, as Hamish was saying, it's a very broad tent. I wanted to make it as broad and as inclusive as possible for anybody who wants to study the archaeology of video games or archaeology within video games to take their own interpretation and bring it to the fore. As far as how I define it for myself, as I said earlier, it's more about, for me, conducting archaeological investigation in digital space and seeing how humans adapt to that space and make it their own, and what evidence do they leave behind.
Yeah, I love that. I want to pick up on that because to me it encompasses two very different things, right? Since your definition talks about, in and of, the in is super interesting because with any game you can do effectively an excavation within the world of the game, right? Taking the game as a space, you can do investigations of, things that previously were called like environmental storytelling, epigraphy, signage, ruins, etc., all within the context of the game world. You can also take the game as a whole as like a singular site. And so that's where you might get things like data mining, looking at coding restrictions, modding scenes could incorporate with this if you want to do like a more social archaeological thing. But you're going to be using more technical perspectives rather than taking the game's world as a world. The game as a whole, as a layer of code base, becomes something that you can investigate and dig through.
Yeah, I'll go next. For me, I guess it's a bit on the nose. I look at specifically ancient Egypt and sometimes Mesopotamia where I can. There's not a lot of games about Mesopotamia, and how it's represented in games. And so, there's that quality of archaeo gaming where it's, quite literally ancient past, studying the ancient past in games. But also, just to jump on what Andrew and Adam were saying, it's huge. It's a huge term, and you can apply it to games that aren't even necessarily specifically about archaeology. You can kind of, I don't want to say you can kind of fudge it, but you can find ways in which archaeology is used in games. For instance, I did a project, not to plug myself, but I'll plug myself anyway. I did a talk on my favorite video game series, Myst. and how they use archaeological methods to build lore in the game. So that was a lot of fun for me because, you know, growing up playing that, I finally got to work it into my career. So I mean, I just think it's, if you can be, it's Archo Gaming can go as far as how creative you are to define it.
So as a historian, one of the things that I think about when I think about Archo Gaming is as a kind of motivation maybe, or an urging or encouragement to focus on material aspects of the past that we see in games. And often when you're coming from a position like maybe Kate or I are, where we're sort of more literary as our primary focus, sometimes it's really useful to remember, like, to have like a label of Archo Gaming or something like that that reminds you, wait, what are the material aspects here? Which is something that's never really far from the way I think about the past anyway, because I tend to work on, you know, provinces of the empire where material culture is a far more important part of the historical record. But that encouragement to focus on the material, or to remember and to bring in the material, and to think about that and how that's represented, is often something that I think about when I think about Archo Gaming.
Yeah, I would say me too. So I think it's quite striking that, you know, Hamish said probably we're going to be thinking the same way in this regard. But for me, actually, even more so, because I, as someone who specializes in Greek drama, archaeology in my kind of classical life is such a small part of what I do, just because of the way I read Greek drama. For many people, it should be more important. We should be thinking about context of theatres and so on, but that's not the kind of work I do. I'm very focused on kind of the language and the things created by the language in Greek drama, and archaeology is just not part of that for me. So it's interesting that then kind of, and I wonder, I've sort of wanted to throw this open a little bit. I wonder if, as classicists and ancient historians, and I sort of deliberately use the two separate labels there, and archaeologists, the way we've set up our field invites us to think about Archo Gaming as something slightly more narrow than we might do in other fields. And the reason I sort of wonder about this is because I've recently been hanging out a lot with the medievalists to think about how they do kind of, you know, historical game studies and so on. And for them, all of it is medieval studies. They really do not distinguish between literary work and history work and kind of material culture work the way we often do, in the way we've sort of siloed our discipline. And so for us, for some of us, Archo Gaming feels like archaeology, and I can say, well, I don't do archaeology. But for them, that would not make any sense as a kind of a distinction. So I wonder whether coming at this from the kind of ancient perspective is giving us some sort of potential limits on the way that some of us, even if it's not necessarily the way that Andrew conceptualized this, it's the way that some of us are kind of coming to it later as being more particular than it might have been, you know, when we're not coming from this kind of classics field setup.
Well, I wonder what Adam might have to say about that as
the medievalist in the room.
Yes.
Yeah. Gosh, I mean, right, I think you're absolutely right that, you know, the amazing folks who organize the Middle Ages and Modern Games panels really take the broadest possible definition, where if it is really interacting with the medieval world and games through any convoluted string of things, that's fair game. That is all the same umbrella. I think sometimes I feel like that can be a little bit too broad. Like the medievalists may be overcorrect, where, you know, our work is always so interdisciplinary just by necessity, that it's really hard to, I guess, that's sort of the natural way we think about things. At the same time, I think a little bit more clarity between different like methodologies within the field actually is theoretically and very practically useful. So some happy medium maybe where we try and go for. Because yeah, I mean, I think you picked up, Hamish and Kate, you both picked up something really awesome with talking about, you know, the material culture that display, because that's how so many games market themselves as authentic or as historical, is that they are displaying real artifacts in a plausible context of use. And if the plot makes no sense whatsoever, that's whatever. That doesn't disqualify you. So I think picking up that material aspect is at least right a really promising through line to help make it archaeogaming a usefully narrow term while still being a little bit more interdisciplinary than what kind of traditional academic field boundaries tend to create.
I don't know if any of our other more material side scholars want to pitch in here.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, as someone who has never quite understood why I need to be one or the other, but has wound up not so much digging in the dirt as in the papyri, I am fascinated by specifically in the more ancient studies, the further back you go, the deeper this divide seems to be. And so as archaeogamers, are we necessarily then trying to pull everything together under this big tent as we go? I'm not sure. I'm very interested in seeing what happens with it.
I was thinking about this morning when I was preparing for the panel, and I was thinking that archaeogaming is more of a lens within the broader context of digital humanities, media studies, game studies, and the like. So, I happen to be taking an archaeological approach to how I try to understand games and humanities' relationship with interactive digital entertainment. And it's an archaeological approach, and that's fine, and that falls under digital humanities. So it could be that we're just this part of something over here, which explains perhaps why we don't necessarily find an easy home in an archaeology department or a classics department or a history department, because even though we're doing that kind of thing, there's not really a space yet carved out for taking that kind of digital interpretation of classical studies or of archaeology.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry,
No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think we could very well see this as sort of almost like a kind of yes, a lens, almost a subset or a methodology within a sort of broader field. Digital humanities is a very broad field, and I mean, to some extent, you could say, well, then maybe historical gaming studies or historical game studies is the kind of the bigger field. Although then again, as a kind of a literature specialist, sometimes in my other life, then I get a bit uncomfortable about saying, well, where does mythology fit in that? Because I mean, it's the sort of the stuff side of things, the material culture side of things, is not what I look at in games either, really. And I sometimes look at historical games, but sometimes don't. I'm perfectly happy looking at classical games. That's why I like this label, because I think. So we could be a subsection of digital humanities, but that covers so many different things that I wonder if we have got any in between. Can we go smaller than digital humanities but bigger than archaeogaming, or should archaeogaming be kind of the bigger label and enable non-archaeological study to fit inside it, even though it sounds like archaeology?
I was wondering. Oh, please go ahead.
Sorry. I kind of like being in a liminal space with fuzzy boundaries, actually. It gives you a lot of space for kind of creativity and weirdness. And also, as somebody who works on boundaries, they're all fake anyway. So we make them where we want to make them.
Here.
Can I jump in here? And one thing I think we have a problem with is, in certain fields anyway, this kind of thing is frowned upon. It's seen as not serious scholarship. So we have this stigma that we're also fighting. Don't want to necessarily call out Egyptology, but this is a very, I criticize it a lot in that it's very stuck in the 1920s. And there's this kind of fear of moving outside of what we're comfortable with. And so it's really hard to be able to put archaeogaming that relates to ancient Egypt or even classics into an archaeology department, or even art history, or whatever department you're trying to fit your your particular subject into, because there aren't very many Egyptology departments out there, and sometimes you have to find things inside anthropology or art history and all of this nonsense. And so, it's where do we fit? Where does the administration let us fit? Where do departments let us fit? And those are, major problems that I think we need to, I don't know, hopefully this can get fixed in the near future. But right now it's just a struggle to fit in.
Well, I think if we speak to our departments and chairs and deans and such and demonstrate that potentially this is a cash cow, where students play video games, they're interested in pop culture, as we saw with the previous speaker, that we can have initial seminars or 200 to 300 level classes that will generate revenue because you're filling seats first, and that's kind of a cynical view, but it gets a foot in the door. And then secondly, if you can demonstrate the worth of using gaming tools in creating things of worth for Egyptology or classics or archaeology, so if I'm using Unity to build models, that's a gaming engine, and we can demonstrate this. And there are other people like Colleen Morgan who've done this for like Çatalhöyük and such, and you can take that and kind of run with it as well. I think there's an approach, but
Yeah, one thing I'm actually really interested in here is almost turning that question around the other direction, right? Because as SASA, our whole goal is to break down the false barrier between the public and the academic, right? We want Archo Gaming to reach out into the public, to be accessible to students, but also to everyone. And Andrew, I hope you don't mind me mentioning that SASA is going to be taking over archeogaming.com, and we are actually looking for ways to use that space to connect this sort of academic discussion with public interest. So I wonder if y'all have ideas about, well, if anybody here has ideas, we'd be very happy to have them about what you would want to see there. What kind of things can we do in terms of public engagement with the past through Archo Gaming?
To pick up on something Andrew said very briefly, is this a great time to mention that Fortnite has both a museum and a simulation of the pyramids of Giza in it?
Oh man, did you play?
And
I
the
guess
Civil Rights Museum.
last season or 2 seasons ago, they had Indiana Jones as a skin, and they had adventures in Fortnite. I used to Twitch stream under boring Fortnite, where I basically sit in the bush and complain for an hour. But yeah, I love the fact that there's this kind of intersection with antiquity and pop culture and archaeology and classics and such, in a game such as wild as Fortnite. And I've done archaeology in Fortnite also. If you want to read the article, I can send you something.
Yeah, that's really fun. And it is really lovely to see the very faithful recreations of artifacts and places in something like Assassin's Creed. But it's also just fun to see people building the entire Parthenon in Minecraft for no reason at all, right? Like, the public engagement with this material is infinitely open. We've got a comment here about, even just the simplest mechanism to engage with the past is really engaging, because like even Animal Crossing, you dig up little fossils, right? You connect to that sense of past, to that sense of history. I think if nobody objects, this is a great place to open everybody up for public discussion. So if folks have questions, or you want to start turning on your camera and joining in the discussion, this is a great moment for that. Yes, William.
Hi. This is kind of the first introduction I've really had to Archo Gaming, honestly. It's something I'm interested in, but don't know that much about. And I was just wondering if any of you could talk about how it is like practically applied in the classroom, and some of the maybe limitations that come with maybe people not having access to consoles, like not having the funding. Like, where is it at in that process at the moment?
Well, I want to start actually by plugging SASA's Archo Gaming education modules, actually, which are a really good reflection on this question. Anybody with availability of a computer or projector should be able to access those. So to some extent, we can turn archaeology into something that is more accessible, that doesn't have the Archo Gaming into something that is more accessible and doesn't have those boundaries. And that's also perhaps something we would be doing with archeogaming.com, which will be a public facing and free website. But in terms of other use in the classrooms, I know that it can be a bit of an issue. So I don't know if y'all have had experience with this in particular.
Yeah, I helped with a class that Jill Berkey ran trying to do an intro seminar to medieval history using games. And I gave in and did a sort of methodology focused lecture on that. Access is a big issue. Having machines that can consistently run stuff is still a big issue, even for older games, even for current generation college students who have grown up around technology. Having access to a machine that can consistently run games, it continues to be a big challenge, and it's one that, on an administrative side, seems to be very difficult. So that's where something I've been experimenting with, of course, with doing live streams for over 4 years at this point. Oh boy, is having a body of things that almost any machine will be able to look, get that perspective on, and then hopefully take my time enough and play intentionally badly enough that people can see and pull things other than what I pulled out of it from that as well.
So I've taught with games many times, including a course that I've run a couple of times now on the ancient world in video games, basically. And the way I do it, because all of these issues about accessibility, be that the cost of consoles, the cost of games themselves, especially if you want to cover a whole lot of games over a semester, like that's a lot of money to put on a student. So the way I handle it is for every game that I present in the class, offer them a lot of streaming options, including or a lot of recorded streams or let's plays or other things like that. And so I give them the option to either like play the game or to watch the game. But the thing that I stress at the start of the course is that the way that you engage with the game will determine the kinds of arguments you can make about the game. If you are not playing a game, then there's some arguments you just can't make about the way the game plays, right? Because you can't experience it, you haven't felt it, you're not really qualified to engage with that. And from a classics perspective, it's very similar to the type of discussion I'll have with students about whether they know the original languages or not. There's certain arguments you can make about a text if you know Greek or Latin. There's arguments you can't make about a text if you're just working from a translation, and that's somewhat similar. And I do think that even if a student doesn't play a single game in the entire class and just watches some streams, watches gameplay, thinks about what they see, they can still get a lot and they can still write really compelling essays, do really compelling work on what they are observing and seeing from the games, even without having to engage with the extra potential monetary cost. I mean, hopefully one day down the line, I'll be able to get some sort of situation together where the students can play the games in my class, but at the moment, that's not really an option. And so that's the way I deal with it. And I think it works pretty well.
Yeah, I have a similar experience to Hamish again. I mean, I've recently, actually, I taught this as part of a methodological question recently, which was quite interesting. So I ran a couple of sessions on kind of as a new field of classical reception within a broader classical receptions module, reception in video games. And one of the things we talked about was, they didn't play them, most of them. Some of them were playing the games separately themselves anyway, so that was fine. They could bring that experience to class, but mostly they were just given a lot of videos. And one of the things we talked about was, did this work for them methodologically as a way of studying this material, and kind of what were the problems of it? And cost is one issue, but I'd also like to raise time, actually, is a really kind of a significant and different aspect to researching video games, which I'm not sure we always talk. I mean, we all talk about it, when we're grumbling at conferences and so on. But, Assassin's Creed games take 90 odd hours to complete. Even if you don't play it, if you watch someone else play it, you can't ask a student to contribute 90 hours to one primary text. Nothing else they're doing on a module is ever going to take them that long. So then you're saying, well, okay, so watch this, 5 minutes or half an hour or whatever, but are they really getting a sense of a whole story or a whole game or a whole representation of a character in that way? Often they're not. And this is something which quite a lot of my students kind of brought up, that, in the videos they watched, they got a kind of 10-minute sample, but they didn't know if that was kind of representative. And they, and I think this is one of the places where kind of institutional support actually could help, because I think, I mean, Andrew was kind of very positive about the idea that we can sell this to our departments, but being slightly more cynical, I would agree with Brianna that I'm not sure a lot of our departments yet are ready to take that sale. But if they were, and they would produce things like, computer departments or computer rooms where we could make games accessible and we could allow students more time. We could think about scheduling modules and say, well, next semester we are going to do this. So you've got 3 months to play as much games as you like. It would be quite radically different to the ways that we practically think about teaching classics and ancient history at the moment. I think that would make it kind of the best. You can do a lot with videos and so on, but to make it the best it can be, then we need to be thinking about this in a sort of slightly different way than I think maybe we have so far.
Yeah, we are dealing with an issue of privilege and access, certainly. I might recommend going to the Internet Archive, and for the time being, they have a vast collection of digital games and ephemera tied to the context of digital games. Some of which have classical themes, archaeological themes, historical themes, and they're free to play. And they're not emulators. You can actually go in and play them through the window, or you can go and find Java emulators and whatnot for some of these older games. And so, I think perhaps when we're talking about digital games in the classroom, maybe we're thinking of contemporary games and whatnot. But there's a really rich history going back to 16-bit and 8-bit games as well, that are freely accessible and available online. So if you've got a good internet connection, you'll be able to play and comment. And thankfully, a lot of these games are a bit shorter than these 100-hour marathons that Ubisoft continues to give us.
I just want to take a moment to raise a comment that Kira made, that it might help the universities to contextualize this, to understand what we're trying to do, to frame game streams as films, because the universities are used to incorporating screenings into film classes, and that way we might get a little bit more leeway. We've talked a lot about disciplines and universities in some ways being stuck in the past when it comes to exploring new venues of opportunity for things like Archo Gaming, things that break boundaries, things that verge into pop culture, that within especially disciplines that are considered more sort of traditional, right? Like archaeology, Egyptology, classics, and I would be very interested to see if reframing really does help the university, if they can just pretend that it's something else that they already do, which often is kind of funny, is how we can get away with introducing new things into people's general sense of reality, is say, oh, it's just like this thing you already know, except a little bit different.
I think what needs to happen is for the tenured faculty to get on board to help make courses, because I've only ever adjuncted and my courses were always chosen for me. And and there's this particular curriculum that you have to do, and you can kind of manipulate it to stuff in video game stuff, which I have done before. But we need the support from the people who can actually do something, and that's where we have to sell it to first, so that they can hopefully help to create a course or something for people to. I mean, we just need the space, and we have to have somebody give that to us.
Yeah, I was talking about this subject to my partner the other day, and he goes, "Well, nobody has their PhD in Archo Gaming."
Yeah, and I mean it's really worth saying that Brianna's point is really important, actually, because in this field, particularly, slightly less in history, but it's true of a lot of historians as well. I mean, a lot of the people doing this work at the moment, whether it's Archo Gaming or kind of historical game studies or kind of classical game studies, are not in permanent employment or are PhD students or kind of very relatively young scholars. And it's extremely difficult to have much impact on the field or kind of, bring students in and so on if you're changing jobs all the time or if you haven't got that kind of institutional support, which is really important for thinking about where this field goes next. And, we talk about public access and so on, and that is really brilliant. But if all the people who are doing this public access through gaming lose their jobs every summer, then this is not a sustainable model. We can't keep thinking about bringing the public in when there's no one left to bring them into anymore. I think so. It is kind of worth just to put a downer on this otherwise really positive conversation. I do think we need to have a little bit of a think about who is doing this work and who is supporting doing this work as well.
I'd just like to personally welcome
I'm a
Brianna's
recovering
cat to the
academic.
stream.
Hello.
Sorry,
But yeah,
go ahead, please.
I left academia, right? I am the one in the room who is not an academic in any way, shape, or form. I work in a museum these days. So the point, I think, becomes even more dire than you suggested, Kate, because some of the people who are still putting in the work, going to conferences, participating in some of these volumes, leave permanently, and they don't come back. And so how do you persuade, someone who's been a tenured professor for 35 years, doesn't really see the significance of games, actively encourages students to not pursue that for graduate research, to do that when there's also a completely collapsed job market, and even the most grossly overqualified historians are on the brink of walking away entirely because you can't get something remotely stable.
Yeah, similarly, having left academia to join SASA, as what I do now in my academic direction, right? This is the part of my life that I still get to have these discussions in, still get to interact so much with my friends who are still in academia. I feel like I should take a moment here to thank Hamish again for letting me participate in a panel earlier in the month where I got to talk about Archo board gaming, right? Another boundary pushing, even within the realm of Archo gaming, this doesn't get talked about as much as it might. Some really amazing work that Jeremiah McCall is doing there on board gaming in the classroom that does actually address some of those accessibility issues too. David, please go ahead.
Well, I'd like to say that you've all come to the right place. This is mainly the point of what SASA is trying to do, is trying to come up with a combination, a way in which people who are both professionally academics, by that I mean they get paid to teach classes in a permanent position, and often sometimes paid to do research along with that, and those who are paid to do other things to make their living, but also love to engage in these things and produce quality work. So that's what we're all looking to move towards. And I think also there are many ways of actually getting tenured faculty, as you would say, interested. I don't think it's necessarily aiming for the faculty members who are near retirement. I think it's looking at the the associate professor, the assistant professors who are going to reach tenure in the near future. And a lot of them are, Gen Xers, some even Gen Zers. So like there's a lot of room for people who would be really open to incorporating different ways in their classroom. And let's also not forget that there's an enormous emphasis on trying to create immersive classrooms. And so part of what we're trying to do is to best find ways for people to do that, to help them do that. And I think I'd love for all of you in some ways to collaborate with our work in the Archo Gaming education modules, and especially as we're upgrading them to the undergraduate level. And I know we're never going to do it the way everybody wants. The goal is to have a very usable, easy to use product that people will feel comfortable using and will get used and students will get engaged with. And there's so much room for other types of projects also. Anyway, that was my 2 cents. And I think my point is, I feel very positive about things. I think that people are very open to new things when they start feeling comfortable about them.
Yeah, and I think we need cultural investment in Archo Gaming is what we need.
Oh, well, I think we do. And we're talking about Archo Gaming in the Academy, but it certainly has a healthy life outside of it. One need only take a look at the YouTube channel of the Tarnished Archaeologist, who does the archaeology of Elden Ring. And that is utterly fabulous. And that actually made me pick up the game and start playing it 2 weeks ago. And now I've got like 80 hours because I need help.
Where does the time go?
Yeah, but it's so much fun. And the fact that other people who are not academics, or who might have gotten their bachelor's or something and then did something else, they keep coming back to the archaeology of these kinds of games, whether they're classically themed or not. They see these as elements of material culture that are worthy of study, that have a rich lore, some of which are invented and some of which the fans bring to the games themselves as well. And if you can kind of merge those two, you've got academic rigor along with this kind of popular reception of lore within games. I think that's a good way forward, and you can certainly build an audience and demonstrate to whoever needs to see it how popular these things actually are.
Yeah, I think public, especially YouTube, is definitely a much, much healthier space. Twitch, not live streaming, I think a little less so. A couple years ago was very, very positive about it. These days, not as much. Has not been the sort of growth across the board that I was hoping to see. But YouTube is doing fantastically, and if you're trying to get started, like that is the platform. I think that's probably the most successful, just because Let's Plays are already so established as a legitimate genre there, that being able to do Let's Play, but you're an expert, is a flourishing subgenre with archaeology and with not archaeology, musicians. I've been seeing a lot of music, so-and-so professional musician breaks down video game music. I've seen 6 new channels explode in the past year doing just that. So there's clearly an appetite across the board for that expertise. And so it's more of a question of how, not if.
Right. I think we just need to have more people invested in the reaching out part, because the interest is clearly there. Who doesn't love video games, right? And who doesn't love the ancient world? But not too many people have thought about combining the two in any way. I love the idea of video game music folks coming on to talk about how do we make a video game piece of music that sounds to us like the ancient world. What a fascinating thing to do. And certainly there are people out there, I don't know, your Adam Neely types, who might do such a thing on a one-off, but there could be whole channels. This could be a field of scholarship. And all of these great people out there doing this kind of public education, I just want to do a little plug for SASA's Port Ancient, where we do try to get partnerships with folks who are out there doing this kind of work, like Adam, and try and give people more access to see what's already there, to get your own ideas and go start one. So if you are interested in checking out a pretty broad-ranging list of people already out there doing this work, do go check out our Port Ancient partner list, because we've got some really great folks on there.
I have a YouTube channel where I play video games about ancient Egypt. And I mean, of course, for me, it's a question of being able to actually have time to play them. But I mean, I'm not a popular channel, but I do find a lot of really interesting comments with people saying that, oh, I was awake at 3 a.m. and I randomly typed in what does an archaeologist think about Assassin's Creed Origins, you know, so people are specifically looking for this. And you know, I think that it's really exciting to know that that's out there, and YouTube is a really, really good thing. As Adam was saying, like, this is probably one of the best platforms because people can actually just, you know, look and see what's there instead of waiting for a live stream that may or may not happen. And oh, I had another thing I was going to say and I forgot.
Well, if you remember it, feel free to pop back in.
But I mean, yeah, it's really excellent to be able to be on there and know that there are people who are actively trying to find out what experts have to say about the games, and so, you know, that's rewarding, and I think it's a lot of fun too.
We do have a question from chat that is a little bit less focused on the archeo part of the archeo gaming and more on the gaming in the classroom end. So have any of you noted any particular advantages or disadvantages to using video games as a mode of teaching for students with learning disabilities or for neurodivergent students? I guess I can speak to this from my own experience as a neurodivergent student who is absolutely thrilled with Archeo Gaming. This is absolutely one of the easiest ways to connect for somebody who has a hyper-focus issue, because video games speak so well to, for instance, the ADHD brain, because you can get involved within it. You're not just necessarily watching it. So it definitely has some advantages in that direction. Well, I guess the disadvantages that I see would mainly be barriers to entry, time and money. I don't know if anyone has further comments on that particular thing.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I've had some success with particularly neurodivergent students who maybe have found kind of more traditional materials that we've come across in the classroom, you know, lots of reading and so on. They've not necessarily found that as engaging, but they've found video games more engaging. I would say, however, that kind of many of the problems we talked about kind of just basic level of accessibility here can get worse with students who need additional accessibility, I suppose, help, or, you know, just additional access, particularly if you're not playing, because many games now have kind of settings and so on that could be that, so the game itself can be made more accessible. But if students aren't playing them, they're watching streams, it is quite rare to find, you know, we've been talking about these great videos and kind of historical streams and so on, but, you know, historical streamers are not necessarily playing these games on the most accessible settings. They're playing on them with a view to something else. And so at the moment, I would say kind of there's a need for awareness about what is in the resources you're setting and how accessible those are in themselves. You know, many of these things are not subtitled, for example, which is fair enough, because if you do a, you know, 2-hour YouTube video, we all know from experience of subtitling lectures during the pandemic that subtitling these things takes hours as well as the recording. So a lot of them are not, you know, well subtitled. A lot of them won't necessarily have had the kind of colorblind system turned on, because that wasn't kind of applicable to the streamer and so on. So I mean, I so far I've been relatively lucky. I haven't come across any kind of major failures in terms of awareness of this, but I think I need to be aware that at the moment the kind of extra level of resources is not quite there to support that. And so kind of you would need to be very clear on what your students in your classroom need and how to go about meeting those yourself, because I'm not sure necessarily that everything you might want is going to be available automatically, which is, you know, it's not necessarily a disaster, but I think it's something to kind of to have in your mind if you're about to embark on trying to teach some of this material.
Yeah, just to double down on that warning, right? I mean, great shouts for the settings in the game, but doubling onto that, right? If someone has physical disabilities, say, hypermobility, susceptibility to repetitive stress injury, or limited mobility in general, limited vision, any of that stuff is going to be a massive barrier to entry for play, right? Direct play, if not only do they need to be able to have a system that runs the game itself, and then a bonus peripheral that's designed to enable someone with limited mobility. Well, now we're talking minimum several hundred, more realistically, over $1,000 of expenses just to be able to take the class.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunately a case where the access resources within certainly universities where I'm aware what access resources they have are not there yet. Not at a point where that can happen. But hopefully, I think from the beginning, or as we're finally starting to see some inroads into persuading people that this is valuable at all, making sure we're having conversations on that access and making sure where possible we're advocating for the access center to have that option is going to be important to, because if we get people on board early, that becomes easier. If we fail, it becomes way, way, way harder.
Yeah, and just to kind of bring that back around to what we were discussing earlier with the, potentially using videos where gameplay isn't available, or potentially using, like in a physical classroom, using a board game or a tabletop game that might have fewer barriers to entry, might be a way to incorporate that kind of gaming. I'm aware of a number of board games that can be played by people with limited vision, limited mobility, other things like that, and they can also be designed. Jeremiah McCall has a couple of projects specifically about designing board games in the ancient world. I'm sure there are others. There have been a few mentioned in chat. Other people who are working on that angle of things. But there's also, when we come to role playing, there's a whole world out there of, people like Hamish who are working on that angle, and you already have, even years ago, there were pitches going around to Latin teachers of essentially a role play style Duolingo that you could put into a classroom, that you could get your kids in a lower level classroom engaging in, well, okay, you are infiltrating a Roman town as a time traveler, and you absolutely cannot let them know that you're a time traveler, so your Latin has to be perfect. How do you talk? Right? So that kind of thing is up there. It is around, but like Adam was saying, the more traditionally gamery games, that style of gaming is much harder to incorporate because of all of the periphery, because of all of the way that game consoles are designed, and the cost as well, as we've mentioned a few times.
Board games and role-playing games also come with their own different set of accessibility issues, still around cost and still around time, especially the extra time it takes to like navigate a rulebook enough to be able to play it. Or like if I want to try and incorporate like a role-playing game into a classroom, I have to find role-playing games that are GM-less, of which there are many, but it cuts down the possibilities. Or I have to rely on people in the class having enough sort of confidence to GM a session, and then to know that what they're doing is going to be like linked into the to the class in some way, right? There's a whole lot of extra issues, which is not to say that people shouldn't do it, right? And there's lots of interesting ways to overcome these, but it's not like a magic bullet for accessibility, unfortunately. But it is like a different route that people can take, and yeah, a bunch of people are taking, as people have mentioned in the chat as well.
Yeah, and a comment from Abby that university disability resource centers sometimes have talk-to-text resources, and there are things that are available. You know, I may not love the added resource cost of AI, but one of its best uses, I think, is in providing increasingly good automatic subtitles for things. And so increasingly it is possible to have those 2-3 hour video game streams with subtitles that are passable. I'm gonna go with passable. So things are changing. And like Adam said, if we push for it now, when we're starting to get these incorporated into how people see both antiquity and gaming and the academic side of those things, this is the time. This is the time to really take it. So to take it back to the ancient side of the question, you know, we've talked a lot about our particular interests in terms of classics versus Egyptology versus, you know, Vikings. And Brianna, you mentioned that there aren't that many games about ancient Mesopotamia. So I want to kind of turn the question back to, like, what cultures do we not see that often when we try to do Archo gaming? You know, where is, you know, where is the ancient Philippines in gaming? Do we have those? The answer is yes, but not very
Yeah,
many.
let me so yeah, you know, a lot of people actually have noticed this lack of Mesopotamia in games. I know of two, and maybe you guys know of more. It's two city builder games. One is called Sumerians, which rocks, and the other one is called Nebuchadnezzar. Now I know Total War Pharaoh has a new DLC that's going to focus on Assyria or Babylonia, or, you know, somewhere in Mesopotamia, which, you know, finally. But I mean, I have no idea why no one has touched Mesopotamia. I think maybe I don't know. It's really weird. And if you guys have any ideas why people haven't touched that, I'd love to know, because it's so rich and exciting over there. And it's, you know, I mean, I think you can mine a lot out of there for games.
Yeah, D. Mackingham asks, has anyone made a game around the Mesopotamian ball game? Which just for me brings to mind, like, how many games are there out there about, like, the ancient civilizations over here in the Americas, which I know there are some. But I would love to see more.
Exactly. There's not very many. But this is a trend I think the last 10 years have been, like, really promising for, of indigenous or marginalized communities working with game companies to create games based in and around their own identities. Never Alone from 2014, which has a sequel coming out soon, apparently. That was not on my bingo card this year. But anyway, that was like the first one I'm aware of that really is like, yeah, this is by Inupiaq people. This is about their culture. This is one of their stories poured into a game. Since then, there's been 6 or 7 games I'm aware of that are all various indigenous communities, or there's one team that's working with consultants from the Canary Islands. So that's the demo just came out for that, based on Tenebrian folks' tales. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of these games are starting to come out. and it's just extremely, extremely cool. So, Rivers or Trails is a fantastic shout out on that. A song of Inua, A Tale of Something and Ice. Inua, Inui is the start of it. It's based on the Inuit folk tales. There's one that Saw Me that came out not that long ago. So, like, there's a lot more of these games coming out right now. And so
What's
that's
that
a
game
really
called?
exciting story.
Zao? I know you were
Zao
playing.
Zao rules. That's Pan-African, but especially Bantu-speaking Swahili coast. That game rules. There it is, a story in ice and time. Thank you, Kira, for remembering names, so I don't have to. But yeah, there's a lot of really, really cool games representing that coming out right now. So I expect we'll see more of that in the next 5 years or so.
Yeah, we've also got a question here about games set in ancient India. I mean, I guess it's not set in ancient India, but has a lot of Indian history to it. I started talking and I lost the name, but it's a fighting game where you collect this huge army of people to work with you, and your main character is essentially she's Kali, and it's a gorgeous game.
Yeah, isn't that Raji?
Raji? No, it's not that one, but I don't know Raji. This was a Kickstarter game like maybe 7, 8 years ago, but it was absolutely beautiful hand-drawn animations. Kind of in the style of a Shantae, but a little bit less risque.
I'm going to do the terrible thing and just plug myself, except it's not just myself for a moment. But with all the people asking, this is not a game, but it's going to be a book recommendation, because it's really interesting that people are saying, they would really like to see games from covering the history of India, or they would like to see kind of games looking at history of indigenous peoples and something. And this was something which was actually really kind of at the forefront of our minds when myself, Rob Horton, and Chris Hempshall got together to put together the Routledge Companion to history and video games. I keep telling our contributors it's either video games and history or history and video games, and I cannot remember which one it's supposed to be. So everyone in this book has got different titles, but never mind. Routledge will probably put one on rather than both. But hopefully that's going to be out in the next couple of years. And what we were really conscious of actually is that, I mean, Adam's right, there's a lot of kind of new great games coming out there, but I'm not necessarily sure that academia is always keeping up with that. There's sometimes a bit of a temptation for us to go, antiquity in video games, Greece and Rome. Obviously not Brianna, and there are some fantastic Egyptologists kind of keeping the Egypt side alive for us, but there's not necessarily a great deal of attention to looking beyond that. And you say history in video games and everyone goes, right, okay, medieval Europe or Antiquity, or the First and Second World Wars, which is also kind of European, really, but at least in the game setting, often very European focused. So one of the things we really wanted to do in this companion was make sure that we were not neglecting kind of thinking about the history of India and the history of China and the history of kind of other regions and other peoples in this companion. So it's not going to be out for a couple of years. Well, I mean, in theory, it might be out by the end of 2025. So I should say, I guess that's a year and a half. Maybe it'll be 2026, hopefully the end of 2025, but keep an eye out for that, because that's going to hopefully be a way of bringing together some of these kind of less traditional approaches to thinking about history in video games and where is covered by history, that can hopefully be quite a good resource for, because it's hard to keep track of, it's hard enough to keep track of our own fields without having to think, well, I also should know more about games set in India or engaging with Indian history, and I don't. But hopefully in a couple of years, this companion will be a useful resource to kind of point people to where they can go for a broader approach to history. That's certainly part of our aim. So keep an eye out for it.
So, assuming it survives the editorial process, my chapter in that book explicitly does cover the Near East as well as the Greco-Roman world. So, just like waving that Near Eastern flag. one thing I want to say about Mesopotamia is that I think things might be slightly better in the board gaming space, not much. I did a kind of survey for a talk I did a few years ago, and at that time, which is 2021, about 5% of the games about the ancient world were set in Mesopotamia, which sort of made it like the 5th or 6th most biggest sort of one underneath the category of multiple, which is actually where I think Mesopotamia comes into it a lot. Like big strategy games like Old World, which is not about Mesopotamia, but you can play with Mesopotamian civilizations or a civilization, that kind of place. So it's some of these areas that we're like, oh, we'd like to see a game about this. Well, there are games that have it, but they're not really focused on it. So it's something that maybe there's a little bit of the public's appetite for what they see in those areas is covered, but not to the extent that we as experts maybe would like to see it. I would certainly love to see more games focused on Mesopotamia or ancient Iran, like as a main focus rather than as an adjunct to often the classical world.
Yeah, and there are certain, so first, Indivisible is definitely the name of the game that I was trying to think of. It's beautiful, y'all should check it out. But also just there definitely are increasingly a broader range of historical settings in games and historical and mythological influence in games, especially when it's somebody mashing a bunch together. But not always. So one thing I guess I want to talk about here, just to follow on Kate's self-plug, the Archo Gaming live team at SASA routinely looks for games that are outside of our normal set of expertise. So, we have played games that are set in I think we played a game that was set in Micronesia. We played Scabma Snowfall, which is Scythian. We're looking, there are plenty of Japanese historical games, and there are a few about China that I've heard of, but I'm actually surprised I don't know more historical games about China, considering how huge the interest is. So I guess I want to ask here. Oh yeah.
I just wanted to chime in real quick.
Yeah, please.
That the World Archaeological Congress is going to be in Australia next year, and they're doing an Archo Gaming session. So this is the perfect opportunity to get together with international colleagues who are not necessarily Anglophones, English speakers, play Western games, and to partner up, co-author, co-present, and learn from each other, because the bigger our network internationally, the better. And that means like speaking at conferences like DIGRA, for example. Florence Smith Nichols and Michael Cook did this, where you're bringing archaeology to these other networks and creating these relationships with indie game developers, the AAA developers, as well as others who are kind of occupying a similar space and intersecting with them. But yeah, Australia coming up, World Archaeological Congress, and there will be Archo Gaming there.
Awesome. Yeah, this is actually a great moment. If our other presenters have projects that they're excited about, or conferences that are coming up that you want to talk about, or more books coming out, what would you like to plug?
I'm not going to plug something right now, but can I just say that every time Andrew opens his mouth and talks about something, I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. Let me type that.
Very much same.
Same.
Welcome, you have found your audience.
Thank you.
I would suggest, especially once we're a little later into building some of those networks, speak at PAXs, right? There's 3 of them every single year. They're hugely well attended.
Yes,
Now, if the goal is
yes.
to get to meet people, I did one in 2020. Oh gosh, last year, 2023, at PAX East in Boston, which admittedly I partnered with someone who's a much, much larger creator than I did. We filled one of the medium-sized conference halls. Like full. So easily 250 people in there. So like it does get people, and that is a very accessible conference.
Was that overly sarcastic you were working
Yep.
with? Yeah. Overly sarcastic productions. Great stuff. Great stuff. Find them on YouTube. I'm a little bit
Okay, I'll
sorry I
check
didn't know that y'all were speaking there. I might have made more of an effort to get a ticket. Sorry, was somebody starting up?
Yeah, that was
Yes,
me.
please.
I'll plug things. So I've got a talk coming up at the, what the hell is it called? Current something in Egyptology, current research in Egyptology. There we go. Where I'll be talking about representation and purpose of hieroglyphs in games set in ancient Egypt, and or relating to ancient Egypt. And also there's a couple of books coming out, and you know, when Kate was talking about her upcoming book, I was very excited because there's a couple more that are coming out that have ancient themes. So there's one, Ancient Egypt in video games, maybe the end of this year, maybe next year. And then there's another book coming out called, oh gosh, well, it's something about strategy games, strategy and management games. And I've got a couple articles, so I got one in each of those books. And I know that there's another scholar who focuses on Archo Gaming, and he's got an article in, I think it might be about Pokemon. I can't remember what it's about, but anyway, he's got one coming up in that strategy and management games book. So there's a lot of really great stuff coming out in terms of publications. Not just mine, of course, but you know, in general, I'm really excited about these series that are from Bloomsbury, De Gruyter, and Routledge. And so it's really exciting to see that there's actual series that are being put together, not just one-offs, but you know, there's just this exciting growth in academic interest in this. So it's awesome. I'm looking forward to all of it.
We've got some comments. Abby Limmer saying, I'm part of a group doing a poster at the National Council for Social Studies, which will focus on recommendations for middle school teachers on the ancient world for all areas. And I believe SASA will be there too. David, you know better than I would. But certainly we hope that there will be some representation of Archo Gaming, and particularly, you know, this idea of being able to bring either a video or some exercises about the ancient world from the Archo Gaming side into the classroom. And Kira Jones is mentioning Zeitgeist, which I'm not familiar with. And they have a bunch of good books in the works. That sounds cool. Kira, if you want to tell us more about Zeitgeist, I would be fascinated to hear. And yes, of course, those of us who are largely on social media, Adam, of course, his channel is Ludo History on Twitch or YouTube, and mine is Zilla's Athenaeum on YouTube, or Zillable, which is syllable with a Z, on Twitch. And Hamish has a chapter on Hades, which has just come out from De Gruyter. You know, some of these books are behind paywalls, and academic books can be expensive. But one thing I want to encourage everybody to do is to reach out to academics if you're interested in a subject, if you see the title of something, because we are almost always very happy to share. We're excited to tell you about it. So I do just want to encourage, like, if there is a money barrier in the way, just try reaching out to people. This works for indie game devs too. We've found, you know, they love to talk about their games. They love to talk about how they thought about the ancient world in building their games. So don't be shy when it comes to Archo Gaming learning.
Absolutely. Talk to the indie developers. They'll give you the time, because any publicity is good publicity. But they also, you know, when Heaven's Vault came out, I had a chance to interview the creators of Heaven's Vault, and they talked and talked and talked and talked and talked, and it was amazing to get that level of access to the creative process for there. Plus, the developer is Tim Ingold's son, so that was awesome. And then I see Dave Rudin's got something in the comments here about, yeah, my dad forbade me to play Leisure Suit Larry when it came out. He's like, not for your eyes. And he had it on his work computer. And if you haven't played it, you should find it and then turn it off really quick. But I don't know, from my perspective in using digital games as a teaching tool, it's always great to use it as a starting point. What did the developers get right? What did they get wrong about the ancient world? And it's not different than talking about classical reception and books and films and stuff. It's just a different kind of medium, with which to engage the material and the students. And I've got a neurodivergent daughter, and she and I talk about video games all the time because of her hyperfixations, and we work archaeology in there because that's where she's at. She's not a reader, but boy howdy does she like games. So we approach it from that, and I'm sure others have comments about that too.
Yeah, I would echo that and say it's very similar. It's just a matter of what the sort of context around the creation of the piece of media is, and sort of being on top of that. Like, you have to know, okay, how does historical fiction work, right? How do films work? How do games work? And then you're sort of just approaching the media with that extra knowledge in mind. But I don't see it as radically different from any other type of reception study, for that matter. You just have to sort of be on top of kind of two fields at once, and be able to communicate the things that are important about whatever the thing that you're looking at is, and get them to analyze that and consider that and think about it.
Agreed. If I had to pick anything that's like different, firstly, the interactivity, the act of playing is a little bit different and opens some doors for more practice-based stuff, especially in a game like, say, Pentiment. I made it this long without mentioning it, I've got to, where the mini games are actually like thinking about historical practice, and in some way attempting to simulate that. So there's some openings there, but the other difference is just sheer density of information, right? When it is in some way a fully rendered world, there's just a lot of people and a lot of stuff in that space in the way that's not true in historical films or historical novels, where there's a more exclusivity in, I don't know, like something like Napoleon might just cut, several thousand miles of just walking. In a Napoleonic War sim, well, no, you're walking all that distance. And so there's some differences there that shows up in just the sheer density of stuff that is both an opportunity and a challenge sometimes. It's easy to get lost in the sauce with all that stuff, but once you do start to piece it, there's a lot more threads you can pull on than with some of the other historical media.
Yes, plus there's just the sheer immersive quality of games, which we go from text or photo to video and audio to actually interacting with it. And that interaction is it's the new level of being able to be in that history in some way to experience it. And I think that's what attracts a lot of people to gaming in the end, is the ability to go new places, to experience new things, and the ability of games to take us into the past or into mythology to experience those firsthand, as it were. I think that's really something we should be doing more work on as the institution of knowledge, whatever that means. It's going to be a fruitful direction, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
One other thing that does definitely come up in the classroom, and it relates to what Adam and Julie were just talking about interactivity and the sort of level of engagement, is that students will be far more willing to talk about video games than they will be anything else, in my experience, because they've spent so much time immersed in them. They have a far greater degree of knowledge. Like, I've played 100 hours of Assassin's Creed, so they have like 100 hours worth of knowledge that they probably did not spend 100 hours worth of reading the novel repeatedly or whatever, but they have seen game mechanics over and over again. So they're far more familiar with them and far more willing to discuss them in a classroom environment, which is fantastic for teaching with video games, I have to say.
Yeah. And there are even targeted educational projects that can be done like this, with like sailing the ancient seas, which, you know, the game mechanics are everything we know about how trade worked in this particular place and time, and getting to actually experience that as a trader on the ancient seas. There's just so much there.
Yeah. By the way, to cycle back to a much earlier point, I did want to ask, has anyone tried experimenting with using like published demos in classrooms as a solution to the cost and time investment? Because games, right, the demo is from an industry perspective supposed to sell the game, present that most polished early vertical moment of here's what the game's about. Has anyone tried seeing how well that works with history? Or with the history within games?
Take that as a no, not yet.
Yeah, I don't tend to play demos myself or early access stuff actually, because I want to see the full game. So I haven't really gone into that. But like that, yeah, if it's accessible and freely available, then I certainly wouldn't like, yeah, no, that's absolutely something I think I'm gonna mention as a possibility to my students, I would say next time I run my class.
Yeah, right. That's something that comes from just the live streaming side, right? Because every time Steam Next Fest rolls around, which is 3 times a year now because there's just so many video games, I try and pick up as many historical demos as I can and work through them. And I've been thinking over this like for a very long time and then completely forgot about it from the panel until just now.
What a great idea, and what a really valuable resource for learning about the games that are out there, since you know, there's not exactly an Archeo Gamers Digest.
There should be one of those though.
Yeah, there should
I would
be.
be
That'd
for
be
it.
Maybe that's a SASA Archeo
Okay,
Gaming
SASA.
space.
That's actually not impossible.
Yeah.
So one of our Archeo Gaming Live folks is Alexander Vandewalla of Paizomen, the blog and archive of games with classical content. So it's not impossible that we could get started on something like that. And if people would really enjoy seeing that, we can put effort into making sure that comes up sooner.
I've also spoken with Kate Minetti, who's also part of the Archeo Gaming live stream team, about potentially, and I don't know how we would go about this, but I would like to see some kind of database that links historians to independent game developers, because I've interviewed some and some of them don't know that it's possible to approach historians or you know, specialists, or they don't really think to do that, or they just decide that, you know, they'll just do their own game because it's their own little game, you know. And I'm just wondering if I don't know, what do you guys think about that? Do you think that's a good idea? I kind of think I think it's an awesome idea personally.
Yeah,
this
is something. Oh, sorry, Hamish.
No, you
I was
go.
going to say this is something we were just talking about at IMC actually, because it is something that the Historical Games Network is sort of doing, but not in a very kind of database-based fashion. I've been to sort of a few of their events that have been quite good for putting in touch game developers with kind of academics a little bit. Although something I found that was quite interesting about the last couple of those I went to was that sometimes their events nonetheless sort of split down. I would show up and there were a whole lot of game developers and very few academics, or a whole lot of academics and very few game developers. But you know, they have got contacts on both sides at least, so they might be someone to speak to about, you know, doing this further. But yeah, it's, as I say, it's something we were talking about at IMC as well as a possibly kind of useful resource. but you know, again, I mean, I hate to be the person who keeps doing this, but given the time of year and as many of you know, my personal struggles, this is a lot of extra unpaid work again that we're kind of volunteering ourselves for, or volunteering junior colleagues for, or you know, so that's one of the reasons why it maybe doesn't necessarily happen at the moment.
Yeah, this is also something that's on the radar for both games and film with the Antiquity and Media Studies, but also see aforementioned issues with volunteer labor in academic societies. Like it takes a long time for anything to get done, as I know many of you can attest.
In terms of film, SASA is already working on an archive very much like that. So I think that in the future we may see, as literally a volunteer organization, we may very well see that come under SASA's purview. We are now running up against the end of our time slot, much as I would like to keep chatting with you folks all day. So let's go round and have each of our experts say one thing that they would like to be able to do in Archo Gaming that they haven't gotten to do yet. I know I sprung that one on you.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Please go ahead, Andrew.
I got you. The one thing, and if I ever publish again, this is what I want to do. And I got called out on this for my first Archo Gaming book in 2018. One of the reviewers from Spain said, "Hey, you're not paying attention to the environmental cost of game creation, nor are you paying attention to labor." And they were right. I would love to look at the environmental and labor impact of these games, and it could be any video game, or it could be, you know, games set in the ancient world or whatever. But you know, I want to know what their environmental plans are. I want to know what the environmental impact is locally and globally on the creation of a AAA game versus an indie game. And there's some work being done on this already, but I think at this stage of my career, I really need to do something that has this kind of morality to it, where I feel like I'm contributing to the health of the planet as opposed to, you know, my CV or something. So I don't know. That's what I'd like to do next, I think.
Right, they gave me an idea for something that and I don't like, it's such an open question. It's great actually, because it's very much like that chart on, I forget which page it is in Andrew's book, where it's just like, here's Archo Gaming, and there's so much stuff that when you put it on a slide, it's unreadable from the first row. Like so
that was the
so I love that you took it in that direction. What I think the thing that I would like to do in Archo Gaming is try to like change the way the field is, or the subfield is, from my position of relative privilege as a permanent faculty member. And I have no idea how to do that, especially, unfortunately, from New Zealand. It's a little bit tricky to be a force of change when you're on the other side of the world from a lot of stuff. But if anybody has ideas, then look me up online. If you Google Hamish Cameron VUW, you'll find my email address. Or on Twitter or whatever.
For me, one thing that I had thought of recently was trying to bring Archo Gaming here to Egypt, because we have all of these games about ancient Egypt, but I don't see any Egyptians talking about them, right? And I think it would be really amazing to have Archo gamers from Egypt talking about ancient Egyptian games, because we're getting the Egyptian perspective. And I think that's something that's missing and needs to be filled. But the problem is, how do I get that here? Because there's the problem with resources, there's problem with getting funding, and it's just it's a whole mess. But I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next.
Sorry,
for me,
Brianna, I don't know if you've been in touch with Michael Carter. He's at Ryerson University in Cairo. He has been doing some stuff with digital archaeology, Egyptology, and video games in the past few years. So if you look him up, he's in Cairo at Ryerson. He's an executive director there as head of program. So maybe give him a buzz and you guys can cooperate.
That's great. Thank you so much, Andrew.
I'll type it into the chat. I'm sorry to interrupt, Adam.
No, that's a great shout out, great connection. I mean, doubly so, since that actually dovetails into more generally what I want to do. Which right now for me, it's all about community, right? Being in the weird spot of being on a smaller platform and being one of the louder voices on that smaller platform. It's trying to do more to help build communities of people who are doing that work, and make sure that there's ways to make sure fans of one creator are able to be exposed and find that agreement with other creators. So, I mean, being on like SASA live streams is always a great part of that, but there's a long ways to go with ever not enough time. But long term, that's really what I want, is to turn the public side of it and the content creation side of it into a more sustainable community rather than a lot of voices individually doing their own thing.
All right. Any comments, Kate? All right. We can wrap it there. We are verging into social hour time. Thank you all so much for coming. This has been an absolutely wonderful chat. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. And with that, I will turn it over to David so we can move to our social hour.
Yep. Thanks everyone for joining us over the last 2 days. We've had a great time. Lots of discussion on how people perceive their pasts and others' pasts. I hope you can join us in the social hour right now. To get the Zoom link, all you have to do is go to our website, safeancientstudies.org, go to the Virtual Conference 2024 page, and you can find the RSVP, and it'll send you the link to the Zoom right now. All right, I'm going to shut down the feed and head over to the social hour. Thank you for everyone in this session and all of our presenters and moderators the whole last 2 days.